Chapter 181 Going Down the Mountain. Indeed. Silly. Since Dahua asked. Tang Mo told the truth. That day Dahua overheard the conversation between Tang Mo and Abu. Dahua and Tang Mo both understood it. But no one said anything. And now Tang Dynasty has also understood that Dahua wanted to go out and walk aimlessly on the mountain with Abu today, just because she wanted to leave some last memories with Abu. Actually, the last time he came, I knew why he came. Dahua continued to look up at the moon. And Tang Mo couldn't see her expression. It's just that I don't care. I know he came here for that thing. He was also looking for that thing on the mountain that night. I know that. But I really don't care. Hua spoke word by word. She didn't need Tang Mo to say anything. She just wanted to say what she had hidden in her heart for a long time. She had been holding it in for too long. Last time my father asked me to go, he told me to start a family, but I refused. You know I like Abu. Although I am an orangutan and he is a human, I can't control my liking. I can't help it anymore. Living normally with my kind. Later, after I heard what Abu said, Dahua paused obviously, as she thought of those words that had caused her pain for a long time. I decided to change my mind. I told my father that I was willing to have a family with the orangutan he chose. But there was one condition. I wanted that treasure. That thing we, the orangutans, have always known. It is something we have been guarding since my father's father's father. My father loves me so much, and he is willing to give me anything I want. But he is afraid that I will do something stupid. So he promised me that as long as I get married and give birth to a child, he can give me that treasure. I know what Abba means. He thinks that then I will be able to live the life that every orangutan in the orangutan family lives with peace of mind, and will not think about those messy and unrealistic things. I agreed. I agreed to everything. No matter what Abba asks for, I will agree to it. As long as I can get that thing. I know Abu wants that. This is the last thing I can do for Abu. Dahua raised her head. But tears still flowed down uncontrollably, making the fluff on her face wet. Joab came back next year and said he had something to give him. It was obvious what that thing was. You always think about what Abu wants. Have you ever thought about what you want? Until now, at the end of Tang Dynasty, it seemed that he had truly understood Dahua for the first time. She's not stupid. She just made the choice she wanted. That's all. I want Abu to be happy. Tang Mo sighed. She didn't know what to say anymore. In her eyes, every word Dahua said was a little ridiculous. However, it is so ridiculous that it makes people feel a little sad. She didn't know why. But she could somewhat understand what Dahua was thinking. Although she didn't agree with it, she could understand it. She is in love. When Qin Ling is in danger, she will fight tooth and nail to save him, no matter the cost. But this is different from Dahua's feelings. That's because Qin Ling treats her well and treats her with sincerity. So he deserves to do that. At the end of Tang Dynasty, she had experienced too much, and she no longer had Dahua's simplicity of being reckless and asking for nothing in return. She will only be kind to people who treat her sincerely. But she is not qualified, and no one is qualified, to laugh at people who still retain a pure heart in this complicated world. How about the person your father introduced you to? After much deliberation, Tang Mo could only ask this. She doesn't want Dahua to sacrifice her happiness easily for Abu. I have been playing with him since childhood. He has always liked me, and will definitely treat me well in the future. He is very strong and is the strongest candidate for the next generation of leader. My father loves me so much and will definitely choose the best for me. Object? Dahua smiled. This was the life she should live. And she shouldn't be dissatisfied. Tang Mo nodded. Maybe this is the best result for Dahua. Mo, I really envy you. It would be great if I were a human. Then I could be with the person I like. Mo. Human emotions are really too bitter. So bitter that I can't even taste the fruits in the orchard. Mo. Xiaohua told me that you came here to find someone. Someone you like? Right. Mo. You are so beautiful. You will look good in a dress. And you will be happy. That night, Dahua talked a lot. And Tang Mo kept listening. The night sky that day was so gentle. Gentle enough to accommodate all the girls' worries. The next day during the day, Tang Mo took Xiaohua to play for a day as usual. But when he sent Xiaohua back to the cave at night, he brought out several boxes of milk for Xiaohua and asked her to move home and drink it slowly. As if she sensed something, Xiaohua no longer waved heartlessly when saying goodbye and skipped back to the cave. Instead, he waved Tang Mo to squat down. and then hugged her seriously. Everything has spirit, be it human or animal. Tang Mo and Abu still went out at night. Dahua did not see them off, but waved goodbye to them at the entrance of the cave. Except for their leader. The guarding orangutans didn't know what happened after they were knocked unconscious. They just thought they were simply poisoned by unknown food. The guarding orangutan probably did not report the matter to Damao because he was defeated by a human boy on his own and was disgraced. This undoubtedly saved Abu a lot of trouble. This time, Tang Mo took out the packet of poison that Abu gave her last time, and still used the simplest and fastest method to get rid of the guarding orangutans. This drug is really good. Such a small dose can be put into such a big behemoth, which is many times better than those drug-induced anesthetics and other things sold in the Alliance. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he carefully stored the remaining intoxicating medicine made from rosemary in the warehouse of space. You really have something to do with such a steep cliff? At the end of the Tang Dynasty, I had observed before that the cliff was too steep and it was absolutely impossible to climb it with bare hands. The height from the top of the mountain to the bottom is too high, and the length of the ropes in the space of the late Tang Dynasty is not enough even if they are connected together. Of course. Sister, have you forgotten how I got here? Abu whistled very confidently. Soon a bird whose name I couldn't pronounce in the late Tang Dynasty flew up, holding one end of a thick vine in its mouth. One end of the vine hangs down from the cliff. Abu took the vine man, found the strongest boulder nearby, and tied the vine man to it. It seems that the people of the mountain tribe are very good at taming animals. Tang Mo added another information point to the humans of the mountain tribe in his heart. Chapter 182 Tribe at the foot of the mountain. Can the length of this vine reach directly to the bottom of the mountain? Tang Mo said doubtfully. Of course not. What are you thinking about? Sister? Abu denied it while working. If it were that simple, it wouldn't have taken him so long to climb up again. The first time he climbed up was basically accidental. But this time he climbed up again with premeditation and planning. And it's the kind that's been planned for a long time. This is the vine that Abu has been looking for a long time. It is strong and very long. But no matter how long it is not enough to reach the height from the cliff to the ground. So Abu spent a long time digging out 5 places where he could stay at equal distances on the steep rock wall of the cliff. Therefore, the length of the vine only needs to reach the first place to stay, and then tie a section of the vine to the foot and continue climbing down. Of course, Abu was assigned the task of untying the top of the vine from its previous position to that cute little bird. I understand the way to get down here. But if you want to come up, how do you carve out the place to stay? After much deliberation at the end of Tang Dynasty, he still felt that this project was not something that could be completed by one person. Of course, I asked the bird to fix the vine man on a certain location on the mountain wall first. And then I climbed up and grabbed the vine man and used tools to carve it out bit by bit. Abu said it very easily. But there were still many things in it that made Tang Mo feel unreasonable. But she didn't ask any more questions. Taman can only bear the weight of one person at most. So Abu did not go down until the end of Tang Dynasty, climbing down the vines. We just arrived at the first foothold that Abu mentioned. Seeing this footing, Tang Mo became more convinced of his thoughts. This is definitely not something Abu did alone, but something that can only be accomplished by the combined efforts of many people. This foothold is in the mountain wall. It is about 1 square meter and can accommodate several people. It is very spacious. If it were Abu alone, there would be no need to spend so much effort to build this foothold so big. It seems that the people at the bottom of the mountain are ready to attack the top of the mountain. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he knew what was going on and couldn't help but feel a little worried about the orangutans on the mountain. Of course, she should be more worried about herself at the moment, because once the climb up the mountain was not done secretly by Abu alone, but was organized and planned, then the situation when Tang Mo followed him to the bottom of the mountain would become very dangerous. But now that we have reached this point, no matter whether it is a wolf's den or a tiger's den, Tang Dynasty has to break through. And there is no retreat at all. It was obviously not the first time that Abu had climbed like this. And he was going very fast. Tang Mo's agility attribute was very high. And the mental bonus made her body very flexible and light. So the two of them reached the bottom of the mountain at extremely fast speeds. At the bottom of the mountain, unlike the orangutans, there is no one to guard it. Think about it. People go up the mountain for treasure. Why are orangutans so hard to imagine why they go down so hard? It's simply not necessary. That's where our tribe gathers. After coming down, Abu put Tengma away and pointed to the wooden house not far away. It's best for us to say goodbye here. I'll have to figure out what happens next. Sister, our tribe actually doesn't welcome outsiders. Abu didn't know what kind of thoughts he had. Maybe Tang Mo's strength really shocked him and made him not want to be his enemy. He had no intention of telling the tribe about bringing Tang Mo down. Thank you. Although at the end of Tang Dynasty, he felt that Abu was full of nonsense and a big scumbag. But one size fits all, which was a big help to her. This is for you. Tang Mo threw a bag of beef jerky to Abu. This is a habit in the late Tang Dynasty. No matter what kind of person the other person is, as long as he is kind to her, she will not accept the other person's kindness for nothing and will definitely repay him. After taking the bag of beef jerky, Abu was in a daze. Wasn't this lady annoying him to death? Why are you so nice to him all of a sudden? The humans in the tribe are similar to the orangutans, and they also rely on picking fruits for food. Because this area is the territory of the orangutan tribe, there are very few exotic animals, and there are very few prey that can be hunted. Abu's mouth hadn't tasted meat in months. The amount of the beef jerky, as a thank you gift, was really unclear, which made Abu feel a little embarrassed for a moment. Sister, the person you are looking for is locked up in the wooden house in the center. If it is my brother-in-law, you have to move quickly. Otherwise my brother-in-law's innocence may not be guaranteed. After saying these words, Abu ran away quickly holding the beef jerky. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he stood there alone and looked at the wooden house in the center. He recalled what Abu said about his innocence, and his expression turned ugly. She knew that Qinling's face would cause trouble for her sooner or later. Anyone who dares to touch her may not want to live anymore. Tang Mo's whole body exuded a cold aura, and he shuddered. If gods stand in the way, they will kill gods. If they stand in the way of Buddha, they will kill Buddha. This was the first time that Tang Mo was truly angry since the end of the world. And it was also the first time that he took a serious attitude to prepare for a battle. At this time, in the central wooden house, brothers, do you smell the smell of chicken legs? Am I hallucinating from hunger? The weak old man sat on the ground and leaned against the wall of the wooden house. There were 10 of them, including the brothers and the boss, except for the 2 brothers who were accidentally injured on the road. The group of 8 people had been trapped here for 15 days. During these 15 days, they had no food except a little water, just enough to soothe their throats. If these people weren't in very strong physical condition, they would have been so hungry that they would no longer be able to survive. Shut up, old man. If you mention the word chicken legs again, do you believe I will break your legs? 8 old men were sitting scattered against the siding of the wooden house, as if they didn't even have the strength to sit without leaning on anything. Damn, I'm so frustrated. I didn't expect that I didn't die in the mouth of a strange beast in the end, but starved to death. I can't bear to think about it. It's embarrassing. Lao Chi has a bad temper. Even if he is so hungry that he has no strength to stand, it will not stop him from swearing. If anyone can give me something to eat right now, I can call him daddy. The younger one, Xiao Qi, was already lying on the floor so hungry that he was unable to speak. He is considered to be the weakest person here. It is estimated that if he is hungry for 2 more days, his life will be lost here. A few days ago, the brothers would scold Xiao Shiqi for being worthless when he heard what he said. Today, when they saw him, they breathed a sigh of relief and immediately couldn't hold on. Everyone looked away, and no one said anything. His eyes turned red silently. They are all brothers who have been through life and death, but they can't do anything now. Chapter 183, Qinling's Apology. Qinling sat in the innermost corner with his head buried, only revealing his sharp jawline. Their mission was completed smoothly, but unexpectedly something happened to the plane in midair, and it crashed. Fortunately, although it was very dangerous, we still succeeded in landing with a narrow escape from death when both engines failed. It was the greatest luck that no one was killed. It's just that in this dog place, everything you look at is trees, and not even a single person can be seen. I don't know if the range here is too large, or if the ID watch loses its signal. People also lose their sense of direction. He led the team members on foot for a long time, still walking in circles without going out at all. Not only that, but he also encountered many terrifying creatures in the deep forest. And as a result, he lost 2 brothers who were going through life and death here. When something like this happened, Qinling felt more uncomfortable than anyone else. After wandering for who knows how long, when they finally thought they had found a human tribe, they encountered something even more unexpected. The humans here are not humans from a civilized society, but a tribe of savages who don't know where they came from. After being treated to a meal of fruit, they all passed out, and when they woke up, they were all trapped in this small room. At the beginning, someone came to communicate with them, but they didn't mean to let them go, but to tell them a piece of news. That is, the only daughter of the clan leader of this tribe has fallen in love with Qin Ling and wants him to marry her, so that she can take root in this tribe with peace of mind. In fact, it is a bit inappropriate to say marriage. It is more like a kind of marriage. Of course, Qin Ling rejected such a ridiculous thing without even thinking about it. The person who came didn't say much, closed the door and left. According to common sense, the wooden house and savage guards naturally cannot trap the Qin Ling group. But someone blows some unknown gas into Qin Ling's room through a small hole every day. This gas is extracted from the rosemary, the sacred flower here, and is very precious. It only takes a little bit, and no matter how powerful a person is, they will fall asleep. When they wake up again, their whole body will be weak, and they will be unable to exert any strength. The effect of rosemary will last for 24 hours. So on the next day, people will continue to blow fragrance into the room. Every 3 days, someone would come and ask Qin Ling if he had changed his mind, and if he was willing to marry the clan leader's daughter. Qin Ling refused even for a second without hesitation. After all, this matter cannot be forced. The people of this tribe are not in a hurry. They are just trapped. After more than a week, perhaps because the rosemary was too precious, the people in the tribe stopped using it. After all, I have been hungry for more than a week, and there are still people watching outside at all times. No matter how powerful they are, they have no strength to resist. Besides, the after effect of smoking rosemary for a week is no joke. It won't be relieved for another 7 or 8 days. After half a month, Qin Ling's group had completely recovered from the medicine. But they were so hungry that they no longer had any strength. This was the first time for this mountain tribe to meet people from a civilized society. To be honest, they didn't think of any good way to deal with them. But Qin Ling's delicate and aloof skin is really too dazzling. He immediately attracted the attention of the patriarch's only daughter, begging her father not to kill them and wanting to marry him. As a clan leader, he naturally doesn't like foreigners. But he couldn't bear his daughter's prayers, so he could only reluctantly agree. But the requirement is that these people must completely give up everything they have in civilized society, become people like them, and take root here forever. But their wishes may be in vain, because even if Qin Ling dies, he will never compromise. Not to mention that he would not betray himself in order to survive. Not to mention that he could not do anything that would harm Tang Mo. Even if he died, Qin Ling doesn't have much fear about death. But the difficulty is that he is not alone now, but as a team. As long as he agrees, all his brothers can survive. He couldn't bear to see his brothers, who had followed him through life and death, starve to death in front of him one by one. But he couldn't compromise. He couldn't do it. Everything in the wooden house was painful to him all the time. Not just hunger, but inner torture. I'm sorry for everyone. At this time, the wooden house was dark, and voices came from the corner. Everyone could tell that it was the voice of the silent boss. Boss, don't say that. Even if we don't care about this life, we can't let you do such a thing. Yes, boss, we men only live for one breath. So what if we die? Whoever is afraid of death is a bastard. That's right. That's right. If I can only survive by relying on the boss's betrayal of sex, then I won't be able to survive even if I get out of this room. How could people here blame Qin Ling? There is no such thing between brothers. Living is not the most important thing. Living with dignity is. It was late at night, and in the tribe that had no time and no electric lights, it was already quiet. Squeak. The door opened a small crack at some point. In the darkness, everyone's eyes opened at once. Although everyone's body was weak, the sharpness in their eyes did not diminish at all. Qin Ling? A female voice opened the door and called Qin Ling's name. Qin Ling heard who it was and didn't say anything. The other people also stayed quietly. No one made a sound. Qin Ling, I brought you something to eat. This is the venison my father just hunted today. He roasted it in the evening, and it's not cool yet. The girl's voice was very cheerful, full of the desire to please the person she liked. The girl who spoke was the clan leader's daughter who fell in love with him at first sight from the first day she arrived in Qin Ling Mountains. As soon as the roasted venison wrapped in leaves was opened, the whole house was filled with the aroma of barbecue. Golyulu. People's physiological reactions cannot be hidden. Although no one spoke in the room, there were still sounds of swallowing and stomach growling. What's this? This is meat. They all forgot how long it had been since they had eaten meat. The last time was probably when they were at the base before going on a mission. At this time, they would be satisfied if they could have leaves to eat. Not to mention the meat that was still hot and fragrant, making people want to burst into tears just by smelling it. Ling closed his eyes, as if he didn't hear anything or smell anything. Everything in front of me seemed to be nothingness, as if nothing happened. Chapter 184. The Angel is Coming. The girl frowned and bit her lip. What's so bad about me that makes you look down on me so much? I'm the daughter of the tribe leader, the most beautiful girl in our tribe, and I'm also the best among women in hunting. Why am I not worthy of you? The girl has lived in the tribe since she was a child. She is regarded as the sweet girl of heaven among the tribe. She has been highly sought after since she was a child. But she has never received such a cold look. She is very tall, about 178 centimeters tall. He was very skinny, perhaps because the people here were malnourished and looked skinny. He was wearing well-fitting clothes sewn from animal skins. The sun here is very strong. Everyone is outside every day, and everyone's skin is very rough and dark. Even girls are no exception. The hair is braided into small braids on the top of the head. Overall, it does not look like a yellow Chinese race. However, to be honest, the girl's facial features are very three-dimensional and not ugly. In this tribe, calling her beautiful is not an exaggeration. It's so ridiculous and so ugly. Ling said this without opening his eyes. You? The girl never expected that he would comment on her like this. She was so angry that she waved the small leather whip in her hand and hit the person at her feet. The cock that was hit groaned, but did not cry out. Let's see how stubborn you can be. The girl became angry and rewrapped the venison in leaves, then stomped out. Keep an eye on them. We won't even give them water tomorrow. After explaining the few people guarding the door, he walked away. After Leah left, the room fell into a brief silence. It smells so good. I don't know who it was, but I couldn't help it inside. Boom. The brother closest to him kicked him. The boss is already feeling uncomfortable enough. Why doesn't he just say this without opening his eyes? However, it tastes really good, and I'm really hungry. If they could really have a bite of meat, they would be willing to lose a few years of their lives. This is the only thought in everyone's mind. Ling huddled in the corner, said nothing, and buried his head deeper. Tang Mo was outside the wooden house, his face looking scary. She looked at the guard at the door and thought about the strange things in this tribe. So she didn't dare to act rashly. Just when she was thinking of a way, she saw the woman walking in, picking up the boards, leaning against the gaps between the boards, listening to what was going on inside. The more she listened, the angrier she became. It was so miserable that her people were being bullied when she wasn't here. If she didn't still have some sense, she really wanted to rush in directly, pull the woman's hair and ask her, who gave her the courage to even touch her man. But at that time, she had already thought of a more secure method and worked hard to suppress the restless factors in her body. She won't let them go. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he made a note of it in his mind. Ling's head was buried so low that even with late Tang's night vision, it was difficult to see his expression clearly. Tang Mo felt a twitching pain in his heart. After seeing the woman leaving, he couldn't wait any longer. He took a step back and started to act. She had been observing for a while, and for some unknown reason, the two guards felt that the man in this room did not pose any threat. At the end of Tang Dynasty, it was still unclear how weak Ling and the others' bodies were now after being tortured by drugs and hunger. The two guards were very big and seemed to be powerful, but they were just sitting at the door of the wooden house. During the long period of time since the late Tang Dynasty, except for the woman's visit, he didn't even get up, let alone patrolling. Now that the woman has left, the two of them even dozed off. The guard did not have the key with him. The woman took the key from herself when she came. The lock was a very thick iron chain. Through his mental exploration, Tang Mo had already clearly studied the layout and design around the house. It is not difficult to defeat the guard, nor is it difficult to break the lock. But if Ling and the others cannot be successfully taken away tonight, there will be no way to proceed with the rest. She couldn't clear the memory of the guard, and locking her couldn't restore it. Ling and the others are not sure what the condition of Tang Mo is now. So considering Tang Mo's cautious temperament, violent entry is not the best way at the moment. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he used his mental power to turn into several hard wind blades, and cut a hole large enough for one person to crawl through at the bottom of the back of the wooden house, which was covered by the grass. How to say? kind of like a dog hole. However, a man can bend and stretch, and in the end of Tang Dynasty, he climbed without any burden on his heart. The wooden board was just an ordinary wooden board. It was not difficult to cut it in the late Tang Dynasty, and it didn't make any sound. After climbing in again, he carefully put the cut piece of wood back in place. The space in the wooden house was not crowded, and Tang Mo climbed in smoothly without touching anyone. There was no light at all here, and everyone was so hungry and half asleep late at night that no one noticed a living person crawling in. Night vision in the late Tang Dynasty was not affected at all even if it was completely dark. He released his mental power and laid out a 10-meter radius of the wooden house, not letting any unusual movement pass by. The guard was about 5 meters away from the wooden house and had already dozed off on the table, moving a little bit. The space in the wooden house was very small. Tang Mo did not get up, but fixed his eyes on Qin Ling in the corner and climbed over. It wasn't until he got very close that Tang Mo could clearly see that Qin Ling was extremely thin. His originally well-fitting clothes hung loosely on his body, and the originally thin person now became emaciated. Feeling something approaching, Qin Ling raised his head and opened his eyes. "Shh! It's me!" Afraid that he would make too much noise and wake up the guard at the door, Tang Mo quickly blocked Qin Ling's mouth with his fingers. Qin Ling's lips were dry and cracked due to lack of water for too long, which made Tang Mo feel a little stinging when he put his fingers on them. "Momo!" Qin Ling muttered. "This must be an illusion. How is it possible? He has been trapped here without even a signal for more than half a month. Mo should be at the base with his family at this time. He might even be angry because he couldn't be seen on the date he promised to go back. How could he be here? He must have missed her so much that he had such hallucinations. No matter what, even if it is a short-lived hallucination, Qin Ling wants it at this time." He reached out and pulled a person with warm breath in front of him into his arms. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he reached out and hugged Qin Ling. "It's okay. It's okay. I'm here. It's all over." Chapter 185 Gobble. At this time, Tang Mo's patient tones seemed to be coaxing a child. Just thinking about how much Qin Ling had suffered here made her heart ache. It would have been better if I had come earlier. Thinking about these things in the late Tang Dynasty, I started to shed tears unconsciously. Tears fell on Qin Ling's shoulders drop by drop, leaving a pool of water stains. Why are my shoulders wet? Isn't this illusion too real? Feeling the strangeness on his shoulders, Qin Ling was stunned for a moment. He bit his tongue hard. Pain. This is not an illusion. Everything is happening in front of my eyes. "Why are you here? It's very dangerous here. Why don't you just stay in the base?" After letting go of Tang Mo, Qin Ling suddenly felt an unknown fire in his heart. They were trapped here and had no way to get out alive. How could Mo come and die together? No. Absolutely not. Qin Ling's tone was too urgent. But Tang Mo was not angry at all. "Just trust me. Okay? I have a way. Just trust me." Tang Mo's words slowly calmed Qin Ling's mood. Yes, she was Tang Mo. Such an excellent person. And the one he loved. Of course he believed her completely. "You speak up first and tell everyone what will happen in a while. I'm afraid I'll scare them if I come and the person at the door will wake up if I make too much noise." At the end of the Tang Dynasty, Qin Ling was handed over to Qin Ling, and Qin Ling naturally followed suit. No one could sleep soundly in such an environment. No matter how quietly Qin Ling spoke, everyone would gradually wake up in the darkness. Tang Mo took out a small desk lamp from the space, adjusted the light to the weakest light, and then turned it on. The dark room was immediately illuminated by dim lights, reflecting a dozen frail faces. I had considered turning on the lights in the late Tang Dynasty. It was easier to do things at night, but it was inconvenient when it was too dark. This wooden house has no windows, so the dim light barely shines through. What's more, except for the two guards, everyone outside the door was asleep at this time. The two guards were also dozing off. Tang Mo's mental power was always monitoring him. As long as there was any slight disturbance, they would be able to react in time in the room. "Sister-in-law?" Naturally, everyone here had seen Tang Mo before. Everyone was rubbing their eyes vigorously, wondering if they were too hungry and hallucinating. Why did my sister-in-law suddenly appear in this wooden house? "Don't even talk." This time in the late Tang Dynasty was not the time to be polite to them. I brought a piece of mineral water from the supermarket in the space. "Drink water first." All of their voices were extremely hoarse, and all of their mouths were dry, cracked, and even bleeding. This is a sign of extreme dehydration. Don't say anything else. Drink water first. Everyone's eyes lit up. My sister-in-law is a space superpower. Yes. How could they forget? This is really helpful. They were trapped here. The savages were afraid that they would die too early. So they still gave them a sip of water every day. But it's far from enough for the body's needs. Just barely enough to sustain life. The feeling of lack of water is always more uncomfortable than hunger. The room was too small. And for fear of making any noise, everyone crawled to get water. And then didn't bother to crawl back again. They gathered in a group and started drinking water. Xiaoqi didn't even have the strength to crawl. So the second child went back with water to feed him. Xiaoqi swallowed the sweet water greedily. And the despair and death in his eyes receded little by little. Xinling also came over and sat around with the brothers, drinking water with one hand and holding Tang Mo's clothes with the other, as if he was afraid that this was an illusion, and he would lose it again if he was not careful. Sister-in-law, do you still have water? Everyone raised their heads and looked at their sister-in-law helplessly, feeling extremely pitiful. Even Xinling looked up at Tang Mo after drinking a bottle and a half of water. Not enough. His voice was extremely aggrieved. Tang Mo's heart melted when he saw the usually tough men in this room looking like this. It would be hard for the children to do anything like this. 2 more boxes of water were moved out of the space. Drink slowly and feel free to drink as much as you want, Tang Mo said grandly. Then he took out some hot foods in the space, such as porridge, rice bowls, and soups that had been stored before the end of the world, and placed them on the floor. There were a lot of them. The smell of those stir-fried dishes was too strong and inappropriate, so Tang Mo did not take them out. She is usually reluctant to eat these things, but now these people's stomachs have been hungry for too long and are too weak, so they must eat some cooked food. Looking at these hot meals, the eyes of each tall man over 1.8 meters were red, and tears were about to fall. Each one of them deeply engraved their sister-in-law's kindness in their hearts. They were so hungry that they plucked food into their mouths like wolf cubs, trying to quickly fill their already empty stomachs. Sister-in-law, are you an angel? Lao Ba was talking vaguely while eating his meal. He pinched himself hard, fearing that it was all an illusion. But why is it so unreal? Is my sister-in-law an angel? The fighting power of 10 men who had been hungry for a long time was very strong. Tang Mo kept recycling empty plates and putting them into the space, and then placed new meals on the ground. In fact, eating too much all at once after being hungry for a long time is not good for your health. But the people here have high attribute values and their physical fitness is not average. So it doesn't matter. Filling your stomach first is the most important thing. What's more, even if something goes wrong, wouldn't Tang Mo still be there? Just a few more treatments and it'll be over. What a big deal. And considering the current situation, the situation is obviously out of control. And it is unrealistic for them to eat less at this time. After all 10 people had eaten and drank, Tang Mo finally cleaned up the battlefield without leaving a trace. Then he took out some chocolate and some intermediate crystal coins, divided them into 2 small piles, and piled them on the floor. Crystal coins were cut in space for convenience before the end of the Tang dynasty. Take some each person. Let's recover our physical condition first. When we are almost recovered, we can go out again. Instead of crawling out with a bunch of disabled people, Tang Mo still felt that this method was safer. This group of people now simply obeyed the sister-in-law's words. They were all very obedient. After taking the chocolate and crystal coins, they retracted their positions and began to absorb the crystal stones. They actually brought a lot of weapons and crystal coins with them. They were able to physically suppress the tribe when they first came to the tribe. So they had the absolute initiative. But after he woke up from coma, everything on his body was gone. Without tools and strength, they were trapped here, unable to break even the most ordinary wooden board. Chapter 186 Repayment of Interest. None of these people have any serious problems, and the strength of the medicine has long since passed. But they are just weak due to being too hungry. As soon as the food and water were provided, I felt that my body was full of strength. In addition, the crystal coins given by my sister-in-law can be absorbed, and it only takes a day or 2 to return to the peak state of the body. Tang Mo looked at everyone's state and probably had an idea. Xinling's physical condition was the best among them. Tang Mo gave him a high-grade crystal stone as big as a fist. Recover quickly, otherwise you will be taken advantage of by others, and you won't even have the strength to resist, Tang Mo said seriously. Xinling pursed his lips and did not dare to speak. It seemed that Tang Mo had already arrived when Leah came in, and she heard everything. The room was small, and there were so many people there. The strong smell of vinegar made everyone dare not breathe. for fear of angering their sister-in-law. Just kidding. Who dares to offend the elder sister-in-law now? Even if the boss is provoked, one cannot offend the elder sister-in-law. The eldest sister-in-law is their reborn parent and their benefactor father. Can't afford to offend. Mo. Shao-Chi is weak. Go and help him. Qin Ling is watching every brother here, and he is naturally aware of Shao-Chi's condition. My body is a little weak, and I may not be able to recover temporarily just by relying on food and water. No. Tang Mo agreed and went to treat Shao-Chi. Shibabin is the younger brother of the second brother, so he is always leaning on the second brother now that he is weak. Tang Mo quickly used his mental power to help Shao-Chi recover. The problem was not big, but the child was not as physically fit as others. The second brother looked at what his sister-in-law had done and did not express his solemn thanks like last time. The eldest sister-in-law's kindness to him was so great that he could never fully repay it. Now in the heart of the second son, the eldest sister-in-law's kindness was even greater than that of the eldest brother. He can do everything in the team with his heart for the boss and share the burden for him. But you can pay more for your sister-in-law, even your life, to repay this kindness. These are far from just words. You guys recover. Take a good rest. Stay another day tomorrow, and then we'll make a long-term plan. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he saw that everyone's mental state had improved a lot, so he explained it carefully. I feel like now I have strength all over my body. Even if I go out and defeat them now, it won't be a problem. That's it. This is the first time in so many days that I feel like I'm okay. Again. Hey, it would be great if we could get those weapons back. We still have so many guns, bullets, and knives. If we have those, we can clean up this place. They came out on a mission this time, so naturally they brought a lot of guys with them. But now they don't know who they went to, which is really a pity. The speaker has no intention, and the listener has the intention. Arms? This is quite important. Even if it is not important, it cannot be left to these people. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he still remembered that they were going to go to war with the orangutan tribe. If they had this batch of things, wouldn't their strength be greatly enhanced? Which was unfair. After this period of time, Tang Mo's heart now completely stands with Dahua Shihua's family. This savage is not a good thing. When he thought of that woman who wanted to force good people into prostitution, forcing Qin Ling to submit, the late Tang Dynasty became so angry that he automatically planned himself into the Mao's camp and regarded these savages as the same own enemy. You guys take a good rest. I'll go out and do some errands first. In the long night, there are still many things to do at the end of Tang Dynasty. I will go with you. Qin Ling grabbed Tang Mo. With his understanding, he naturally knew what Tang Mo was going to do. You're still weak. Wait for me here. Tang Mo held Qin Ling's hand. Just kidding. It would be too disrespectful to take a man with you when dealing with a love rival. Tang Mo got out again through the small hole, covered the entrance with weeds, and then went straight to the largest house. That wooden house was several times larger than the others. Without asking, anyone could tell that it was where the clan leader lived. What's more, unlike the other rooms, there was faint light coming out of that room. It is the only shining place in the entire tribe. When he arrived, Tang Mo took out his mental energy and looked at it carefully. I quickly figured out this place. There were 3 wooden houses side by side. One of them was occupied by a middle-aged couple. The room was dark, and they must have fallen asleep. The room in the middle was brightly lit, and the woman who had intentions for Qin Ling was sitting on a chair fiddling with something. The slightly smaller room next to it is a warehouse. There were many things inside, and all the materials and weapons brought by Qin Ling's group were placed in the center. Put the other things away first. Tang Mo was going to get the things back first, and then talk about the other things. Entering the warehouse as usual, except for the things belonging to those in the Qin Ling Mountains that had traces of modernization. The others were treasures from some strange beasts and some plants that I couldn't tell what they were in the late Tang Dynasty. They should be congenital aliens. Precious. There were also several small jars filled with powdered stuff that was exactly the same as the rosemary Abu gave himself. Sure enough, this rosemary is the most important treasure in this tribe. Otherwise, it would not be so cherished and still stored in this warehouse. Now is obviously not the time to study the things in this warehouse. Tang Mo didn't check it carefully and just put everything into the space. Let's treat these things as interest first. Looking at the empty warehouse, Tang Mo felt a little satisfied. But these things alone are not enough. Tang Mo quietly retreated and then approached the room in the middle. The door to Leah's room was not locked. So Tang Mo was ready to open the door and go in directly. When I got to the door, I found that the people inside seemed to be talking to themselves. I couldn't help but stop and wanted to see what this woman was talking about. In the room, Leah looked at her face carefully in front of a stone similar to a mirror. The light in the room is produced by igniting a piece of grass soaked in plant extract. The light was originally very weak, and coupled with the blur of the stone, it made Leah's face somewhat deformed. But the woman on the chair seemed very satisfied and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Why doesn't he like such a pretty face? Is he pretending to be reserved or playing hard to get? The woman was talking to herself, and the expression on her face was so narcissistic that Tang Mo wanted to vomit. Objectively speaking, Leah is not ugly among the savages, and her father is the leader of the clan, so she has thought highly of herself since she was a child. Chapter 187: A Small Punishment. Tang Mo really couldn't help but laugh out loud. She had seen narcissistic people before, but this was the first time she had seen such narcissistic people in late Tang Dynasty. But he is just a savage, with a normal human nose, eyes and mouth. He really thinks he is a fairy. The frog in the well, who has never seen the outside world, is probably like this. But now is not the time to break up with these savages. Tang Mo is only going to collect some interest first. He took out some rosemary, a specialty of this tribe, from the space, and then used his mental power to blow a small breeze to send this specialty in. Treat others the same way you treat them. Soon Leah fell asleep on the table, motionless. Tang Mo walked in through the door generously, then took out a pair of scissors from the space and started collecting her interest. She just saw this woman combing her hair for a long time. She must be very precious about her hair. Would she be surprised if when she woke up again, she found that her baby's braids had turned into weeds? A wicked thought in the late Tang Dynasty. After cutting her hair, Tang Mo was still angry. When he thought of Qin Ling suffering so much at her hands, he felt that it was not a pity for her to die. There was no soft-heartedness at the end of the Tang Dynasty. What was there to be soft-hearted about? If she had come later, Qin Ling would have died. To be soft on your enemy is to do yourself harm. But it was too easy to let her die now. She wanted this woman to watch her tribe decline, perish, and finally disappear from the world because of her. Tang Mo took off all her clothes, then tied her hands and feet to a chair. After doing all this, I set an alarm clock with my ID watch that had lost its signal function, and then laid down on the bed in the room without any psychological burden and started to rest with my eyes closed. She has always been accustomed to finding the most comfortable way of life for herself in a simple environment. In such an environment, Tang Mo naturally released his mental power to guard him, and then he fell into a deep sleep, sleeping soundly and soundly. After all, sleeping in such a sheltered wooden house is much more comfortable than in a cave. A few hours later, it was dawn, and Tang Moting's alarm clock rang at the right time. Tang Mo opened his eyes, sorted himself out briefly, glanced at Leah, who was still sleeping, and then walked out of the room and closed the door. I set a fire in the warehouse on the right. After the fire became stronger, I hid in a towering tree on the side, found a strong branch and set it on the tree, and quietly admired everything that happened next. Come quickly! The warehouse is on fire! It was originally morning, and most people had already gotten up. Tang Mo's voice shocked the entire tribe and woke them up. When I went out, I saw that the most important place in the entire tribe was on fire. Men, women, old and young all went into battle, carrying the largest container in their house to fetch water from a nearby water source, and then rushed to the fire scene. The fire was so big that it quickly spread to the side, and Leah's house was about to be caught in it. When everyone arrived after fetching water, they saw the patriarch and his wife anxiously yelling something at the door. Leah is still in the room and hasn't come out. Rush in and save her. With such a huge fire, if Leah didn't come out, she would probably die. But now Leah's house has started to catch fire. Everyone is made of flesh and blood, and no one dares to enter easily. Go quickly. Get out of here. The clan leader was angry and kicked the people around him hard. But human nature is like this. Even if he was worried about his most beloved daughter, he didn't even move a step. Whoever can rescue Leah, I will marry Leah to whoever she can. And whoever she can will be the next patriarch. Seeing that everyone was afraid of death and unwilling to move, the clan leader became cruel. He only had this one daughter, and now that he was too old to give birth to a new heir, he naturally couldn't let his only daughter die in the fire like this. A lot of money must be brave. And soon a short man who was still young rushed in wearing a big leaf soaked in water. The The door of the house was already on fire. But perhaps the temptation of being the most beautiful woman in the tribe, and the leader of the tribe, was too attractive. So the man hesitated for a moment, and then rushed in. After a while, the man rushed out again, holding an extra chair in his arms. Just when everyone was still wondering why they couldn't save the person despite holding a chair, the chair was put down, and everyone saw Leah, who was tied to the chair and naked. The face of the man who rushed in was blackened, and now the woman on the chair looked even more ugly. Obviously, this Leah looked like she had been ruined. And now everyone was gathered around the fire scene, and her body was all exposed. People in the tribe don't place a particularly high value on chastity, but they are also monogamous. And the most basic etiquette, justice and shame still exist. What are you looking at? Close your eyes! When the patriarch saw his daughter's appearance, he became angry and shouted. Then he immediately took off the animal's skin from a man next to him and covered it with his daughter. When such a thing happened, he was instantly embarrassed more than he felt sorry for his daughter. It was better to let Leah die in the fire just now, so that he and her face could be saved. At that moment, the clan leader regretted his previous decision. He took the water from the person next to him and poured it on his daughter's face. Soon, Leah, who had almost worn off the medicine, woke up faintly. When I opened my eyes, I suddenly found that there were many people around me, and I felt an inexplicable chill all over my body. Ah! After understanding her current situation, Leah suddenly screamed. What's going on? How could such a thing happen? Why don't you help untie her? The patriarch's face was completely humiliated, and he stared at his wife beside him. The status of women with weak fighting ability in the tribe is very low. The patriarch's wife did not say anything, but silently went to untie her daughter's rope. Leah has been favored since she was a child. In addition, she is indeed very strong and has a relatively high level of talent, almost equivalent to that of an adult man. Therefore, she has always stood on a united front with her father, looking down on her mother, and sometimes even treats her like her father. The mother punched and kicked her. For such a daughter, as a mother, she really can't have any feelings of licking the calf. Otherwise she wouldn't have been standing behind the patriarch for so long without making any movement, as if she was looking at a stranger. Father! What's going on? How did I get Rosemary? As someone who has lived in a tribe since childhood, I am very familiar with Rosemary, the treasure of the tribe. I can tell that I have been drugged just by the smell on my body. Chapter 188 Return to the Top. Humph. You don't even know how I know. When Leah was brought out, her hands and feet were tied up. Her hair was cut to pieces, and she was naked. Everyone knew what happened the night before. If you also know that Rosemary is used, it must be someone from the tribe. The patriarch's face became increasingly ugly. However, there was another man at this time, whose expression was even uglier than that of the clan leader. That was the little man who rushed into the fire to save Leah. With Leah like this, if he marries her again, he will become a joke to the whole tribe. But if you don't marry, you will definitely not be able to get the position of patriarch. Forget it. For the sake of that position, it's a joke. The man finally decided to admit it, put on the bright green hat obediently, and looked at Leah with an unkind look. The ceremony will be held in a few days to arrange your marriage. Originally, the patriarch just casually talked about saving his daughter, and then wanted to default on the debt. But in the current situation, marrying this man directly may be the best choice to save everyone's face. The man nodded with a livid face. I don't want her first child. Chastity may not be that important, and can be tolerated. But for every man, offspring is something that cannot be joked about. Who knows if the first child that Leah gave birth to now is his own? He would not raise a son for others. What are you talking about? I won't marry you. You're dreaming. Leah screamed. Obviously she still hadn't figured out how she could become like this after just one night. Even though she was the apple of her father's eye. The little princess of the tribe. Shut up! The clan leader scolded. No longer as gentle as before. The child he was originally so proud of has become the biggest shame in his life. And his image as a loving father can no longer be maintained. Everyone looked at Leah with gloating ridicule and ruthless contempt. Because of Leah's usual arrogance, no one had a trace of sympathy in their eyes. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he watched the farce below with great interest from the tree. He was so excited that he even wanted to take out a bucket of popcorn to eat. Hey, trying to steal a man from her? If you want to steal a man's heart, you must be prepared to bear all the consequences. Don't be too greedy as a person. If you always want to get things that don't belong to you, sooner or later your greed will bite you back. But this is far from over. After waiting for the farce below to subside, Tang Mo clapped his hands and jumped off the tree and left. After what happened this time, she probably figured out what kind of character the people here were like. In this way, the next thing to do will be even more stress-free. Are these painful? It's not nearly enough. People who bully her don't turn over easily. That would be so out of character for her. A smile appeared on Tang Mo's face. When he returned to the wooden house where Qin Ling was trapped, Tang Mo climbed in. Qin Ling's and the others' mental state was obviously very different from yesterday. Everyone started small activities and fitness in the room, and prepared to recover as quickly as possible, rolling up their sleeves and doing something big. After Tang Mo came back, he brought out food and water for everyone to cook, and also brought out a lot of crystal coins. At this time, the benefactor's father is the benefactor's father, and all food and drink are provided. Seeing that the food was once again placed on the floor, everyone cheered a little, blew a round of rainbow farts to the sister-in-law, and then started eating and drinking. Qin Ling held Tang Mo's hand. "What are you going for? Did you go and get your weapons back?" Tang Mo took out his hand and stuffed a chicken leg inside. Now that something like this has happened to the eldest lady, no one is in the mood to watch them force Qin Ling to submit. Tang Mo simply let go and brought out a lot of good things for everyone. The bigger the smell, the bigger it is. We are not afraid of trouble. Just a weapon? With Qin Ling's understanding of his wife, why did he think it wasn't that simple? That's right. Tang Mo smiled, looking harmless to humans and animals. It was just a small prank after taking his own things. There is no need to report such a small thing. Qin Ling looked at his daughter-in-law like this. He simply lost his temper. He couldn't remember anything he wanted to ask. He could only rub Tang Mo's hair lovingly, and then started to eat the chicken legs. It's better to eat more, so that you can quickly return to your peak condition and protect your wife, without her daughter-in-law coming out to hero save the beauty. The next few days of the late Tang dynasty were spent in this wooden house. It's just that every day everyone takes turns to come out of the cave to find a remote and open place to run a few laps to exercise. Being in a small space all the time is really frustrating and can make people cripple themselves. In fact, they have already recovered in the past few days, and getting out is a matter of minutes. But obviously Tang Mo's goal was not just as simple as taking them out. She told everyone about the conflict between the orangutans and this tribe, the treasures of the orangutans, the secrets of animal control of the tribe, and the secrets of Abu. There were too many things here that she wanted to find out. How could she be willing to leave so easily? However, after everyone waited for a few days, the people in the tribe still had no intention of going up the mountain to fight. It shouldn't be. According to the analysis at the end of Tang Dynasty, the way to go up the mountain has been so perfect. He also sent Abu up to investigate. The people in this tribe should start taking action soon. Yes. Why haven't they been there after so many days? Where's the movement? What Tang Mo didn't know was that her analysis was actually completely correct. But she herself had completely disrupted the plan of the savage tribe. Originally, the people in this tribe had prepared everything, and they had collected a batch of Qin Ling's weapons. So they felt that everything was ready. But who would have thought that in a burst of fire, all the treasures and confiscated things of his tribe would be lost? This is a slap in the face. You can't fight that gorilla with a stick in your bare hands. The people in this tribe are not fools. So why not be beaten into meat patties with just one fist? However, life in the late Tang Dynasty was not boring these days. In addition to spending time with Qin Ling Nui, she occasionally also cared about the living conditions of her former love rival to see if her life was miserable enough now, and whether she needed to help herself. These people really didn't let her down. She didn't need to take action at all, which saved a lot of trouble. Perhaps because he was too embarrassed. On the third day after the fire, the patriarch held a breaking ceremony for his daughter and the short man. Because Leah resisted so much, the patriarch even gave her rosemary himself, which made Leah feel dazed all day long. And she gradually woke up after the wedding night. The uncooked rice has become cooked rice. No one in the entire tribe of her father, mother and family is on her side. Gradually, Leah accepted her fate. Life was so difficult that I had long forgotten what happened to the Qin Ling group. Chapter 189. Everyone is gone. Let's wait until today's people come to deliver water. We won't wait any longer. The big guy is being fed like a cow now. So just staying in this small room is really not an option. The guards in the tribe usually bring them water once every 3 days. After they open the door, everyone rushes out directly and is no longer trapped in this circle. In fact, the door of this wooden house could not trap them for a long time. But the end of Tang Dynasty had not finished watching the excitement of this tribe and the orangutan tribe. I originally wanted to wait a little longer. But now it seems that it is not something that can be done in a short time. We can only think about it in the long term. Otherwise, if we wait any longer, each of them will gain weight. But after waiting for a day, from morning to night, no one came to bring them water. This week, they seem to have been forgotten in this wooden house. If it weren't for Tang Mo's father, the financial backer, here, they would all have died of thirst and starvation. In fact, this is exactly what the tribe leader meant. Everything was plundered and his daughter was married off due to a sudden accident. Originally, it seemed that this group of people still had some strength, and they could best be used for themselves. They were a powerful helper in the battle between the apes, and could make their own people feel a lot more relaxed. But after all this time, these people are still unwilling to compromise. They must be a tough nut to crack, so they can just fend for themselves here. No more. I really can't bear it anymore. If this group of people got the sister-in-law today, everyone has been gearing up for a day, and their hands are almost bruised. They haven't had a chance to use their fists and kicks, and they can't hold it in for a long time. The old man suddenly stood up and kicked out the door of the wooden house. After all, this wooden house is where prisoners of this tribe are kept, so it is quite sturdy. Without even kicking, Lao Ba took a step back and raised his foot again. Wait a moment. Tang Mo, who had been sitting in the corner and leaning against Qin Ling, spoke out. Seeing his sister-in-law stand up, Lao Ba thought that he had offended his sister-in-law by making independent decisions. So he lowered his head dejectedly and prepared to retreat. Sister-in-law's words are everything. No one in this room, no matter who they are now or in the future, can say a word to my sister-in-law. I got the weapons back for you. Don't kick them. Tang Mo stood up, took out all the things he had brought back from the tribe's warehouse, and placed them on the ground. Brute force is not advisable. How can you save energy? Split it up. Everyone looked at the things here and didn't know what to say. Just find your own weapons and backpack equipment one by one, and arm yourself from head to toe. Now they are no longer surprised by anything my sister-in-law does. Even if she picks off the moon from Tianshan Mountain, there seems to be no surprise. After all, angels have boundless power. Tang Mo took a backup pistol from it, buffed it in his hand to feel the weight, then picked up a silencer from the ground and installed it. He loaded the gun and fired 3 shots at the door lock. With another kick, the door opened easily. Let's go out. At the end of Tang Dynasty, Xingyan finished all this smoothly, and then walked out first. Lively didn't care about the achievement. Just think that she had done a good deed and helped the orangutan tribe to level the tribes at the foot of the mountain. Any kindness must be repaid, and any hatred must be avenged. What happened to Leah last time was just a small temporary interest charge, and the real revenge has just begun. Sister-in-law, why is there no one here? The brothers were all ready for a big fight, but after leaving the house and walking for a long time, they still didn't see anyone. They all felt like a heavy punch had been hit on cotton. It shouldn't be. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, I had seen the normal appearance of this tribe, because the houses were very close to each other. Although the tribe was not big, the population was still quite dense. She had never seen a situation like today where there was no one around. The patriarch's room was also empty, and Leah and her new husband were nowhere to be seen. Tang Mo casually found a house, kicked the door open with a knife, and walked in. Several people behind him followed him like bodyguards. They all had something in their hands and were full of momentum. Qin Ling followed at the end with nothing in his hands, his doting eyes always staring at his wife. He didn't want to do anything, no matter what Tang Mo did. His eyes were full of joy, and he looked happy. Inside the house, a woman who was obviously weak after giving birth was holding her infant baby. She was trembling slightly as she looked at the people coming in. She huddled in the corner of the bed and leaned against the wall. Tang Mo looked around the room. There was only one woman and child in the room. Where are they? The patriarch took all the people in the tribe up the mountain. Now only the elderly, women and children who have little strength are left in the tribe. This woman had just given birth a few days ago and had been on the verge of death. She was still in poor health, so naturally she couldn't go on an expedition with the clan leader. She had seen all of these people, except for the leading woman, who had been arrested by the clan leader before and had a lot of things confiscated. It was obvious now that they had escaped. The guards had followed the leader, and the house did not trap them. The tribe is now empty, and there is no one more capable of helping her. It seems that she and her newborn child will not survive today. The woman's hands tightly held the child in her arms, saying her final goodbyes in her heart. It's pity that her newly born child is still so young and hasn't even had a few sips of milk. Let's go up the mountain. Tang Mo immediately understood that the battle between humans and orangutans would be today. What a coincidence that it was better to come sooner than later. Fortunately, I took everyone out today. Otherwise it would be a pity to miss the excitement after waiting for so long. Sister-in-law, aren't we going to raise the tribe to the ground? Just let the remaining people in the tribe go. Lao Ba is a straight man and doesn't have any twists and turns. He only knows that he and his brothers have suffered a lot these days. And someone must repay this debt. Otherwise, how can he feel balanced? Before Lao Ba's words could reach the ground, Lao Er's foot came over and kicked him on the butt. Why do you talk so much? If you want to fight with these vulnerable groups when there is a fight with you, are you an old man? You have no future. The second child is the only one here who is married and has children, and his heart is much thicker than the elders. Tang Mo said nothing. She must report her flaws. But she is not a murderous maniac who has lost even the most basic bottom line of being a human being, no matter how angry she is. It's not her style to take out her anger on the old, weak, sick and disabled who don't even have the strength to resist. Chapter 190 Defeat One by One. When we arrived at the foot of the mountain, the vine was not put away, but hung there floating in the wind. Unlike Abu, who only has one such vine. Tang Mo raised his eyes and looked up. There were many vines hanging on the mountain, and each one looked the same as Abu's one. This tribe had carefully prepared for going up the mountain, and Tang Dynasty had long known this. And Abu was also part of their careful preparation. Maybe they were waiting to use it when they climbed down next, and those people were too lazy to collect it. This provided them with a lot of convenience in the late Tang Dynasty. Counting the late Tang Dynasty, there were a total of 11 people. Without a second thought, Tungman climbed up. The climb was as smooth as walking on flat ground. He didn't even use the rest cave in the middle, and climbed to the top of the mountain in one breath. Just kidding. Their usual devil training is not for nothing. Most of them were special forces before the end of the world. A small number of them were martial arts from elementary school, and a few of them got here with some special skills. Every basic skill is extremely solid, and this little move is nothing at all. After they climbed to the top of the mountain and stood firm, they saw that the blood on the top of the mountain was already bleeding all over the ground. It looked like it was after a great battle. It was extremely tragic. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he counted and found that there were 6 orangutan corpses here. The 6 orangutans happened to be the 6 that usually guarded the top of the mountain. Several of the faces, including the leader's orangutan, had been seen by Tang Mo before. Their stomachs have been completely cut open with sharp tools, and they are too dead to die. Next to the corpses of these orangutans, there were several human corpses. That shouldn't be the case. 6 orangutans died, and only so many people died? Judging from the size and muscles of this orangutan, it's obvious that he can beat 5 with 1. Everyone doesn't quite understand how these 6 orangutans were eliminated so easily. This is not logical at all. The price those humans paid was far less than they should have paid. Tang Mo leaned down and got close to the corpse of the largest orangutan. Opened his mouth, fanned it with his hand, and smelled it. No rosemary smell. It seems that those humans have other trump cards. In fact, the clan leader originally prepared rosemary, but he didn't expect that the guarding orangutan had suffered a loss once and would never eat on the top of the mountain again. The wind from the rosemary couldn't blow directly up, so I had to use my trump card in advance. Tang Mo did not get up in a hurry, but carefully inspected the bodies of the orangutans. After watching for a long time, she probably had some idea of the method the tribe used to kill so many orangutans so easily and at the minimum cost. I see. Quick! Let's go inside! At the end of Tang Dynasty, he got up and started running towards the cave where Ameo lived. These humans were more complicated than she imagined, and they were in danger. Tang Mo ran ahead, followed by a group of men, until they arrived at the 2 caves not far from the top of the mountain, where Ameo, his wife, and Dahua lived. There were about 110 people gathered in front of the cave. Dozens of people were crowded inside the cave, and those who couldn't get in gathered around the outside. It didn't seem like they were fighting, but talking about something. And what was different from what the late Tang Dynasty had imagined was that the cave they were in was not Ameo's, but Dahua's cave. Why in Dahua's cave? At the end of Tang Dynasty, he remembered that when Abu came last time, he was not very willing to wander around the mountain. Instead, he stayed alone in Dahua's cave and could not help but make some guesses. The people in the tribe were holding wooden sticks tied with stinging thorns and vines. They stood outside the cave with eager eyes, waiting for the clan leader to give the order to start the battle. Take care of the people outside first. Speak softly, and don't disturb the people inside. We can still watch the excitement, Tang Mo said to the people next to him. She had been waiting for this excitement for so long, and it was really hard not to see it with her own eyes. Everyone gave a received gesture. There are 11 of them, and they are all in peak physical condition. They have all the equipment in their hands. It is not a piece of cake to deal with dozens of savages. The guys put away their guns one after another, took out their own cold weapons, and rushed into the crowd. From behind, he held his chin with both hands and twisted it, and someone fell to the ground silently in an instant. The person who reacted and was about to speak out was stabbed on the carotid artery, ensuring that he would not be able to utter a single syllable. After the knife is removed from the carotid artery, it can be inserted into the vital part of the next person. In this way, the 9 people shuttled through the team like the Grim Reaper, harvesting lives as quickly as possible. Why 9 people? Naturally, Qin Ling and the late Tang dynasty were not involved. The 2 people were standing behind with great interest, watching everyone's performance. The business skills of your brothers are well trained. Most of their movements were neat, with nothing superfluous at all. It made the late Tang dynasty look thoughtful. I will also help you practice with your people from now on. It is indeed the Qinling Mountains in the late Tang dynasty. Any thoughtful look in the late Tang dynasty can guess the meaning behind it. Seeing Qinling speak so righteously, Tang Mo was happy and rewarded him with a little love and encouragement. Everyone who was working over there saw this scene out of the corner of their eyes, and the sadness and pain of being abused for so many days suddenly came to their hearts, and the movements of their hands became even more agile. Ah! Die for me! It didn't even take 10 minutes before all the people on the outside fell to the ground. The 20 or so people in the cave were probably the most powerful people in the tribe, and the clan leader's confidants. So they stood very inside. They were listening intently at the moment, and didn't pay attention to what was going on outside. There is a whole group of orangutans on this mountain. But the orangutan group is inherited by blood and attaches great importance to emotions. They have now taken the leader and his family of this group of orangutans hostage in their hands. The group of orangutans have been driven back to various caves obediently, and they dare not take a step out. As long as they take one step, their leader and his family will die in front of them. Although the orangutans are said to have opened up their sanity in the apocalypse, most of them have the same IQ as children and cannot think of many conspiracies. The leader of the human tribe has made a lot of calculations, and now he wants to get the treasure first. When you get that thing and have time, kill the orangutans one by one in your own cave. Finally, let's deal with the orangutan leader. By defeating them one by one in this way, you will save a lot of energy. As expected, animals with low IQs are simple. Chapter 191 Human Sentinel. But it is a pity that he offended Qinling this time and met the late Tang dynasty. No matter how perfect a plan is, it will eventually come to nothing. After everyone outside the cave was cleared, Tang Mo stepped over the bleeding corpses and slowly moved his body closer to the entrance of the cave. Listen carefully to the sounds coming from inside. If you don't hand it over, your 2 daughters will die. You don't have much time to hesitate. The words of the savage leader rang out in the cave. Tang Mo stuck his head in and looked inside. But it was a pity that those 20 or so people had blocked everything tightly, leaving no gaps at all. There was no other way. So Tang Mo could only disperse his mental power to replace his eyes. She could see it, but the others couldn't see the excitement at all. She gave Qin Ling and the others an apologetic look, and then concentrated on what was happening inside. Everyone in the Qin Ling group knew how long Tang Mo had been patiently waiting for today's excitement, so naturally they would not deprive her of this fun. What's more, they are all men and have no intention of gossiping. He just patiently smoked a cigarette not far from the cave entrance and waited for the end of Tang dynasty. Qin Ling also stood with his brothers, leaning against a big tree and smoking. Brother, my sister-in-law is so close. What should I do if she is suddenly discovered and in danger? There are so many people inside? Xiaoqi worriedly asked his second brother, who was also his brother. It was his sister-in-law who brought him back from the brink of death. He was sincerely worried about her. Now when I see my sister-in-law doing such a dangerous thing, why doesn't even the boss look worried at all? Doesn't the boss love his sister-in-law the most? Worry about sister-in-law? Even 10 of you can't beat one sister-in-law. So don't worry about this useless worry. The second child glanced at the sister-in-law who was leaning against the wall with a very interested expression on her face. That is not an ordinary woman. She is a woman who can take over the whole world by herself. She doesn't need anyone to do everything well. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he hid most of his body at the door of the cave, and then looked at the scene inside through his mental power. In the cave, apart from the savage patriarch and his 20-something confidants, Ameo's family of 4 were also inside. But at this time, Dahua and Xiaohua were held by several people and held hostage aside. Ameo was standing next to his wife, angrily beating the ground with both hands, causing the cave to raise a cloud of dust. Aren't you very precious to your 2 daughters? You don't want them to die in front of you, do you? The leader of the orangutan tribe is an out-and-out slave to his daughter. He is willing to do anything for his daughter. This is the most important news that Abu brought back. Don't hurt them! At the mention of his daughter, Ameo retracted his hand, with a hint of nervousness added to his anger. Abba! Abba! Xiaohua was just a cub that had just learned to talk. The current scene frightened her. She stretched out her 2 long arms and wanted to be hugged by her parents. Don't be afraid, little flower. Dad will hug you right away. Even in this situation, Ameo still tried his best to tone down his tone and comfort his daughter as much as possible. Dahua pursed her lips tightly and lowered her head slightly, not wanting to look at everything in front of her. She knew that everything that happened today was caused by herself. But she thought that Abu just wanted the baby. She never thought that Abu would really want to hurt them. How do you know that stuff? Ameo didn't understand. That thing was something he had been guarding since his ancestors. And even his clansmen didn't know it. These humans under the mountain have only been here less than 2 years. So where did they learn about it? Do you think you have hidden your things so well that no one will know? You are so naive. When we first came here, we saw something glowing faintly on the top of your mountain. Even orangutans can talk about people. That's it. How could it be that you don't have a baby? It is also a coincidence that the first day this group of humans came here was also the beginning of the end of the world, which happened to be when those strange treasures absorbed the energy of the essence of heaven and earth and changed. The treasure on the mountain happened to emit a strange light, which attracted the attention of the people below. However, based on the fact that orangutans can talk, the patriarch speculated that the thing was a treasure, which was simply a blind cat encountering a dead mouse. Because after a while, he will find that more strange beasts will start to speak. Of course, if he survives until then. So that's it. Ameo stood there, frozen and silent. I don't know how long it took. I can't give you that thing. In the end, Ameo made up his mind. That thing can't be given to them. The orangutans don't need it. But they absolutely can't give it to such enemies with ulterior motives. Especially this group of humans, who have killed many of their own kind. Even if they hand over this thing, they will not let go of their own clan. If he still has the strength to fight now, then when they take that thing away, he and his tribe will really have no choice but to wait for death. The leader is the leader. Although he is not very sane, Ameo is also the smartest person in the orangutan tribe. This is the simplest truth that he can still understand. As for his 2 daughters, compared with the entire ethnic group, maybe it is worth paying something. Ameo looked at his 2 daughters, whom he had cared about since childhood, and crystal tears instantly fell from the corners of his eyes. As long as they hurt his daughter, he would be ready to explode in an instant and send out slogans to his fellow tribesmen to counterattack. It seems that our information was wrong when we said you were a daughter slave. Didn't you expect that you are quite cruel as a father? The savage leader saw that things did not go as smoothly as he expected, and his face became ugly. But it's quite ridiculous for him to say something about someone else being unqualified as a father. Then don't blame me for being rude. Start with the big one first. The patriarch gave a gesture to the hand holding the big flower. Wait a minute. I have something to say. Dahua's shout caused everything around to stop temporarily. Everyone stopped, waiting for the only clothed orangutan to say something. Did you send Abu? Dahua had already seen it, and there was no shadow of Abu in the circle she looked at. At the end of Tang Dynasty, when his mental power was locked on this place, he immediately searched for it, and found Abu's shadow in the corner of the cave closest to the outside. Of course. Otherwise, do you think he can really climb this mountain so easily by himself? I just wanted him to explore the way. But who knew you orangutans are so easy to deceive? You will believe whatever I say. Abu has been the sentinel of the human tribe from beginning to end. And he is a sentinel who has overfulfilled his mission. Chapter 192, She Did Something Wrong. Abu! Abu! Dahua shouted Abu's name loudly. trying to search for him in the crowd. Abu hid in the last corner, lowered his head even further, and exited step by step towards the entrance of the cave. Abu! Come out! The savage clan leader seems to have become a bit mentally disturbed since his daughter's incident. He just likes to see such a dilemma, as if that can make up for the humiliation he suffered in the first place. Abu! Tell her what's going on! After all, this is the tribe where he will stay for the rest of his life, even if he didn't want to. After hearing the clan leader's words, Abu could only reluctantly move out step by step. I'm approaching you because of the treasure of your orangutan clan. After all, parents are the most important in providing food and clothing. After thinking about it, Abu said to Dahua. Dahua was not surprised when she heard this. She didn't know Abu's purpose until now. So you brought them here to kill our whole family and destroy our entire clan. Right. What a cruel heart. Really a cruel heart. Do you still remember? The first time you came here? My father said he would beat you to death. But later he let you go. It was me who knelt at his door all night until I fainted. And then he relented and let you go. Dahua recalled that in the past, no matter what she did, she always cherished Abu as her friend with 10% seriousness and effort. She always knew why Abu was approaching her. She doesn't care. But she didn't expect that Abu would be so ruthless. He didn't just want the thing belonging to their orangutan family. He also wants the lives of himself and the entire orangutan clan. Dahua, the matter has come to this, and I have nothing more to say. You should hand over your things as soon as possible, so that you can suffer less. Abu never liked this orangutan from the beginning to the end, and he never even regarded Dahua as his friend. It's true that he is a scumbag who only takes advantage of girls' likes, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't know who is good to him. He wanted to tell Dahua that he couldn't help himself, and he didn't want them to die, but he couldn't do anything. The saddest thing is that he also served as the executioner's knife handler. Dahua's tears fell on the ground uncontrollably, draining the thoughts of her girls and all her yearning for human love. She is the child of the leader of the orangutan tribe, and she knows that she cannot cry at this time, as crying would make her look weak. But she couldn't help it. She couldn't help but feel guilty for the consequences of the wrong thing she had done before. Too many uncles, brothers and sisters have died, and they all watched her grow up. Why should the people closest to me pay for the mistakes I made? She would never be able to forgive herself for feeling such guilt. Have you never liked me? In fact, this question is very boring, because both the person being asked and the person asking the question have a clear answer in mind. Dahua knew it in her heart, but she had been deceiving herself. Until today, we have reached a situation that is difficult to end. It's so ridiculous that she even married someone she didn't like because of her little self-deception, just to give Abu the treasure to make him happy. From beginning to end, she acted like a fool. And now, she wanted to hear the answer that she had known for a long time with her own ears, and completely end her unrealistic fantasy. Dahua. Ameo and Ali hugged each other tightly and looked at their daughter. From the first time humans went up the mountain, they knew it was not good, but it was already too late. They didn't blame Dahua for everything today. They only blamed themselves for turning Dahua into a tribe of orangutans, which made her life so painful. Yes, at this moment, Abu no longer had any reason to deceive her. It's really ridiculous. An orangutan has learned to talk, but he really thinks he is a human? He doesn't even urinate to look at himself. Beside the crowd, a pretty human girl said sharply. She and her brother Abu were childhood sweethearts, so it was natural that someone would covet her brother Abu. Not to mention that he was an orangutan who overestimated his abilities. It was really ridiculous. Dahua looked at the girl who made the noise. She was about 16 or 17 years old, with a slender figure, somewhat dark skin, red lips and white teeth, and frighteningly bright eyes. Such an appearance was naturally not high in the eyes of the late Tang dynasty, but it was the most elusive and unattainable appearance of Dahua. Dahua unconsciously tugged at her wrinkled skirt after struggling. Without looking in the mirror, she knew how embarrassed she looked now, and the last light in her eyes dimmed little by little. Stop talking nonsense. Let's take off the little orangutan's arm first. If you don't be serious, you really think we are joking with him. The clan leader had almost seen the excitement here, and seeing that the orangutan had no intention of handing over the treasure, he ordered. Maybe he felt that the older orangutan had too many things to do and lost the favor of his parents, while the younger one was even more favored by the leader of the orangutan tribe. So he suddenly changed his mind. An unqualified father thinks that all fathers in the world are as unqualified as him. This time, the man over there didn't hold him back anymore. He raised the knife and was about to chop it on Shihua's arm. He was obviously mentally prepared. But when it came time to fall on his daughter, Ameo couldn't hold back in the end and subconsciously rushed over. The crisis of the orangutans. Life safety. And ancestral inheritance. At that moment, none of it seemed important. At that moment, all he could see in his eyes was Shihua's frightened and helpless face. The thing happened suddenly. But it was also under the supervision of Tang Mo's mental power. Her mental strength was already prepared. And when the knife fell, it would fly away. But in the end, Tang Mo's speed was still one step behind the heart of a father. Ameo stretched out a hand, grasped the blade with his palm, and forcefully opened the knife. The blood from his fingers trickled down to the ground along the blade. But he didn't seem to see it, and just stared at his daughter. Dahua was still in their hands. And he didn't dare to resist too much at this time, for fear of hurting their people, making them angry, and then hurting Dahua. Don't be afraid, little flower. Dad will protect you. Abba. Abba. Xiaohua was frightened, stretched out her hand, and cried to her father to hold her. Xiaohua was young and had no ability to resist. There was only one person holding her. At this time, after the man's knife was broken open, Ameo used his other uninjured hand to gently hold his daughter in his arms. Then he let go of the hand holding the blade and retreated to his wife's side. Chapter 193 The End of Everything. Ali quickly took the little flower from Ameo's hand and coaxed it carefully. Seeing her father's hand bleeding continuously, Dahua's tears that had just stopped flowed even more fiercely. If Dahua doesn't cry, if you don't cry, Abba will save you right away. We are not afraid. As soon as he brought his younger daughter back, he turned around and saw his older daughter crying so hard. Ameo seemed at a loss. At this time, he couldn't feel the pain in his hands at all. He was just worried about his daughter and coaxed her like a child. But unlike Xiaohua, Dahua was already an adult and was surrounded by several people with weapons. It is simply impossible for Ameo to bring his daughter out unscathed. Abba, please tell everyone to call in and leave me alone. When I die, I will atone for the sins of those uncles and uncles. Dahua closed her eyes in despair. She caused all this trouble. Let her end it. What are you talking about? You and your sister are my darlings. I will risk everything in my life to protect you too. A good leader and a good father. He finally chose to be a good father. A person always has to live up to something in his life. And the most important thing is to have a clear conscience. Maybe they would all die later. But at this moment, he just couldn't help but watch his daughter die in front of him. Who says humans have emotions that animals don't have? Maybe in many cases. Humans are the most ruthless and unjust creatures in the world. Tang Mo was the one who watched the development of the story of the human father and daughter and the orangutan father and daughter from beginning to end, and couldn't help but feel this way. Let's go. Let's start work. Tang Mo said to a group of men sitting aside to rest, and then walked in first. The mental power turned into a wind blade and cut off the lives of the people holding Dahua hostage as quickly as possible before anyone could react. Go and save your daughter, and then call all the orangutans over here. At this moment, the distance between Tang Dynasty and Dahua was still too far, and there were still a group of people in the middle, so they could only shout at Ameo. In fact, Ameo didn't react at that moment. He just kept staring at his daughter, and then suddenly found that the people with weapons beside his daughter suddenly laid down straight. Only when he heard Tang Mo's shouts did he react. He used his uninjured arm to hit the stone wall of the cave vigorously, and a dull and powerful shout erupted from his chest. Oh! The sound was deafening, enough to penetrate halfway up the mountain. At that moment, all the orangutans staying in the cave heard the leader's call, and they all rushed out of the cave and rushed to the top of the mountain, ready to answer the leader's call to start the war. After Ameo finished all this, he rushed towards Dahua, preparing to pull his daughter back to him. This change happened too fast. By the time the savage leader and the others reacted, Ameo had already rushed to Dahua's side. It was impossible for him to take Dahua back. The other orangutans were coming soon. If they lost Dahua, the last hostage, then the operation would be a complete failure. The leader of the savage tribe couldn't care about anything at this time. He raised the wooden stick wrapped with thorns in his hand and rushed forward to stop Ameo and Dahua. But what he didn't expect was that the orangutan leader didn't resist, but just endured it. The hand holding my daughter's hand didn't let go at all. You can't let go at this time. Once you fight back, The other people around you who are watching eagerly will immediately attack the big flowers. After all, one person's power is limited. Protecting his daughter at this moment, and taking her away as soon as possible is the most important thing. Abba! The big flower was pulled by Ameo through the crowd and moved towards the entrance of the cave. Ameo held Dahua tightly in his arms to prevent any harm from happening to his daughter. Dahua watched the sticks fall on Abba's body, and her heart felt as painful as being pricked by needles. At this time, Tangamo had already rushed in with his people and started cleaning up from the entrance of the cave. After all, the people in the cave are the elites of the human tribe, and their strength is much stronger than the minions standing outside the cave. At the end of the Tang dynasty, they wasted a lot of effort in the small cave because they could not use thermal weapons. Ameo's family of 4 are still inside and have not come out. Now the guns and ammunition can only be temporarily put away. Ali and Xiaohua stood relatively close to the entrance of the cave. Soon Tangamo came to Ali and Xiaohua, protected their mother and daughter, and sent them out. All this actually happened within a few minutes. When Tangamo approached Ameo and Dahua and his daughter, Ameo's body had already suffered too much damage, and he could only hold on to his daughter with perseverance. Seeing Tangamo coming, Damao was relieved for a moment, and used up his last bit of strength to push Dahua towards Tangamo. Take Dahua and leave first, please. After saying this, Ameo could no longer hold on, and fell to the ground. Abba! Dahua screamed in pain and watched as Abba, who had lost his strength, was surrounded by those people. Tangamo had no hesitation at this time. She always knew when and what was most important. He grabbed Dahua's arm fiercely, and led her out of the melee. In fact, everything almost happened in the blink of an eye. When Tang came back at the end of the year, the savages in the cave had been cleaned up by the team from Qinling. The people standing at this moment are all our own people. But Ameo fell into a pool of blood. In order to protect his daughter, he didn't even return his hand. He was too seriously injured. The other orangutans of the orangutan tribe also gathered at the entrance of the cave at this time. They saw that their natural enemies, the savages at the bottom of the mountain, had fallen to the ground. It was obvious that another wave of humans were standing with Ali and the others. They soon understood what was going on. The cave is too small to accommodate too many people, let alone too many orangutans. So everyone stood at the door worriedly and looked in at their leader. When Lao Ba and Lao Jio worked together to carry out the orangutan leader, all the orangutans immediately surrounded him. Abba! Abba! Are you okay? Dahua knelt beside Ameo and cried. Abba! Abba! Xiaohua was young, but at this time she also knew that her father was seriously injured. So she held Ameo's hand tightly and did not let go. Ali sat on the ground and put Ameo's head on her lap. The other orangutans gathered around Ameo, their eyes almost filled with worry. I only have 1 breath left. If you have anything to say, please tell me quickly. Lao Ba's words were never liked by others, so he got kicked by his second brother again. But what he said was indeed the truth. Those savages were so cruel that their attacks were almost fatal. There are too many wounds on this alpha gorilla, and the loss of blood alone will make it weak and die. Chapter 194. The baby of the orangutan tribe. Dahua! Xiaohua! You two are not injured. What Lao Ba said is right. Ameo was really seriously injured, and now he only has some strength left to speak. It's okay. Dad, how are you? Dahua answered while holding back tears, and Xiaohua also held her father's hand hard and refused to let go. Good boy. Good boy. You're fine. Seeing that the 2 daughters he was most worried about were safe, Ameo felt relieved a lot. Tangamo! Thank you. Ameo's aura was already very weak, but he still looked at Tangamo and thanked him seriously. He knew that if it hadn't been for Tangamo this time, their family of 4, and even the entire orangutan clan would not have been able to escape the fate of death. Although she didn't know what purpose Tangamo had in saving them, she was now the savior of her entire family. The thing they have always wanted is actually in Dahua's cave, under her stone bed. Now because that thing has caused too much trouble for our orangutan tribe, maybe we are not blessed enough, and Shun don't leave it alone. At the end of Tang Dynasty, you have saved our orangutan clan today, so take that thing away. Ameo said too many words in one breath. His chest couldn't help but rise and fall, and he struggled to breathe. Dahua, my sister is still young. The future affairs of the clan will ultimately depend on you. My father originally thought that after you and Xiao Wu got married, someone would protect you. But since you don't want to, my father won't force you. Even if you can't take the position, It doesn't matter if you let it go. Abba only hopes that your mother can take you and your sister to live happily for the rest of your life. In fact, Ameo couldn't see that Dahua didn't seem to be married to Xiaowu. He just thought that Dahua would inherit his position as the leader in the future. He could protect Dahua for a while, but he couldn't protect her for a lifetime. He thought that was Xiaowu's protection. Dahua's life would be easier in the future. But today he also saw that in Dahua's heart. He actually couldn't accept others. If she is forced to marry someone else, she will not be happy in her life. Forget it. After coming to this world, what is more important than the happiness of my daughter? So what does the position of leader mean? At worst, after he goes underground, he will be beaten and scolded by his ancestors. Abba! Don't say this. Dahua will be with Abba forever. After hearing this, Dahua could no longer hold back her suppressed emotions. So she lay on Ameo's body and burst into tears. When her sister cried, Xiaohua, who was confused, also cried. Suddenly, the door of the cave was crowded with people. But it was quiet. Only the crying sounds of big and small flowers could be heard. Tangamo, go and put that thing away. If you put it away, I will feel at ease. Ameo understood that his current physical condition would not last long. Tangamo stood aside, nodded, and then turned around and entered Dahua's cave. She understood what Ameo meant. On the one hand, he wanted to thank her. But on the other hand, Ameo knew that the orangutan tribe could no longer keep this treasure. Today, the savage tribe from the bottom of the mountain came up and almost wiped out their entire tribe. Now that more people know about this baby, if more powerful people come again in the future, the orangutan tribe will be in danger. He was going to be gone soon. And he couldn't leave such a big hidden danger to his wife, daughter, and clan members. The treasure is indeed precious. But it must have the life to hold it. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he had already known that this treasure was hidden in Dahua's cave from Abu's various behaviors before. According to what Ameo just said, Tang Mo stretched out his hands to lift the stone bed. Tang Mo's strength was actually very strong. But at this time, he exerted his strength with both hands. But the stone bed still did not move at all. No wonder Abu couldn't find the treasure after staying in Dahua's cave for so long. It seemed that he couldn't lift the bed at all. So he didn't expect that the treasure could be hidden here. It looked like she had to use her own trick. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he took out the broken wind that he had retrieved from Ameo's cave, and filled it with his own spiritual power, and threw it on the stone bed. Infusing spiritual power into weapons to use them is a new technique that was only recently figured out in the late Tang Dynasty. Compared with the physicalization of mental power, this can maximize the mental power to achieve the greatest attack. Of course, ordinary weapons cannot withstand that huge mental power. The broken wind that was infused with spiritual power made blasting sounds as it sliced through the air. When it finally landed on the stone bed, the stone bed immediately broke into two halves. It wasn't over yet after it was broken in half. After a few seconds, cracks began to appear on the stone bed that had been broken in half. And finally it was broken into densely packed stones. Under those rubbles, Tang Mo also saw the shining thing that the savage clan leader said. That is, an axe. An axe with golden light shining all over it. No wonder Ameo wanted to press it under the stone bed. The light around this thing was so strong that if you weren't careful, it would arouse the covetousness of others. Everyone knows that rare treasures are the most precious in the world. Tang Mo stepped forward and wanted to pick up the 1-meter-long sharp axe. Kindness. The thing was heavier than she imagined and couldn't be lifted with one hand. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he changed his hands and tried again. Kindness. Still didn't move. And the second attempt failed. Tang Mo was a little frustrated. Although her strength attribute was the weakest among her physical attributes, she couldn't even lift an axe. Right? This time, Tang Mo did not leave any backup, but used all the mental energy in his body to concentrate on his hands. In this way, Tang Mo's two hands were able to pick up the axe. But it is still impossible to wield an axe to kill people. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he guessed that the reason why this axe had been kept here without seeing the light of day was because Ameo couldn't use it easily. Right? However, even if Ameo couldn't use something, I didn't know what use the savage clan leader would have even if he got it. At this moment, Tang Mo felt a little funny. The savage clan leader just saw the light and became interested in Kai. If he knew that the treasure he had risked the lives of almost the entire clan to get was simply a piece of useless scrap metal to them, I don't know how he would feel in his heart. This axe wouldn't be useful for a while. And Tang Mo didn't want to cause more trouble for no reason. He simply put the axe into his own space, then walked out empty-handed and walked to Amao's side. I put the things away. Don't worry, Tang Mo said. That's good. That's good. By now, Amao naturally knew that Tang Mo was pregnant with space. Hearing this, he closed his eyes with relief and passed out. Chapter 195, The Final Struggle. Abba! Abba! Seeing Amao closing his eyes, Dahua cried harder. Ali also gently touched Amao's face, shedding tears. Hey! I really can't stand this. Although Lao Ba is a person who talks carelessly and always says things that people don't like to hear, he has the softest heart. Seeing this scene of wives and children scattered and families destroyed, my eyes were sore, and I turned my back silently. After watching the excitement here, and getting the baby, it was time for them to leave. Tang Mo just stood aside and watched silently without saying a word, not knowing what he was thinking. Lao Ba, are all the people in the cave dead? At the end of Tang Dynasty, it seemed that there was a sudden sound of those savages in the cave. The battle at that time was resolved too quickly. Many people were only injured and lost the ability to fight, but did not die. Lao Ba was responsible for cleaning the battlefield. After probably taking inventory, he handed these things over to the orangutans. No, there are still more than a dozen people alive, and their leader is dead. Let's go. Dahua, since your father has handed over the affairs of the clan to you, from now on, it is up to you to deal with the aftermath. After all, this is your orangutan clan's own business. At the end of Tang Dynasty, they killed dozens of people. And at the end of Tang Dynasty, they took a special look and found that both the savage leader and Leo were dead. This revenge was almost avenged. The rest is an internal matter within the orangutan clan. Whether to kill or retain him is decided by Dahua, the current leader of the orangutan clan. Dahua knew in her heart that her father had fallen down, and if she didn't stand up immediately, her mother and Xiaohua would have no one to protect them. Even though he was filled with grief, he held back his tears and walked into the cave with Tang Mo. Rivers of blood flowed in the cave, and human blood was everywhere. The place Tang Mo just entered was further inside, which was the living room, because the battlefield did not happen there. It was much cleaner, and there were no living people or corpses. The area closest to the exit of the cave was divided into two areas by the orangutans. On one side were the corpses of the savages, and on the other side were the savages who were still alive. Those who are dead will be burned in an open, moist place to prevent plague or wildfires. Those who are still alive. Do you have the final say? At the end of Tang Dynasty, the problem was raised to Dahua. Among that group of people, there was an acquaintance of Dahua, Abu. Next to Abu, the girl who spoke out first was also there, clinging tightly to Abu's side. Dahua, please. Please let me and Xiao Xiao go. Xiao Xiao didn't mean to say anything to you just now. She didn't mean it. Don't take it to heart. She is just a very simple person. It's just that my mouth is a bit venomous. But my heart is not bad. The roles were reversed, and now Dahua became the one who decided their life and death. Abu immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. He knew too well that Dahua was the most soft-hearted, and she would not be willing to kill him. Xiao Xiao can't die. She is still so young and has a great future with him. At this time, Abu didn't know where he got the confidence. From the bottom of his heart, he still felt that no matter what happened, Dahua would listen to him and listen to him unconditionally. The little boy leaned against Abu's body and didn't speak after hearing what Brother Abu said. He just bit the corner of his mouth unwillingly. She didn't want to beg for mercy like that female gorilla. You are really thick-skinned. Tang Mo couldn't help but say that this scumbag didn't seem to be an exclusive product of modern society. The scumbag of this primitive tribesman was really disgusting. One more look, and you can't help but want to blow his head off. However, Tang Mo didn't give Dahua any extra advice. She wanted her to make her own decision and wanted to see what Dahua would do after going through so much. Dahua looked at Abu's still pretty face, and her heart was full of sadness at this time. She will never be able to forget in her life when the lives of her whole family were in the hands of savages. Abu's cold face. She couldn't forget how her father protected her, told her over and over again not to be afraid, and bore all the hurt for her. Kill them all. Dahua closed his eyes and told the orangutan watching next to him, leave no one behind. After Dahua said this, he turned around and left the cave. She made up her mind, but she couldn't bear to see such a scene. Bravo. Tang Mo praised it silently in his heart, and then walked out with Dahua. Behind him, The orangutan guards raised their weapons and slowly approached the remaining group of people. Dahua. Dahua. You are so cruel. Dahua. Didn't you say that you like me? Is this how you like me and watch me die? Abu suddenly discovered that things were different from what he imagined. Everything deviated from the track he had imagined. And he panicked immediately, shouting from behind, hoping to make Dahua change his mind. Brother Abu, I'm scared. I don't want to die. Only then did the little girl finally realize her fear and started crying loudly. You ugly monster. Come back here and let us go quickly, or you will die badly. The fear was followed by hysterical abuse. Dahua walked forward firmly step by step, and the various sounds behind her wiped away the last bit of discomfort in her heart. They deserved it. And they all had to go down to pay for her father's death. Everything in the apocalypse is like this. You must always work hard and be vigilant. Otherwise, if you are not careful, the status of predator and prey will change, and you will be the one who dies. Dahua, the treasure that your orangutans have been guarding is a weapon. The weapon is very heavy, and you can't use it. So your father hid it. Dahua's performance made Tang Mo very satisfied. So she decided to talk to Dahua more. Dahua nodded. At this time, she was not actually curious about the baby. She even wished she had never had that thing, so that her father would not die. Since I have collected your things, I should do something. I can save your father, Tang Mo said, walked to Ameo's side, slowly squatted down, and put his hands on him. Ameo's injuries looked scary, but they didn't hurt his vitals. However, the wounds were too many and too deep. The reason why he fainted now was due to shock caused by too much blood. She can heal such injuries. But before treating her, she wanted to see if Dahua had really changed due to this incident. If nothing changes, and she still soft-heartedly lets Abu and the others go home, then she will naturally not interfere in this matter. But in that case, she wouldn't be able to save Ameo. So what's the point of rescuing him? Sooner or later, he will be killed by his unsatisfactory daughter. But now Dahua passed her test. So she decided to pay the apes the reward they deserved for that precious axe. Chapter 196 Finally Farewell. Can you cure my father? Dahua's eyes suddenly brightened up, and her originally dim eyes suddenly became more radiant because of hope. Well, almost. Basically, Tang Mo was already injecting healing mental power into Ameo's body. However, the orangutan tribe is an exclusive race with strength attributes. Each mental attribute value was almost zero, and the surge of mental power could not be felt. In fact, in the late Tang dynasty, patients who were already in shock were not treated. But there were no fatal injuries, and they were still breathing. So there should be no problem. Tang Mo couldn't replenish the lost blood out of thin air, but she could still treat the wounds and stop the bleeding. At this time, Dahua was sitting on her knees next to her mother Ali, watching Tang Mo's movements intently. All the orangutans gathered in a circle around the leader and his family, not even daring to express their anger, afraid of disturbing Tang Mo. Dahua also let go of her father's hand, and instead held her mother's hand, squatting there with wide eyes, waiting for a miracle to happen. We lost too much blood. Which one of you sisters is willing to give your father some blood? The wound was repaired, but due to excessive blood loss, the body's own immune system could not produce enough blood too quickly. Even if it was to encourage the situation, it was impossible. So Tang Mo was unable to do anything. Dahua didn't understand what Tang Mo was talking about specifically, but she probably needed her help to save her father. So she quickly raised her hand. My sister is still young. I'll come, Dahua said. In order to save my father, not only my life, but also my blood would be needed. Tang Mo nodded and said nothing more. He took out a small knife and made a cut on the inside of Dahua's arm, and then used his mental power to suction. Instantly, a stream of blood flowed into Mao's arm along the last wound on Mao's arm, as if it was being held up by something. In Mao's body, the orangutans nearby had never seen anything like this before. They all had expressions of horror on their faces, and they looked at Tang Mo as if they were looking at some kind of monster. Ali's expression was even more complicated. She was worried about her husband, who was still awake, and worried about her daughter, who was bleeding outwards. Perhaps this day is the most unforgettable day in Ali's life. It was his first blood transfusion. Tang Mo had little experience, and did not dare to do it too hastily for fear of damaging Dahua's body. So the blood transfusion ended in just 10 seconds. There was no blood type difference. This was not within the scope of consideration at the end of Tang Dynasty, because with her mental power as a binding agent, She can eliminate rejection even if the blood types are completely different. What's more, it's the blood of the biological father and daughter. So the operation is even simpler. After receiving Dahua's blood, Ameo's face recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye and became much rosier than before. The orangutans surrounding Ameo could all see this change. They could feel that the leader, who had fainted and had no idea whether he was alive or dead, was now breathing much more evenly, as if he was asleep.
He will wake up soon. Once he wakes up, he will be well taken care of. He won't need much effort for the time being. Thanks. Thanks.
Ollie and her 2 daughters were so happy that they didn't know what to do. They immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Tang Mo. Tang Mo had no choice but to hold his forehead. Why is it that since he learned this spiritual treatment, the chances of him kowtowing to others have become more and more likely? It's really distressing. Tang Mo has observed Ameo's current physical condition. He will wake up at night at the latest, and the rest is to recover slowly. Everything here is done. There is no reason to stay longer, and it's time to say goodbye to them. Before leaving, Tang Mo gave Dahua a gift. It's a nice plus-sized dress.
Do what you want to do. Don't care about anyone else's opinions. Of course, the premise is that you must be strong enough to have the capital to set yourself free.
Tang Mo knew in his heart that even if Abu was gone, Dahua would never be willing to be an ordinary gorilla again in this life. But that's not a bad thing. It might make her more motivated to see the outside world. Don't apologize for your rough edges easily. Don't compromise to this world easily. Because many years later, that may be the only evidence that you lived once. With the escort of the orangutan tribe, the journey out of Tang Mo and Qin Ling's group was much smoother. Originally, the purpose of coming here was to save people. Tang Mo naturally made a lot of marks along the way, and he clearly remembered the way back. With the mobile granary at the end of the Tang dynasty, the group of people walked outside without much anxiety. Just like a spring outing.
Sister-in-law, I remember that every time you gave me treatment, didn't that person always jump to life right away? Why hasn't the leader of the orangutan tribe woke up yet despite his good physique this time?
If you don't understand, just ask. Lao Ba has always been a studious child.
Sister-in-law, that was intentional.
Except for the Qinling Mountains. Only the second child here understands the late Tang dynasty best. Yes, it was intentional in the late Tang dynasty. For Dahua, now is the best opportunity for her to grow up. After losing his father's protection, Dahua had no time to start a family and rely on men. So he could only support the entire orangutan clan by himself as quickly as possible. Pressure is the best motivation. If Ameo is immediately restored to the same state as before, Dahua may go back to the old path of starting a family and relying on her father, and finally relying on her husband and losing herself. Tang Mo felt that there was something in Dahua's bones. Although he is an orangutan, no matter what species he is, as long as he has ambition in his heart, his life is bound to be anything but ordinary. Tang Mo wanted to help her.
Sister-in-law, what treasure did you take from that gorilla cave? Can you open the eyes of us brothers?
Lao Ba chuckled. After hearing about this baby for so long, it is impossible not to be curious. These people have been holding it in all this time. This time, even Qin Ling said that Lao Ba asked a good question. He also stared at Tang Mo with his eyes that were thirsty for knowledge. Tang Mo really had nothing to do with them. She watched them hold it in for just such a small matter. They didn't mention her or anything. Just to see how long they could hold it in. Is she that scary? Don't you dare tell her this? Didn't you say she was an angel? Sure enough, they were all deceiving her. She couldn't believe a word of the man's words. They were all pig's hooves. There was nothing to see in this thing. So Tang Mo immediately took the axe out of the space. But instead of holding it in his hand, he threw it on the ground with a thud. Because this thing was so heavy, it directly made a hole in the dirt, shocking everyone who was unprepared. Chapter 197, Returning Home for Reunion.
This is an axe?
Looking at the big crater created by the huge axe, everyone's mouths opened in an O shape. This thing looks simple and unpretentious, but it is too heavy. It is indeed a treasure guarded by the orangutan clan, which is famous for its strength.
Sister-in-law, does this thing not suit your temperament?
Some of the brothers asked timidly. They didn't even need to pick it up. They could tell just how heavy the thing was by looking at the depth of the pit. It didn't look like something that a person could carry.
Not suitable? I think it's quite suitable.
Qin Ling looked at the axe, then at his wife, and nodded.
That's right. Not only does it fit, this axe actually has my name written on it.
Tang Mo nodded. Sure enough, Ling had the right vision, and she had chosen the right man. Although this thing is indeed too heavy for her now, one day she will be able to control it perfectly. And she believes that day is not far away. How cool is this thing? If there is a real fight, others will not understand the joy of carrying such an axe. And now that she has understood how to focus her mental power into weapons, she clearly feels that the pafong in her hand is no longer enough. No matter how good pafong is, it is still a treasure in the mortal world. It cannot be infused with too much mental power, and it will not be able to bear any more. So the power it can use is also limited. But the glowing treasure axe is different. It is obviously a treasure after the apocalypse. At the end of the Tang dynasty, one could imagine how much surging mental power it could withstand, and how terrifying the power of each chop was. The dangers in this world will soon double. Having such a handy weapon is like adding more power to a tiger, making Tang Imo more prepared to face the unknown challenges. Before this, she had been focusing on the growth and use of mental power, ignoring the strength attribute value, resulting in strength being the lowest among her physical attributes. Now, maybe she needs to spend more time giving her strength, at least to increase her strength to the point where she can use this axe. At the end of Tang dynasty, he put the axe back, and everyone walked for a while before the signal of the ID watch gradually recovered. After the signal was restored, the call from Lao San, who was monitoring in real time, came in immediately. After confirming the safety of the Ling group, a helicopter was immediately sent over to take the group back. The speed of all this is very fast, and there is no need to contact Ling. By the time Ling and the others arrived at Base S, it was already late at night.
Is the base running smoothly while I'm gone?
After returning to the base, Ling's casual look instantly went away, replaced by the image of a cold and aloof king that remained in everyone's hearts. It was as if the days in the rainforest were a vacation given to him by Ling, and his roles changed so quickly. Ling was sitting on a chair at their team base, drinking tea, standing in 2 rows from the second child to the 15th in front of him. During this time, he lost several brothers, leaving only these 12 or 13 people. But each of them is an elite among the elite.
Those 2 families don't know the news about your accident yet, so there is no other news. Generally speaking, everything is going well.
During the period when the eldest brother and the second brother were away, the third child managed many affairs of the base on Ling's behalf. To Tang Mo's surprise, Lao San was not only a big guy who advocated force and only knew how to fight, but he was also very serious, rigorous, courageous, and resourceful in doing things at the real moment. From the first second that Ling's ID signal was restored, Lao San's phone call came in, and then a helicopter was sent as quickly as possible. It can be seen that Lao San is not simple. Sure enough, being called third brother in the Ling team is definitely not a simple role. According to common sense, it is inconvenient for Tang Imo to talk about base operations and matters related to the Wen family. But no one took this seriously at all, as if it was a matter of course that their sister-in-law was here to hear this. Everyone in this room knew in their hearts that if it hadn't been for the sister-in-law this time, their team would have been almost wiped out. No one can return here and see the sun today. By then, we still don't know what kind of bloody storm will arise in the base. So the sister-in-law is one of them, and has the same important status as the boss. Not an outsider.
Overall, what about the details?
Ling took a sip of water, then pushed the water in front of Tang Imo forward, signaling for her to drink too.
In terms of details, the Li family's Rong has been very close to Qin Fan recently.
The matters related to family politics and interpersonal affairs in the base are very complicated and detailed. Being in a high position, there are countless people below who are eyeing them, and they cannot let go of any signs. The old man of the Qin family has semi-retired, and now almost all the resources and power are here in Ling. In the Qin family, Qin Fan is the person who covets the position of Ling the most, chasing after him all the time. Once there is an opportunity, it will pounce on it like a bad wolf, ready to crush Ling at any time.
Ro? From the Li family?
Obviously Ling didn't remember such a person. There were so many people in the alliance, and there were so many people in the 3 major families, that he really couldn't recognize them all.
They were the people forced in by the Li family when the auction house first opened. You said at the time that the auction house would not involve confidentiality, and we were watching. So we agreed.
Lao San and Ling explained that as the person in charge of general security, he knew the most clearly about all matters of the base. Compared with the second child, the brain is more like Ling, and will help make strategic decisions and discussions on some major events.
The third child is more like a second housekeeper who handles the trivial affairs of the base. Qin Ling must have understood Lao San's temperament of roughness and finesse, so he felt comfortable leaving these trivial things to him. Qin Ling nodded, indicating that he knew what was going on. Rong Rong took the job at the auction house away from her, saying it was inappropriate, and asked the head of the Li family to come back with someone else. Qin Ling thought for a while, and it was probably not the Li family's intention that Rong Rong and Qin Fen were getting close. After all, Qin Fen was nothing to them. If the new manager still has more contact with Qin Fen, tell me again. For many things, even if it is impossible, you have to be more careful. After being away for too many days, there are still many matters left in the base for Qin Ling to deal with that the third child cannot make decisions alone. Qin Ling is destined to work overtime until late tonight. At the end of Tang Dynasty, she returned to Wen's house alone. She didn't say hello to her mother when she left, fearing that she would be worried again. However, it was already early in the morning when Tang Mo returned home, and everyone in his family had already gone to sleep. So he didn't wake them up again, but quietly went back to his room. Chapter 198 Mental Fusion. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he was busy traveling and working on helicopters. He also went to the team base in Qinling and stayed there until so late. Even Iron Man was exhausted from the torture. With the last of his strength, he put down his backpack, took a shower, changed clothes, and then fell down on his soft bed, ready to catch up on some sleep. Kindness? Why is there anything soft? Tang Mo felt that the feeling underneath him was wrong. Not like his 4-piece soft cotton bed set. She quickly got up in shock, sat up and turned on the light, only to see Jingjing lying motionless on her bed like a white plush doll. The round eyes flickered at Tang Mo, his eyes filled with resentment. Mo, where have you been? Jingjing knew his mouth opened. Tang Mo left as soon as he said so. He only had time to tell Xiao to tell Lin Yi, but he didn't ask her to tell Jingjing carefully. Poor Jingjing, just waiting for her in this room, day after day. But she couldn't wait for Tang Mo to come home. Jingjing was so anxious that she couldn't even chew the crystal stones anymore, and ignored anyone who called her. I went out to do errands, and I did some big things. Aren't I back now? Seeing Jingjing's appearance as a wronged little wife, Tang Mo felt a little guilty and reached out to touch Jingjing's white down. Then he turned his hand and took out a fist-sized high-grade crystal stone from the space to Jingjing. Let's play with it. We haven't seen each other for a few days, and Jingjing's stature has grown a bit bigger. It seems that her cultivation has also grown a lot. Looking at the crystal in Tang Mo's hand, Jingjing's eyes were bright. Although she was still a little unhappy, she still couldn't resist the temptation of the high-grade crystal and finally stretched out her little paw. After coaxing Jingjing, Tang Mo could finally lie down on the bed and sleep comfortably this time. During this period of time, Tang Mo was so tired both mentally and physically that he almost fell asleep on the bed and immediately fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. It was a very long sleep, and when Tang Mo opened his eyes again, it was already the afternoon of the next day. After stretching and completely resting from the fatigue of the journey, I finally felt a lot more refreshed. After going downstairs, Lin Yi was sitting on the sofa in the lobby on the first floor with Yang Yang in her arms, waiting for Tang Mo. This morning, she knew her daughter was back when she saw the shoes in the cabinet at the door, but she was reluctant to wake her up. Lin Yi could only hold her son on the sofa and wait for her baby daughter to wake up on her own. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he comforted his mother and brother for a long time, and then turned around to show Lin Yi that he was intact and not hurt at all, which made Lin Yi feel relieved. After comforting everyone in his family, Tang Mo took Xiao Tao and Jingjing to the training camp. She just got a new baby, and she could practice her skills with the broken wind in her hand before. But now that she has this axe, she has to practice it all over again. She named the new axe she got at the end of the Tang Dynasty Tontian. After arriving at the training camp, Xiao Tao found their master separately, and Tang Mo started a new course of studying axes. The axe and the sword are two completely different weapons. One chops, one stabs, and one slashes. Each move seems simple, but the strength used by the body is different. Different positions and different exertions will make the power of this move vary greatly. However, Tang Mo was a man with a lot of actual combat experience, so he could learn this new weapon much faster. She couldn't pick up the Tontian yet, so she could only practice with the heaviest axe in the training camp. After all, theoretical things are limited. The teacher taught for a while, and then stepped aside and watched Tang Mo himself practicing in the center of the training ground. Tang Mo held the 100-pound axe in his hand, imagining that this high-level beast was standing in the center of the training ground. Tang Mo did every move and style extremely seriously, treating it as a real battle rather than an exercise on the training ground. At the beginning, Tang Mo was just waving the axe. But later, he couldn't help pouring his mental power into the axe, and began to output more violently. Although the mental power that an ordinary axe can withstand is not very strong, the attack power produced cannot be underestimated. The teachers at the training ground were all well-informed masters. After Tang Mo used his first mental attack, he quickly opened the closed door of the training ground and hid outside. The doors of the single training ground are all transparent. The material is not glass, but a transparent high-grade material with unknown properties, which is extremely strong. Just kidding. The facilities at the training ground are solid, but the human body is not. The teacher stood outside the door with lingering fear. If Tang Mo accidentally used that move on himself, he would probably be seriously injured even if he didn't die. But the teacher looked at Tang Mo's moves thoughtfully. This was the first time he had seen the use of pouring mental power into weapons. It's not that others can't figure it out. It's just that the requirements for mental control are too high, and it needs to be very precise to use it without damaging the structure of the weapon. This late Tang dynasty was extraordinary in terms of learning ability, creative ability, and ability to control mental power. At this time, Tang Mo was completely immersed in her mental power. At this moment, due to the connection of her mental power, she seemed to be integrated with the axe in her hand, and any moves she made were under her control. The mental power was poured in bit by bit, because the axe in his hand was much worse than his phone. So the mental power that could be poured into it was very limited. Tang Mo controlled his mental power extremely accurately. Now, after traveling around the light ball in the sea of consciousness for several times, it would slowly print out a mark and output it. While he was concentrating like this, Tang Mo suddenly noticed that there seemed to be some change in his sea of consciousness. The mental power light ball that was originally staying in the sea of consciousness was completely focused on mental power at the end of Tang Dynasty. A slight crack appeared on it, and there was a faint golden light coming out of it. Could it be that extreme use of mental power can trigger this mental light ball? Tang Mo always thought that this spiritual light ball was independent of his own spiritual power, and that he could borrow it. But he never thought that the huge power in it would completely belong to him. But now the cracks on the light ball gave Tang Mo hope. She worked harder to use her mental power, concentrating entirely on the virtual battle in front of her. There is only so much mental power in the sea of consciousness. If it is all used up, it will no longer be able to be used in a short period of time, and the whole person will fall into a state of exhaustion and collapse. It will slowly come back after a long period of recovery and rest. Chapter 199: The Strength Surges. Because before the end of the Tang Dynasty, when using mental power, he was in dangerous fighting conditions in the wild. So he did not dare, or could not use up all his mental power, and put himself in an extremely dangerous state. But now she clearly feels that the cleaner the mental power in her sea of consciousness is, the bigger the cracks in the mental light ball will be, as if to make up for the vacancy in her sea of consciousness. Jingjing, go out and call Shout Out back. You two will guard my door. No one is allowed in without my order. Tang Mo was giving orders to Jingjing in her mind. She had a hunch that today, right now, she might have to accomplish something big. That is to conquer this spiritual light ball in the sea of consciousness that could only be used as an external force, and turn it into something that truly belongs to oneself. At the moment Jingjing ran out and closed the door, the ball in the sea of consciousness at the end of Tang Dynasty burst open, and all the huge spiritual power of the highest purity poured out. Even the fragments of the spiritual power light ball turned into rich spiritual power. All of it flowed into Tang Mo's body in an instant. Although Tang Mo's mental power attribute has always been very high, he could not withstand the huge power in the mental light ball. Almost instantly, Tang Mo's head seemed to explode. She felt dizzy, and she felt like the whole world was shaking wherever she looked. After Tang Mo held on for a few seconds, he finally fell to the ground. The floor of this training camp was covered with soft foam to prevent injuries to consumers. So Tang Mo didn't feel uncomfortable when he fell. It's just that the things in his mind seemed to be out of control, and the golden and high purity spiritual power is surging everywhere. This mental power light ball broke apart after Tang Mo's own mental power was exhausted. At this time, Tang Dynasty was trying to use his own spiritual power to smooth down this rioting golden spiritual power, but he was unable to do so. It is difficult for a clever woman to make a meal without rice. Fortunately,
There are many ways to quickly replenish mental energy in this world. Tang Mo took out a number of large uncut high-grade crystals from the space and piled them in his hand. Then put his hand on them and began to absorb the spiritual energy in the crystals to counteract the spiritual light ball in his mind. Relatively confrontational. The purity of high-grade crystals is quite high, but it is still far behind the golden spiritual power in the spiritual light ball. Tang Mo could only quickly absorb the power in the spar, and then transform it into his own power, which together with the powerful golden mental power, traveled through the various meridians of his body. The two are side by side, one thick and one thin, one gold and one silver. Although they couldn't compete with each other, the severe pain of the ninja in the late Tang dynasty was still barely able to support the silver mental power provided by the spar to surround the violent mental power, preventing it from being too strong and penetrating the meridians of the late Tang dynasty and causing huge damage. Although the ball of light was not big, the spiritual power inside was greater than imagined. In the blink of an eye, all the high-grade crystals at Tang Mo's hand were used up. Tang Mo took out another half-person high-grade crystals and piled them on his hand for himself to absorb. Fortunately, Jingjing and Xiao Ao were guarding the door of Tang Mo's training room at this time, blocking the door tightly to prevent anyone from peeking. Otherwise, if others see it, they will be surprised to death. The crystal stones that Tang Mo has absorbed so far are already the entire wealth of a small family. The violent golden mental power traveled through all the meridians of the late Tang dynasty, and finally returned to the sea of consciousness of the late Tang dynasty. The mental energy that had been running around in a circle was not so restless now, and he was much more docile. Tang Mo used the absorbed silver spiritual power to slowly surround the golden spiritual power, and then penetrated it bit by bit. In the end, the two merged, and after the silver mental power also turned into yellow mental power, the sea of consciousness finally calmed down in the late Tang dynasty. It's done. At this moment, Tang Mo was exhausted, covered in sweat, and didn't even have the strength to get up. But there was a smile on his face. Her current mental strength is several times what she was before. All the mental power in the mental power light ball has been absorbed by her and turned into her own. And even the color of her mental power has changed from silver to golden yellow. You must know that the spiritual power of golden yellow is not a few times richer than silver, but hundreds or thousands of times. The change in color is intrinsic and cannot be matched by an increase in volume. Even Tang Mo himself can't imagine how powerful his current mental attributes are. Moreover, when the golden mental power circulated in Tang Mo's body, it helped Tang Mo's body to strengthen again. It's like transforming a container that can carry yourself. Only when the container is strong enough can you stay safe. Tang Mo raised his arm and looked at the thick black dirt on his arm, feeling very relieved. She didn't expect that the spiritual light ball would improve her so much. Such a change made her unexpected, and she became more determined to find the remaining light balls. It seems that I have to put away those high-grade crystals to save on use. The remaining light balls should be unsealed after the physical attributes are overdrawn. At that time, these high-grade crystals will come in handy. Tang Mo silently arranged the high-grade crystal stones in the warehouse. If it was not necessary, she would not use them again. Not to mention the improvement of single attributes. It is the transformation of the body. If it is transformed 5 times, Tang Mo can imagine how powerful it will be. At that time, her body had become the best weapon, both in terms of attack and defense. Lying on the ground all the time is not an option. It's too high profile. Tang Mo took all the absorbed crystal lime back into the space and cleaned it up, and then shouted to Jingjing in his heart to let her and Xiao Tao come in. When Xiao Tao and Jingjing opened the door and came in, they were startled when they saw Tang Mo lying on the ground, and hurriedly stepped forward to surround him. Fortunately, Tang Mo's mental state seemed surprisingly good, so he felt relieved. Tang Mo couldn't walk now, so Xiao Tao could only let Xiao Tao carry her home. Xiao Tao is a person with strength attribute. To her, Tang Mo's weight is not as good as the knife in her hand, so it is naturally a piece of cake. But Tang Mo, who was lying on Xiao Tao's back, was extremely embarrassed. She was covered in dirt now, which would stain Xiao Tao's clothes. Xiao Tao grew up in the countryside, so she didn't care about these things. She just wanted to send Tang Mo back home as soon as possible so that she could have a good rest. When Xiao Tao carried Tang Mo out on her back, she happened to be seen by Lao Ba, who was on duty at the training camp. Chapter 200 Full Escort. Lao Ba was in charge of this training camp. He was shocked when he saw his sister-in-law being carried out of the training room, and hurriedly gathered around her. "Sister-in-law, who bullied you? I'm going to kill him now!"
The old man was so angry that his sister-in-law could be hurt in her own territory. That person probably didn't want to live anymore. This made Lao Ba himself unable to forgive himself. If other brothers knew about this, he would not be able to escape from this beating. Who is so bold? I'm fine, Tang Mo wanted to explain to him. But at this time, he didn't have much energy, so he could only say this. Xiao Tao was in a hurry to take Tang Mo home, and couldn't care less about him. She just walked forward in a hurry and ignored everyone. Lao Ba couldn't ask why. He was extremely anxious, and had no other choice but to follow Xiao Tao anxiously. After walking out of the training camp and heading to Wen's house, Tang Mo and the others met Lao San, who was walking around the street inspecting security work. The third child was also frightened when he saw his sister-in-law was so weak. I asked Lao Ba, but Lao Ba was confused and didn't know what was going on. He asked Xiao Tao, but Xiao Tao didn't have time to talk to him. So he asked his sister-in-law, forget it. My sister-in-law is covered in sweat and her face is pale. It's better not to disturb her. The third child was extremely anxious and couldn't do anything. Meng Xiang'er was scratching his head. At this moment, he could only follow his sister-in-law, never leaving. Along the way, the third and eighth brothers met many of their brothers and younger brothers. Seeing the two eldest brothers gathered around a semi-conscious woman with anxious faces, they all became anxious. I didn't know what to do, and the elder brothers didn't say anything, so they could only follow behind the elder brother to protect Xiao Tao and Tang Mo. Gradually, in the late Tang dynasty, there were more and more people surrounding them, and they became a team, like bodyguards. The burly men followed behind him with a fierce look, causing passers-by to look over frequently. Everyone is thinking in their hearts, wondering what kind of day it is today, and which eldest lady can be worthy of the protection of so many masters in the base. Tang Mo silently covered his face with his hands. It's so embarrassing. Her face is covered in sweat, and her body is covered in black mud. It's really miserable to be watched like this. Xiao Tao and Jingjing didn't have to worry about this. One was driving the road in front, and the other was walking forward with long strides carrying Tang Mo on his back. The Wen family was actually not that far away from the training camp. Xiao Tao walked quickly and reached it quickly. At the gate of Wen's house, the gatekeeper was startled when he saw Tang Mo being carried back. He quickly opened the door and welcomed people in, then informed Wen Jianchu and Lin Yi that they were gone. Wen Jianchu didn't go to work today. He was sitting in the living room eating dinner with Lin Yi. When he heard this, he hurried out. When he and Lin Yi walked to the door, Xiao Tao carried Tang Mo in the door. The third and eighth brothers were standing at the door with a group of brothers. They all looked at their sister-in-law anxiously. If it weren't for the Wen family, it's inconvenient. It's designated that you have to rush in and watch. When Jianchu was shocked by such a large formation. Mo, what's going on? When Jianchu ignored those people and paid attention to the situation in the late Tang dynasty first. Uncle Wen, I'm fine. I just practiced too hard and fainted. At this time, Tang Mo had recovered a lot and had the strength to speak. Seeing that Wen Jianchu's first concern was himself, he felt warm in his heart. Mo, are you okay? Lin Yi was frightened when she saw her daughter's appearance while holding her son. She put the sheep on the ground and let him crawl on his own, freeing his hands to touch his daughter's head. Mom, I'm fine. Pick up your brother quickly. Tang Mo really couldn't laugh or cry. He was heartwarming and distressed at the sheep, who sat on the ground and stared at his sister with big eyes. Oh, yes. Let's go inside and talk. Only then did Lin Yi notice that she had just subconsciously thrown her son on the ground. She quickly picked up the sheep and accompanied Tang Mo back home. When Jianchu stayed outside and stared at the men, the third and eighth children just heard my sister-in-law's explanation. It turned out that they were exhausted from practicing. They thought they were injured. It was true. The group of people standing at the door of the house felt a little embarrassed. They all scratched their heads and said goodbye to Wen Jianchu. They still had to rush back to report this matter to their boss. After all, everyone knew that it was nothing trivial about their sister-in-law. After Tang Mo entered the room, Lin Yi handed the sheep to Xiao Tao, then helped her daughter into the bathroom and took a thorough bath. Why are you so dirty? What are you doing? Lin Yi used a towel to scrub Tang Mo's body. The layers of black dirt were washed away little by little, revealing more crystal clear skin. Naturally, he had nothing to be embarrassed about with his mother. Tang Mo relaxed and enjoyed his mother giving him a bath. It seems that since I entered elementary school, I have never asked my mother to help me take a bath. Maybe I practiced too seriously and flushed out all the impurities in my body.
What Tang Mo said was half true and half false. Lin Yi didn't understand it. So naturally he believed it completely. Lin Yi's talent is very poor. He is a life attribute superpower, which is of no use. Lin Yi's focus is not on cultivation. Everyone has his own ambitions. And in the late Tang dynasty, he did not force his mother to practice. As long as she is strong, she can be a good mother and protect her.
Are the people who sent you back home from Qinling?
Lin Yi didn't care to talk to those people at the time. But after all, she stayed in the base every day, so she could still clearly identify who these people were.
What happened to you and the child?
Tang Mo knew what Lin Yi wanted to ask. Qinling's position in the Qin family has now been consolidated, and Tang dynasty's own strength has also made a qualitative leap after this time.
Mom, what do you think of him?
He knows his own child best. When Tang Mo asked this, Lin Yi suddenly knew.
Mom just hopes that he can treat you well and not let you be wronged. This is the most important thing. Do you understand?
Lin Yi said seriously that she didn't need her daughter to marry into a good family. She just wanted her to live a happy life in the future. Nothing was more important than this.
I know.
Tang Mo nodded seriously. The mother and daughter didn't say anything more after that. They didn't need too many words. They already understood each other's meaning. The two of them just enjoyed the tender time quietly. After Tang Mo finished taking a shower, her body was almost recovered. She put on her clothes and went downstairs to eat. She didn't know if it was because her body had been modified, but she was really hungry now, and felt like she could eat the next cow. Just as the late Tang dynasty was struggling with the food on the table, news from Qinling came in. Qinling, how is it? I will visit you. Chapter 201 Her Royal Highness the Princess. At the end of Tang dynasty, don't come. It's inconvenient. Qinling, I don't. At the end of the Tang dynasty, the legs were discounted. Qinling got it. At the end of the Tang dynasty, he still didn't know whether Qinling was coming or not. But he was too lazy to dwell on this matter. Today in the training camp, I was training too hard and was very exhausted. Coupled with the fusion of the mental light ball and the transformation of the body, I am now extremely weak. Although I have recovered a little, I still just want to lie in bed and do nothing else. Jingjing knew that Mo was very tired this time, so she went to sleep in Sister Xiaoda's room with a wink, and did not disturb Tang Mo, letting Mo have a good night's rest before bothering her again. Tang Mo looked at the extinguished chat page and felt very strange in his heart. She had obviously told Lin Yi about the Qinling Mountains, and she usually didn't shy away from it in the base. She clearly knew that even if she didn't tell her, her relationship with Qinling wouldn't be a secret. But she just didn't want to publicize the two of them in a big way, and she didn't know why. When she was in the dormitory, Li Lanlan was a love expert and told him that if a person is unwilling to reveal his partner, he either doesn't like her enough or is keeping a spare tire. But Tang Mo thought seriously for a long time and found that she did not fall into either of these two situations. She was sure that she liked Qinling, so she came to him without hesitation in this life and wanted to be with him. But she is. I always feel like something is wrong. This problem has nothing to do with Qinling. It is entirely her fault. The shadow of her previous life was too heavy and deep. Even if her relationship with Qinling went smoothly in this life, she still felt that it was not real enough. Those memories were so profound that she had no sense of security at all. No one forced her. But Tang Mo always felt that she was not good enough to be with him. Is it true that as long as you fall behind, you will lose everything you have now? These feelings made it impossible for her to simply rely on her boyfriend like a little girl in love. Perhaps for Tang Mo, she had a second chance to live in this life, so she was destined to be unable to put feelings first. That would be so sorry for myself, who lived a miserable life in my last life. The late Tang dynasty has been too busy for so long. Every day there seems to be new things to do and new tasks to be completed. Today was also the first time that she calmed down and thought about these issues that she had never had time to think about. But after thinking about it for a while, I came to a conclusion. Just let nature take its course and follow your heart. She is not too pretentious. If she is really pretentious, she will not take the initiative to approach Qinling again in this life. Tang Mo prefers to follow his heart all the time and listen to the true voice deep in his heart. Right or wrong, as long as she wants it. Not for others, only for yourself. Bang. At the end of Tang dynasty, he was thinking about things and almost fell asleep, when he suddenly heard a sound from the window. The room she lives in now is on the second floor. The Wen family's villa is patrolled 24 hours a day, so there shouldn't be anything strange.
Bang! Seeing that no one in the room moved, the window was smashed again, as if it was another reminder. This second time Tang Mo heard it clearly. It was definitely man-made. Get up from the bed. Walk to the window. Then open the window and look down. I saw a figure standing on the back of a big tree on the lawn below. He saw Tang Mo's window open and waved to her. This guy is really here. Tang Mo gestured towards the people downstairs and made a threatening gesture of wiping his neck. Now that Qinling is here, how could he be scared away by such a threat from Tang Mo? He will never give up until he sees Tang Mo today. Although the two of them stayed together for a while in the rainforest, there were people around them at that time. There is no time for two people to be alone together. So how can it be done? In addition, Tang Mo fainted for unknown reasons today, so it was impossible for him not to come, although it was already dark at this time. Under the moonlight, Qinling's expression could still be seen clearly by Tang Mo. Qinling's face showed concern, longing, and deep love. Tang Mo was suddenly frightened by the huge and unabashed love she saw on Qinling's face. It was something she had never imagined. She never thought that Qinling would like her like that. The two of them didn't get along for long, and Qinling only had memories of her in this life. In fact, what Tang Mo didn't know was that Qinling now loved her far more than she imagined. Much more than she loved him. It's just that at this moment, the little girl standing by the window in her pajamas is too emotionally uneasy. So she doesn't dare to give 100% of her sincerity even if she is already in love. She was hurt. She was too scared. It wasn't her fault. And it wasn't her fault. The two people just stared at each other. Soon, Qinling looked around at the trees around him. Then in just a few seconds, he climbed along the tree from below to the same height as Tang Mo's windowsill. Then jumped directly into Tang Mo's window. This operation was so urgent that Tang Mo was startled. And he subconsciously stepped away. Then stretched out his arm to help Qinling stand firmly in her room. No one else knows. Don't be angry. After standing firm, Qinling looked at Tang Mo eagerly. He still remembered that Tang Mo said inconvenient things, for fear that his wife would be unhappy. Although I don't know why Tang Mo is still unwilling to tell his family about their affairs. Qinling will unconditionally obey any choice Tang Mo makes. She is his princess. And even more so, Her Majesty the Queen. I don't know when it started raining outside. Qinling's clothes were soaked, and his hair was wet and stuck to his face. Seeing Qinling's appearance, Tang Mo was not willing to quarrel with him anymore. He just rolled his eyes and sent him to take a bath in the private bathroom of his room. The clothes were men's sportswear and underwear that Tang Mo took from the space, and they were given to him directly. They had lived in a cave for a while at first, and they were not embarrassed about these things at all. And they were very familiar with each other. Although the physical fitness of superpowers is good, it is the end of the world now. Who knows if there are any unsafe elements in the rain? So it is better to be careful. Qinling turned around and looked at Tang Mo, and found that his precious wife had not changed much except that her skin was better and more beautiful. So she went into the bathroom obediently with peace of mind. Chapter 202 Ranking Refresh. By the time Qinling came out of the bathroom, his hair had already been dried, and he was fiddling with the sportswear that fit him perfectly. Not satisfied. I don't want to wear this. Qinling frowned. Then what do you want to wear? Tang Mo didn't understand. This dress was brand new. The color was very plain and pretty, and the size was just right. What on earth was Qinling picking on? I want to wear pajamas. The clothes were new. Qinling simply sat on Tang Mo's bed, and then lay down peacefully. The girl's bed is so soft, and Momo's bed is so fragrant. Qinling couldn't help but sigh and never thought about it again. You have a beautiful idea. Tang Mo kicked him over. It was okay for him to come up and sit for a while, and then he didn't notice it in the middle of the night. If she stayed in the room overnight and left tomorrow morning, and someone discovered her, she wouldn't be able to explain it. I won't leave. It took a lot of effort to get here, but I don't have the energy to go down. After carrying out the trick to the end, Qinling simply opened the bed and slept directly in. Tang Mo was stunned when he saw it. This was also the first time she had seen such a naughty Qinling, and there was really nothing she could do against him. The two of them just stood and lied down, staring at each other, neither of them willing to give in. In the end, Tang Mo surrendered. She was so tired today that she just wanted to lie down and didn't have the energy to stand for a while. Qinling could just be wherever his love was. She didn't have the energy to fight with him. In fact, the end of Tang Dynasty also knew that Qinling cared about her, so he climbed up the stairs to see her in the rain. After all,
He was soft-hearted. It has been so long since the two of them graduated from college, and they are already 24 years old. They are full-fledged adults. In addition, after spending so many days together in the cave rainforest, there is no particular taboo on these issues between men and women. It is all a matter of course. But obviously, the Wen family is not a suitable place. It would be okay if Qin Ling behaved himself. But if he dared to be dishonest, she would kick him out of bed. Tang Mo had already thought about it. After thinking about all this, Tang Mo simply turned off the lights and climbed into bed. As soon as Qin Ling took his hand, Tang Mo snuggled into his arms, his head just resting on his shoulder. In the darkness, neither of them spoke. They just cuddled together quietly. And the atmosphere was extremely beautiful. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he huddled in Qin Ling's arms, and suddenly felt no longer sleepy. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the quiet time.
If I find you still here when I wake up tomorrow morning, you're dead. You hear me?
Sure enough, the warm time is always short.
You won't leave me. Right.
Qin Ling ignored the threat from the end of Tang Dynasty and asked a meaningless question. It was quiet for a long time in the late Tang Dynasty.
Then will you leave me?
She asked.
I won't. Not until I die.
Compared with the late Tang Dynasty, Qin Ling's answer was much firmer, without any hesitation.
Then what if I wasn't what I am now? I mean, I wasn't as powerful as I am now. I was very weak. And I didn't have Uncle Wen as my backer.
Tang Mo originally didn't want to say this, but now that Qin Ling asked, she couldn't help but ask.
My love for you has nothing to do with who you are. Because I love you. So I love you no matter who you are. I don't need anything from you. As long as you stand there, I will love you because you are you.
So I will love you. Understand?
Qin Ling used his other hand to hold Tang Mo's hand, and then spoke seriously every word. He had always felt that there was still a corner in Tang Mo's heart that had not been opened to him. But he is not in a hurry. He can wait. Tang Mo hummed and closed his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Maybe she was too cowardly in her previous life and had nothing to do with Qin Ling. It was her ridiculous self-esteem that made her miserable throughout her life. She should let herself go. After thinking about it, Tang Mo fell asleep in Qin Ling's arms at some point. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, Qin Ling carefully took out his arm, then turned on his ID watch and checked today's latest rankings. Today's ID watches are basically not controlled by Alliance technology. As the leader of the Alliance, although he seems not to be doing his job, he goes out to do tasks every day. But in fact, everything in this base, big and small, is within his control. This ranking list is something he refreshes every day. Opening the ID watch ranking page, Qin Ling looked at the rankings from top to bottom as usual. Since the birth of the ranking list, Qin Ling has always been number one and has never changed. So his habit is to glance down and then look straight down. But this time, Qin Ling's eyes stayed on the first line and did not move down for a long time. Behind the name on the first line, there is a cute little golden cursor. Everyone in the entire Alliance knows that it is the unique symbol of the late Tang Dynasty. And he is the only person in the Alliance with a golden cursor after his name. People who were familiar with Tang Mo gradually guessed that it was the little fox that had been following her. But the matter of exotic pets was too fantasy and unimaginable. Tang Mo didn't take the initiative to talk about it. And no one saw Jingjing participating in any battles. So no one asked about it. And they all understood it tacitly. There are too many secrets in the late Tang Dynasty. Qin Ling looked away from the ranking list and looked at the sleeping faces of the people beside him. The person who was about to fall off the ranking list yesterday is now at the top of the ranking list. There are so many things about her that she doesn't know about. Qin Ling's hand caressed Tang Mo's cheek. So what if I'm full of secrets? It doesn't matter whether she was weak or strong. He loved her from beginning to end. In fact, Qin Ling found the question asked by Tang Mo just now a bit funny. Before today, she was only at the bottom of the rankings. There were too many people under Qin Ling who were better than her. And he is the current leader of the Qin family. And the Wen family himself has never noticed it. How could his little baby think he would love her because of these things? So worried and cute. As long as she does whatever she wants to do, he will be her backer and her confidence. Although my confidence seems to be lacking now. Qin Ling turned his attention to his own name again. The word Qin Ling had become the second most popular name under the late Tang Dynasty. It seems that I have to work hard. Otherwise, I won't even be able to protect my wife in the future. Qin Ling turned off his ID watch, laid down again, leaned against Tang Mo. closed his eyes, and quickly fell asleep. This was the most peaceful sleep he had had in a long time. Early the next morning, when Tang Dynasty got up, Qinling Mountain was no longer there. It seemed that the warning last night was indeed effective. Before Tang Mo opened his eyes, this guy sneaked away. Chapter 203 Reasons for Perfunctory. The first thing Tang Mo did when he got up was to look at the time on his ID watch. But when I looked at it, I found that there were more than a dozen messages piled on my watch, which usually never received messages. What big thing happened again? Tang Mo was shocked. The last time this happened was because her domesticated Jingjing had a golden icon on her name. Thinking of the spiritual light ball that I had just used yesterday, my spiritual attribute value increased exponentially. Tang Mo took a breath, and then opened the ranking page without reading any of the messages. The words, Late Tang Dynasty, are prominently placed in the first line. First place, Late Tang Dynasty, with attribute value 12,256 points. Over 10,000? Tang Mo was startled, as if there were countless villains roaring in his heart. Didn't she wake up? How can this be? Are you dreaming? He rubbed his eyes and read it again. First place, Late Tang Dynasty, with attribute value 12,256 points. There is no change at all. Looking further down, the second place, Qinling, has an attribute value of 7,558 points. Qinling's attribute values have not changed much from the last time we saw them in the Late Tang Dynasty, and they can be considered a steady improvement. But the last time I looked at my attribute values, I was in Sha Town. It was to compare with Lin Yu's attribute values. She remembered that her attribute value seemed to be 1,715 points at that time. Tang Mo had a good memory and immediately remembered his last attribute value. You can't go wrong. It has increased by more than 10,000 points in such a short period of time. I am afraid that the spiritual power light ball absorbed yesterday may have reached 10,000 points. Although the idea that the mental power light ball was worth 10,000 points was a bit scary. When thinking of the huge mental power yesterday, Tang Mo felt that it was not impossible. After closing the ranking page and opening the page of his attribute values, Tang Mo quickly confirmed his suspicion. ID, Late Tang Dynasty. HP, 296. Strength, 375. Agility, 489. Mental strength, 11096. Space, 0. Comprehensive strength, 12256. It seems that she was right. That is, the mental light ball added nearly 10,000 points to her mental power. Recently, her training is focused on strength and agility, so the increase in mental power should not be so much. Now that the mental power has directly exceeded 10,000 points, I think it must have been brought about by the light ball. From the end of the Tang Dynasty to his death in the last life, only one person in Qinling had an attribute value that exceeded 10,000 points. And there was no other person. However, in the previous life, there was no such thing as this ID watch going out of control, let alone inexplicable emails and light balls with 5 attributes. I don't know if it was the butterfly effect brought about by her rebirth, but many things in this life have become inexplicable. The world seems to be becoming more and more dangerous, larger and larger, and the whole picture is unknown. The attribute value brought by this light ball is 10,000 points, and the 5 kinds of light balls have 5 corresponding attributes. If the 5 attributes were increased by 10,000 points each, she could not even imagine how terrifying her strength would be. I really didn't know how to explain her sudden surge in strength, so Tang Mo simply didn't reply to any of those messages. If there is nothing strange about the increase of 10,000 points overnight, I am afraid that even she herself does not believe it. But it's easy for outsiders to deal with it. But it's difficult for family members. When Tang Mo packed up and went downstairs, she saw Uncle Wen, her mother, and Xiao Tao, who were sitting on a board with Yang Yang in their arms, waiting for her in the living room. There was silence. Very serious. Tang Mo carefully sat on the sofa opposite the 4 of them, feeling like a prisoner being interrogated. Mo, why did you suddenly rush to the first place? Mom said that you should work hard to improve your strength to protect yourself, but you should not use those medicines that quickly increase attribute values. The first one to speak was Lin Yi. After all, she was also a person who stayed at the center of the alliance, and she had heard a lot about those sideline things that improved attribute values. However, when that thing is used, the attribute value is improved, but the strength is not improved much, and the damage to the body is irreversible. So generally speaking, few people use it. Her MO should not do such stupid things. When Jianshu and Xiao Tao looked directly at Tang Mo, obviously, they were also curious about why Tang Mo improved so much strength overnight. In their minds, Tang Mo didn't seem like the kind of person who knew how to use forbidden drugs. Mom, what are you thinking? Of course, I won't use that kind of thing. I was too focused on practicing yesterday, and I don't know what happened. I fainted and woke up like this, Tang Mo said embarrassedly. She was embarrassed entirely because the excuse she made up was so lame. Fortunately, her predicament did not last long. Soon a man dressed as a guard rushed in and whispered something into Jianshu's ear. When Jianshu's expression changed after hearing this. Mo, please protect your mother and brother while I go out. Then he hurriedly followed the guard, without even having time to change his clothes. Protect your mother and brother? Could it be that something happened to the Wen family? It shouldn't be. With Qin Ling in charge, nothing big will happen to the Wen family. Could it be that something happened to the base? At the end of Tang Dynasty, a message was sent to Qin Ling. At the end of Tang Dynasty, something happened to the base? After sending the message at the end of Tang Dynasty, it took a while before the message from Qin Ling Mountain was replied. Qin Ling, it's okay. Just stay at home and don't go out. Qin Ling's words made Tang Mo immediately sure that something had happened to the base. Because he didn't know what was going on, Tang Mo panicked a little and immediately asked the housekeeper to collect all the guards of the Wen family. Move back twice and protect the main building of the Wen family with all your strength. Third brother, what happened to the base? The security of the base is in charge of Lao San, so it is most appropriate to ask him at this time. Sister-in-law, the psychics at the base just monitored a large number of alien beasts coming towards the base. It seems that the alien beasts are attacking the city. Seeing the call from my sister-in-law, the third child didn't dare to neglect. So he said everything he had to say. This stupid boy obviously doesn't know that his boss doesn't want to tell his sister-in-law about this. Alien beasts attacking the city? Is it particularly large-scale this time? Anywhere where people gather will attract batches of strange beasts over time. It is nothing new for a densely populated city like S-Base to be attacked by alien beasts. They attack it once a month on average. This time, Uncle Wen and Qin Ling's attitude was not as simple as ordinary alien beasts attacking the city. The scale is not that big. About 100 or so. However, I heard from the spiritual superpowers on the lookout that the levels of these strange beasts are very high. All of them are high-level strange beasts. And there are even some that are higher than the high-level ones. Alien beasts are even more powerful, the third child said with lingering fear. Most of the general sieges involve one or several high-level alien beasts leading low-level alien beasts to attack the city. All of them are high-level alien beasts like this. And there are even existences that are more terrifying than high-level alien beasts. This is the first time they have seen them. Chapter 204 Alien Beasts Attack the City. A higher-level alien beast than a high-level alien beast. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he thought of the strange beasts he saw in the rainforest. The crocodile he met at the beginning was already able to set traps. And he had obviously opened his mind and gained sanity. Later, the orangutans in the mountains could even speak, think, and be organized and disciplined. Except for some differences in appearance. They are basically no different from human tribes. What's more, the physical strength of the alien beasts is much stronger than that of humans, which humans can never compare to. This time the alien beasts attacked the city, which gave the end of Tang Dynasty a bad premonition. The evolution speed of the current alien beasts is really too fast. It would be okay if there were only a few high-level alien beasts in this world. But this is impossible. According to the analysis of statistical theory, in the late Tang Dynasty, a single person encountered several ultra-high-level alien beasts. This shows that there are already a terrifying number of ultra-high-level alien beasts in this world. She could not imagine how terrifying the world would become if all the alien beasts turned into that in the future. Is that the more terrifying world mentioned in the email? At this time, it was not clear at the end of Tang Dynasty that the acceleration of the evolution of this strange beast was related to the removal of the spiritual light ball. The 5 attribute light balls are like the 5 centers of gravity that suppress the world. Once any of them are removed, the energy of this world will leak out again, and the strength of those alien beasts will skyrocket. But if we don't absorb those attribute light balls and turn the energy in the light balls into human power, those alien beasts will still slowly increase their strength. And in the end, they will have the same terrible ending. Now, perhaps the best result would be for human beings to take a chance and turn from passivity into initiative to take the initiative. However,
The human beings who have obtained the energy attribute light ball are burdened with more missions. It is destined to do something, and do more for all mankind to survive in this world.
Xiao Tao, you are here to protect my mother and Yan Yan for me. If anything happens, call me at any time and I will go out.
The alien beasts outside had already begun to attack the city. At the end of Tang Dynasty, there was really no way to sit at home and do nothing but wait. The Alliance chose this place and city as not without some care. The fault-like terrain environment with mountains on 3 sides allows the alien beasts to attack only from the front of the city gate. As long as those alien beasts don't attack, the base will still be safe. So with so many guards and Xiao Tao here, Tang Mo is not worried about the safety of his mother and brother. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, it was clear that the most important thing was to deal with the strange beasts outside the city. The city gate of S base has been tightly closed, and an army of people with superpowers is neatly dressed and waiting in the city. Most of these people are people with powers of strength and agility. There are also a small number of people with mental attributes who serve as remote sentinels. Most mental superpowers. Not to mention the skills that need to be learned such as mental physical attack and mental healing. Cannot even use the mental power bonus well. Therefore, for those with mental powers, only detection is the most commonly used skill. From this point of view, saying that they are mages is an overestimation. After all, if you just explore, you won't have any attack power at all. The number of people with life attributes in this phalanx is very small. And most of them were soldiers before the end of the world or people with extremely strong physical fitness and special abilities. In group combat, the health attribute is the most useless attribute. After all, if your physical condition is average and you have no skills, you will not be able to be a good tank even if your health attribute is high. If you can't produce output and can't hold off the enemy, it's all in vain if you only survive and have your health bar left. There are 4 tall towers in the city of S base, which are used to observe the situation outside. At this time, Xinling, Wen Jianchu, and Li Xian, as the top leaders of the base, were standing on the tower closest to the city gate, observing the movements of the strange beasts. The group of alien beasts is already very close. Looking outside, people can already see with the naked eye the dust storm caused by the running of the alien beasts. It was like a small sandstorm coming over here very quickly. Below the tower, a dozen people from the Qinling Mist team stood neatly in a row. Seeing Tang Mo passing by, they all shouted,
"Hello, sister-in-law."
The sound was so loud that the people on the tower heard it and looked down.
Mo, why are you here? Didn't I ask you to stay at home with your mother?
When Jianchu saw Tang Mo coming over, his first reaction was that his wife was at home alone.
When the outside is safe, the home can be safe. If we can't keep the outside, there's no point in talking about safety.
The voices of the 2 people were not loud, but because they were both spiritual power users, it was enough for each other to hear. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he was very satisfied with Wen Jianchu's first reaction. She and Uncle Wen were not relatives to begin with. As long as he was good to his mother, a big worry in the late Tang Dynasty would be solved. For Tang Mo, the biggest role of Wen Jianchu was to temporarily replace her and protect her mother, so that Tang Mo could go out and improve his strength with peace of mind. Tang Mo's words make sense if you listen carefully. At this time, dealing with a group of strange beasts outside the city is the most important thing. The second person standing under the tower made room for Tang Mo to go up. The space above the tower was very spacious, and it was not a problem for more than a dozen people to stand there. Tang Mo looked up and walked up the stairs.
"Who is that woman? Didn't you see the bosses of the 3 families above talking? Why did she get up there? You were asked to go up by your second brother. Right. Doesn't he have a small background? No way. No matter how big the background is. Wouldn't it be more troublesome to let a woman come in like this?"
I saw a woman boarding the tower, and there were whispers from the military formations waiting on one side. They were still some distance away from the tower, and they didn't quite hear what Qinling's men called the end of the Tang Dynasty. For them, women are inherently weak, a burden, a drag, and even a trouble. In their hearts, all women should hide at home at this time and wait for their fight to end. The second child heard the movement in the team next to him and gave the third child a look and asked him to deal with it. The third child nodded understandingly, and then walked to the square formation. In addition to the security of the base, Lao San is also mainly responsible for the troops stationed here. There is no one in this team who is not in awe of Su Laos and who is strong-tempered and has a big temper.
"Shut up, everyone," Someone who can train a group of soldiers obviously cannot be gentle. The third child walked over and shouted loudly, and the entire square quickly returned to silence. Chapter 205, Protecting Homeland. Do you know who is up there? None of these soldiers spoke. Who else could it be? Just from a certain family. I don't know which family the eldest lady or the little princess is. But she became curious at this critical moment. It doesn't matter the occasion. That's the person who ranks number 1 in our Chinese rankings. Don't be convinced when you get to that position. The third child didn't mention that Tang Mo was their sister-in-law. After all, for a group of men, or a group of men with considerable strength, the name Qinling women is not worthy of their trust. Only by ranking first in the Chinese rankings can everyone shut up. End of Tang Dynasty? Someone in the team couldn't hold it back and shouted subconsciously. The third child glanced at him, turned around and went back without saying anything. The Phalanx team was left as quiet as a chicken looking at each other. That is the person who has surpassed Qinling, the boss of the base. He is the number 1 in the Chinese rankings, and the person most qualified to climb that tower. If the people at the top of the Chinese rankings are not qualified to participate in the battle, then these unknown rats are not even qualified to stand here at this moment. And they should go back to take care of their children. In fact, after the sister-in-law's ranking was surpassed by the boss in the early hours of this morning and became the first in China, the Qinling team in the entire league was the fastest to accept it. After a brief surprise, he quickly accepted the fact that his sister-in-law was now the number 1 person in China. In their hearts, they have long regarded the late Tang Dynasty as a godlike figure, although it is a bit incredible to surpass the boss at such a fast speed. But if this happens to my sister-in-law, I can accept it. Well, not surprised. After going up to the tower at the end of Tang Dynasty, Qinling pulled her to stand next to him. His meaning was obvious. She is mine. Please pay attention. When Jianchu and Li Xian are both old foxes, so there is nothing unclear about this. What's more, at the end of the Tang Dynasty, he was still a member of the Wen family. Li Xian was the only one on the tower who was an outsider to the late Tang Dynasty. When Tang Mo called just now, Qinling subconsciously didn't want to tell her such a dangerous thing. He just wanted her to be protected within a safe range. But the moment she appeared here, Qinling understood that he was wrong. His baby is not a delicate flower that he protects, but a teammate who can fight alongside him. He should believe her and put her on an equal footing. This is the best way to love her. 78 high-level alien beasts. 1 super high-level alien beast. A total of 79 alien beasts. At this speed and distance, in 12 minutes, this group of alien beasts will stand at the door of S base. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, he could now be said to be the number 1 spiritual superpower in China. If people with spiritual powers are sentinels, then in the late Tang Dynasty, they were the best sentinels in China. As one of the people in charge of the base, Li Xian obviously already knew who was number 1 on the ranking list. Although no one knows the details of Tang Mo's abilities, no one even knows what kind of superpower Tang Mo is. But at this moment, no one was unconvinced by what Tang Mo, who was standing here, said. 78 high-level alien beasts. I'm afraid the 100 soldiers with supernatural powers will be difficult to handle. Li Xian made an estimate and said, You must know that high-level alien beasts are usually the mission targets of a supernatural team. Only a very powerful psychic can kill a high-level alien beast alone. Obviously, the individual combat strength of this base's supernatural army has not reached such a high level. Besides, there is also a super high-level alien beast. This is the first time that an alien beast of this level has appeared. We don't know what its strength is yet. When Jianchu also said with concern that the scale of the usual alien beast sieges was almost a scratch compared to this one. Otherwise, call all the superpowers in the base together. After all, this matter concerns everyone. When Jianchu suggested, Base S is too big, and both the population and the density of personnel have reached a terrifying level. These 100 soldiers with special powers are just the troops of the Alliance, and do not represent the strength of the entire Alliance. The hugest base, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, cannot be the only place with these superpowers. That's too late. Qinling glanced at his watch. Mo just said that these strange beasts would arrive in 10 minutes. And now there are still 7 minutes left. The Alliance is too big, and it is not an easy task to gather all these superpowers in the shortest possible time. Second brother, please ask your family to send a message to all the ID information whose current location is in the base with an attribute value above 500, saying that super high-level alien beasts are attacking the city. Come quickly. Xin Ling turned on the communication of the ID watch and ordered the second son standing under the tower. Home naturally means the base of the Xin Ling team in the villa area, and there are people stationed there at all times. The computer there can link to the back end of the ID watch, although the ID watch is no longer controlled. Some functions, such as communication, data statistics and positioning, can still be used. The group of alien beasts this time was all high-level alien beasts. Those with powers with too low attribute values would be destined to die. Therefore, Xin Ling thought carefully and set a requirement of 500 attribute values. As of today, the 100th place in the Chinese rankings has exceeded 2,000 attribute values. Therefore, there are still quite a lot of superpowers with attribute values above 500. Until they come, it's up to us to defend our home. Xin Ling watched the sandstorm getting closer and closer to the base with firm eyes. Are there any protection measures on the perimeter of the base? For safety reasons, large bases like this usually have some secret protection measures on the periphery. There is a layer of power grid and a layer of firewall, which are about 3 meters away from the door. When Jianshu explained to the end of Tang Dynasty that these were the last protective measures, 3 meters, Tang Mo calculated the distance in his mind. This distance was set entirely to prevent the strange beasts from jumping over. If you must rush in forcefully, these 2 layers of protective measures can only barely damage the fur of high-level alien beasts and block their entry. To put it more vividly, these 2 layers of protective measures are like setting a threshold when this group of high-level alien beasts rush in, tripping them up and making them stagger. And the other measures are of no use at all. But something is better than nothing. Soon, the figures of the group of strange beasts appeared in everyone's sight. More than 70 high-level alien beasts with different shapes and different lengths don't look like they belong to the same species. They run together and make a huge earthquake, which is very scary. Tang Mo stood on the tower and watched the strange beasts running towards him, as if he was watching a horror movie. Chapter 206 Super High-Level Alien Beast. Xin Ling suddenly turned around and looked at the still bustling streets in the S-base. The vendors on both sides of the road were still selling goodies from their freshly caught prey, completely unaware of what was about to happen outside the wall. Yes, if we didn't stop the first wave of beasts and let them rush in, how long would it take to destroy this base? Xin Ling suddenly asked. This base has been under construction since before the end of the world, and it has taken countless people's efforts. But it is so easy to destroy it once. Given the destructive power of this group of strange beasts, in 3 hours at most, this place will become an empty city. Neither Wen Jianshu nor Li Xian dared to answer Xin Ling's question. Only one person in the late Tang Dynasty answered him seriously. Heaven and earth are unkind and regard all things as stupid dogs. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he knew what Xin Ling was feeling at this time. No matter how hard the people here worked, an accident would end all their efforts. If you are not strong enough, your destiny will be in the hands of others, and there will be no way around it. It's really sad. The beast herd was getting closer and closer to the base. Several people from Xin Ling walked down from the tower and came to the head of the phalanx. Behind the base gate, although the enemies outside are powerful and terrifying, this door still has to be opened. You can't passively stand in the city and wait for them to break open the door and then resist. Sometimes, taking the initiative means taking the lead. The walls of base S are very strong and made of special materials. In daily maintenance, the base also attaches great importance to the reinforcement of the city walls. So it is almost impossible for alien beasts to break down the walls and get in. Xin Ling ordered the soldiers with special abilities to loosely wrap a few circles of iron chains as thick as men's arms around the gates on both sides. In this way, the door can be opened with a small gap that can only allow one person to pass through, allowing the person inside to get out without allowing strange beasts to quickly come in through the door. Inside the door, 100 soldiers with special abilities were divided into 4 rows and stood behind the door, waiting for orders from their superiors at any time. The power grid and firewall outside the door have all been turned on. The grid can last up to 24 hours. The firewall relies on the grease of a kind of alien beast stored in the base. There is a lot of it, and it is not afraid of consumption at all. This time is enough. We can turn off the power grid to let people out. But if the firewall is opened, won't people be able to get out? Tang Dynasty did not think about this problem clearly. The power grid is closest to the gate of the base, and the switch is in Xin Ling's hand and can be controlled at any time. The firewall was outside the power grid. After it was ignited, a circle of fire burned to a height of more than 2 meters, making it difficult for people to get out. There is a 1 meter wide place over there that is burning low-temperature fire. The color of the flame is slightly different from the color of fire in other places. People with superpowers will not be hurt when passing there, the second brother explained to the sister-in-law. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he could see the problem at a glance, and he could naturally think of it when designing the base. In the past, when alien beasts attacked a city, the alien beasts would attack in groups where there were the most people, just like those caused by the late Tang Dynasty last time. He just rushes to fight and won't stop at all. But this time is different. The more than 70 strange beasts all stopped a dozen meters outside the fire wall, and blocked by the 2-meter-high fire. Everyone could only barely get a rough look even if they opened the door and looked outside. However, Tang Mo, as a spiritual attribute user, could see clearly that among the dozens of strange beasts, there was a smaller strange beast sitting there. That position was surrounded by that super high-level alien beast. Determining the attributes of alien beasts can only be done by those with spiritual powers, because they can feel the mental fluctuations of the crystal core in the alien beast's body, and determine the level of the alien beast based on the amount of energy. The super high-level alien beast looked like a fox, several times larger than Jingjing. Its whole body was fiery red, and it had 3 plush tails behind it that were larger than its body. The strange beast's eyes were fixed on entering the door, and it looked at Tang Mo. It can feel its own exploration of its spiritual power, and it is a spiritual beast. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he immediately made a judgment. They are both in the form of a fox, and both are spiritual. Tang Mo immediately thought of Jingjing and called Xiao Dao, and asked her to tell Jingjing to come to her at the gate of the base. She and Jingjing have the same mind, but now the distance between them is too far. Of course, a phone call is more convenient. When such a war is approaching, it is really not worth wasting that mental energy. Why did they stop? Not only at the end of the Tang Dynasty, everyone showed their skills at this time, and there were many people who could see the strange beasts on the opposite side through the wall of fire, including those with non-spiritual attributes. They don't want to die either. But anyway, it's in our best interest to delay for now. Qinling apparently also saw the distinctive red fox. The superpowers in the base have received the news and are on their way here. As long as all the superpowers in the base arrive, these more than 70 high-level alien beasts will not be able to let them rush, and even if they are besieged. But this fox, at this time, no one dared to act rashly. After all, no one knew what kind of strength the ultra-high-level alien beasts were. The two parties faced off like this for a while, and then the alien beast moved. A 4-legged beast in the shape of a horse rushed forward alone, and it quickly crossed the wall of fire. The flames of the wall of fire glowed purple, and the burning alien oil gave off a hot smell. This fire was much more powerful than natural fire. Even if the horse-shaped beast jumped high enough, it would not be contaminated by the flames much. The abdomen is still burnt black and burned to the naked eye. After crossing the wall of fire, the strange beast paused, obviously because of the pain in its body. But he rushed towards the power grid without hesitation. Third brother, go and solve it. Qinling gestured to Su Laosan, who was standing behind him. Su Laosan immediately took the knife in his hand and went out. Things happened too quickly. When Su Laosan walked out, the strange beast had already touched the high-voltage power grid. The electric current jolted his whole body. In those 3 seconds, he almost lost the ability to move. But he quickly returned to normal. If there was 100% of the power in this alien beast's body at the beginning, now it is only 70% at most. A powerful high-level alien beast is not a problem for Su Laosan, let alone one with only 70% of its strength left. Qinling's second, third, fourth and fifth men are all people with names on the ranking list. Everyone's attribute value is over 2,000, so a high-level alien beast is nothing. What's more, after Tang Mo had been observing for so long, this horse-shaped beast was the weakest among the beasts. Chapter 207: The Army is Coming. Su Laosan soon became entangled with the high-level alien beast. Not long after, there was a corpse of an alien beast at the gate of the S base. Su Laosan returned to the team inside the door, and the beasts headed by the red fox just watched all of this quietly, without making any movement. It was as if no one in his team had ever died. Obviously, this first alien beast is just cannon fodder sent by the fox to test. The fox just wanted to test the power of the power grid and the fire network, and what the strength of the people in this base was. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and your enemy, you will never be in danger. Tang Mo thought of this sentence subconsciously, but when he thought about it, he was shocked. She remembered the crocodile she had seen in the jungle. At that time, A dead man's hand was used as a trap. But obviously that tactical strategy was too clumsy. Tang and Mo probably knew about the emotions and wisdom of the orangutans. They were not stupid, but simple and kind-hearted in nature. So it was difficult to think of any conspiracy to deal with the people at the foot of the mountain. Just like the powerful and simple big man in human society, the fox in front of him obviously has the same intelligence and is even more sinister. But what Tang and Mo couldn't figure out was that the high-level alien beast was not a fool after all. Even if it had no intelligence, it still had the most basic survival instinct of living creatures. How could it be so obedient that it would die? Just when Tang Dynasty had not yet figured out this problem, the group of strange beasts moved. I saw those strange beasts slowly moving closer to the wall of fire. And then something unexpected happened. The largest alien beasts stood below, while the lighter ones climbed on their backs, and then jumped over the flames. The height of the flames was only more than 2 meters. And the bodies of the slightly larger beasts here were already over 2 meters. Those small alien beasts stood on top of them and crossed over. Naturally, their fur was not burned off. The skin thickness of those large alien beasts is stronger. And even if they break through the fire, the damage will be smaller. After passing the fire wall, the next step is the power grid. Seeing the movement of the alien beasts, there is also movement in the Qinling Mountains. To wait any longer would be to sit back and wait for death. Qinling sent 3 men, Lao San, Lao Si, and Lao Wu, each with 2 brothers and 10 soldiers with special powers to divide into 3 teams to fight against the alien beasts. It is difficult to control a large number of people. If you divide a small number of people into several small teams, you can be more flexible and precise. The remaining people all stood behind the open door, with a large crack to block any fish that wanted to take advantage of it. This is the best arrangement that can be made with the current strength and numbers. The fox did not move, but stood outside the line of fire and watched everything. When those strange beasts crossed the line of fire one after another, Tang and Mo could see clearly that the fire wall was still far away from the city gate. But the burning flames made it look like the line of fire was very close. Now if you look closely, you can see that the distance between the live wire and the power grid must be at least 10 meters. The power grid is only 2 meters away from the city gate. The body of the horse-shaped beast is now lying less than 3 meters away from the end of Tang Dynasty. The teams led by the 3rd, 4th and 5th brothers soon got into a melee with the alien beasts. The number of soldiers was not enough, and everyone had to face more than one alien beast. The pressure is great, but these soldiers with special abilities are usually raised by the base. They are well trained and well equipped. They are almost equipped from head to toe. Everyone was fighting hard with cold weapons in their hands. Fortunately, the wall of fire created an isolation zone, and the fighting area was not large. Many large alien beasts could not restrain themselves at all, allowing the human soldiers with supernatural powers to take advantage of them. Base S is not without thermal weapons, nor is it without guns and ammunition. But ordinary guns and ammunition are completely useless against these high-level alien beasts. And the weapons in each of their hands are made of exotic treasure materials, which are the most precious materials they can have within their reach. And their power is naturally it is much larger than guns and ammunition, and does much higher damage. As for thermal weapons, it is even more nonsense. From the time the psychic discovered and reported the incoming beast herd, the beast herd's location was not far from the S base. At this time, it would be too late to spend time preparing the thermal weapon before firing it. The beast herd is so close to the S base that once a thermal weapon with huge power is launched, they will basically all die together. Oh, it's not quite accurate to say that we all die together, because there is a greater probability that there are still some tenacious beasts still alive. But the people have died long ago, and the S base has become a flat ruin, or a big pit. In this battle, no one is lazy, because everyone knows that if they lose this battle, they will pay more than their own lives. Their family and friends live in the base behind them, and everything they have is here. So everyone has the courage to die to protect their home. Neither Tang Mo nor Qinling moved. They stood together with Wen Qianshu, Li Xian and some senior officials in the base, watching the battle intently. The biggest boss of the red-furred fox hasn't moved yet, and humans certainly can't reveal their biggest trump card so quickly, because they are evenly matched. The battle is very close, and no one side can quickly resolve this battle with an overwhelming advantage. During this interaction, those with special abilities, who had received the ID message came one after another, and gathered in a pile in the open space inside the city gate. There were more and more people, and there was no need for orders from Qinling.
Many brave and bold people spontaneously went out and joined the battle. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he did not expect that there would be so many superpowers with more than 500 attribute points in the S-base. The people outside quickly outnumbered the alien beasts, and the small area quickly became saturated. Those who couldn't participate could only squeeze inside the base gate, behind the power grid, and even the 4 towers were full of people, waiting for the call to join the battle at any time. Humanity's sense of mission and collectiveness emerged spontaneously at this time, and everyone naturally regarded protecting their homeland as the most important thing. If this continues, even the human sea tactic will be able to grind the more than 70 high-level alien beasts to death. However, the faces of the decision-makers in the base are still very serious, which is completely different from the relaxed mood of those with special powers, because they all know that the climax of the battle has not yet begun. That is a super high-level alien beast that has not yet participated in the battle. No one knows what kind of strength this currently highest-level alien beast will have. Those who don't know are fearless, and the situation is actually not as optimistic as it seems. Chapter 208 Soul Fox. Jingjing's legs are short, and by the time she arrived in small steps, the place inside the door was already crowded with people, which was very spectacular. Fortunately, it was small in size, and with its flexible and stocky figure, it successfully crossed the sea of people and jumped into Jingjing's arms. The moment he hugged Jingjing again, Tang Mo felt tremendous pressure. Jingjing's food was really good these days when she was gone, and it was a little difficult for her to hold her. Tang Mo decided to hug Jingjing more in the future, so that she might be able to use Tongqian's axe faster. That's basically equivalent to living with a sandbag every day.
Jingjing, do you know that strange beast?
Tang Mo communicated with Jingjing in his heart. This person was so multi-minded that it was difficult to speak. This was also the reason why she called Jingjing anxiously. She didn't call Jingjing here to fight, but to ask Jingjing something. Before the update, the ID watch initially had the function of identifying treasures, and it was also used in school at the end of Tang Dynasty. But after the update, this function was lost. The function of identifying treasures disappeared, and the function of identifying exotic animals also disappeared. Instead, there are treasure illustrations and exotic beast illustrations. Only treasures and exotic beasts that have appeared in this world and are well known to people will appear in the illustrated book. This fox has obviously just appeared in everyone's sight. No one knows anything about it, so naturally it is not highlighted in the illustrated book. And Jingjing has a magical ability, which Tang Mo discovered early in the previous battle. That is, although Jingjing's name is called Crystal Swallowing Beast, it sounds related to crystal stones. But Jingjing is actually very powerful. She is a beast that has been inherited since birth. In its mind, it can perfectly recognize every kind of strange beast and describe their respective characteristics. It can be said that Jingjing is a cheating weapon in fights to kill people and seize treasures.
Jingjing, do you know that one?
Tang Mo's mental power was directed at the fox, who was still sitting firmly outside the line of fire. Jingjing is also a spiritual beast, so naturally she can detect the scene over there. After a brief inspection, it became clear in my mind what that thing was.
It's a soul beast, an earth-level alien beast.
Soul beast? Low-level alien beast? Both of these terms touch upon the blind spots of knowledge in the late Tang Dynasty. But obviously now is not a favorable time to start Jingjing's small class.
What is its attack method? What are its characteristics? What are its weaknesses?
Tang Mo then asked. This is the most useful information for them now.
Soul beasts are an independent type of earth-level beasts. That is to say, spiritual beasts among the beasts. They have no combat power and no attack methods. They mainly rely on one skill, which is control. Soul beasts can achieve the ability to control alien beasts through mental control. So generally speaking,
there is a group of alien beast brothers under the soul beast. The specific number that can be controlled depends entirely on the spiritual strength of the soul beast itself. Like this soul fox, which can control more than 70 high-level alien beasts. Its mental power is very strong. Very strong.
Jingjing introduced it to Tang Mo.
Then you are also a spirit beast?
Tang Mo suddenly interrupted. Jingjing is also an existence that transcends high-level alien beasts and has spiritual attributes.
Mo. I've told you before. I'm a crystal-swallowing beast. I'm not an earth-level alien beast. Even a heaven-level alien beast can't compare to my little claw.
Jingjing was a little unhappy that Tang Mo compared herself with garbage earth-level beasts. Although I said that the soul fox was very powerful, but based on the strength of the humans here, it couldn't be compared with myself at all. So you can't control strange beasts. Tang Mo was a little disappointed. She thought of the savage tribe she had seen in the orangutan tribe. The tribe that attacked the mountain relied on controlling poisonous insects to quietly kill the few guarding orangutans on the mountain. However, Tang Mo and his men later attacked too quickly and did not give the other party time to react. So the savage tribe had not had time to use their special move. But this is also a regret in the late Tang dynasty. Beast control. Who wouldn't want such a powerful skill? She thought Jingjing had one too. Momo. Hearing Momo's disappointed tone, Jingjing was so angry that she knew how to control animals much better. In fact, the late Tang dynasty probably already understood what a soul beast was. Just like a human with spiritual powers who wants to contract a pet. As long as his mental power is strong enough, he can contract as many as he wants. Moreover, after some experiments in the late Tang dynasty, it was discovered that it was much easier to control the same race with mental power than to control alien races with mental power. For example, it is not easy for a human psychic to contract a strange beast, but it is much easier to control a person temporarily. It's just that the human body and brain are too fragile. Tang Mo guessed that once the mind controls a human being, the controlled person's brain will basically be destroyed. After being out of control, he will become a fool. So Tang Mo has not tried this trick yet, and he will not try it easily. It is very easy for the soul fox to control the alien beasts, but it is really not easy to control the human beings. How to deal with the soul beast? She asked if she didn't understand. Tang Mo asked the question she was most concerned about. Soul beasts are easy to kill as long as they get up close. After all, they have little attack power and low health. But generally speaking, soul beasts rarely give the enemy a chance to get close. If you want to kill a soul beast, there are two ways. The first way is to resist the spiritual attack exerted by the soul beast, and then pass through the alien beasts it controls and kill it. The second method is to remotely rely on greater mental power to counterattack its mental power. If the operation is not done properly, your own mental power will be absorbed by the soul beast, and the soul beast will die before it kills you. However, if one's mental power is strong enough, theoretically speaking, soul beasts can be contracted. Based on the spiritual power of this soul beast, what do you think is the success rate of my remote control? Jingjing's words made Tang Mo ready to make a move. 30%. The remaining 70% will be backlashed by you. Don't even think about the contract. There is no chance of even 10%. What Tang Mo said just now made Jingjing still angry, and said unceremoniously. To be honest, although Tang Mo's current spiritual attributes are the best in China, most of them are brought about by the fusion of the spiritual light sphere. Tang Mo's own spiritual power actually does not account for much. And with more than 10,000 points, there is barely a 30% chance of being able to kill this soul beast with long-range mental attacks. The fire in Tang Mo's heart was instantly extinguished. Before that, she thought she was already a bit powerful. But now it seems that the road ahead is still long and arduous. But what Tang Mo didn't know was that with her current mental strength, she could actually kill the spirit beast remotely. It's just that the spirit beast she encountered today was too mentally powerful. It was already strong enough to control nearly 100 high-level alien beasts. Naturally, it couldn't be easily dealt with. Chapter 209 Mutation. While Tang Mo and Jingjing were talking, Tang Mo's sharp nerves suddenly felt that something was wrong outside. Although the battle outside seemed to be going well, the superpowers relied on their numerical advantage to quickly suppress the more than 70 strange beasts. After all, they are all high-level superpowers. If a few people can't win against a high-level superpower, then their time has been in vain. At the end of Tang Dynasty, the mental power was kept outside for observation. The Soul Fox had not yet taken action, and no one dared to underestimate the enemy. But now, Tang Mo suddenly noticed an extra spiritual power. That was not what these high-level beasts emitted during the battle, but a higher level and more powerful spiritual power. That was the spiritual power emitted by the Soul Fox. Tang Mo remembered what Jingjing said just now. The spirit beast's mental power could control not only alien beasts, but humans as well. At this moment, the superpowers who were fighting suddenly felt dizzy, as if something was invading their brains. It is not an easy task for the soul beast to control so many physically strong superpowers. But if you interfere, it is very easy to even make this group of people temporarily lose their ability to fight. Come back quickly! Pull back! Quickly! Tang Mo sensed something was wrong and quickly rushed out, standing behind the power grid and shouting to the people fighting. The group of superpowers had all gone through countless battles, and most of them knew that they had such symptoms because they had been attacked by mental power. Tang Mo's voice came almost at the same time as the soul beast's spiritual attack. The superpowers immediately retreated after feeling the strangeness in their bodies and hearing Tang Mo's voice. However, there are still some people who are too stubborn after suffering mental attacks and feel that they can still fight and do not withdraw. There are also some people who have relatively weak mental power and low attribute values. They cannot withstand the first wave of mental power attacks from the soul beasts. In addition, they are fighting those high-level aliens, so they have no time and no chance. Withdraw? Second brother, you send a few psychics to pull back the people on the battlefield. Quick! They will definitely not be able to withstand the second wave of psychic attacks. Tang Mo hurriedly ordered his second son. The spiritual power of the soul beast is mainly to control the group of alien beasts. So the spiritual attacks on humans are carried out in batches. This is only the first wave, and most people's bodies have already reacted. When the second wave comes, those with superpowers whose attribute values are not high enough will completely lose their combat ability. And even those with high attribute values will have their combat strength greatly reduced in an instant. You must know that you are on the battlefield now. Once your strength weakens, your opponent will not give you a chance. Those high-level alien beasts will attack back in an instant, tear you into pieces and swallow you. When the second brother heard Tang Mo's words, he didn't ask why at all. He immediately arranged for a few psychics with relatively strong combat abilities to go out and pull back those who were about to lose their combat abilities and could not return in time. Everyone outside the door goes in, and those inside the door step back. Everyone steps back to make room for the people in front. Xin Ling commanded quickly and methodically. He clearly understood Tang Mo's actions, and he also felt the mental attack. This ultra-high-level alien beast is of the spiritual type, and this spiritual attack is its attack method. The wave of mental attacks just now was not very strong and did not cause much substantial damage to people, but it caused a strong interference. You must know that the super high-level alien beast is not fighting alone. It has so many younger brothers. As long as it can cause a little interference, it is enough to affect the overall situation. What's more, the mental attack just now was just the first wave. The trouble is really big now. As soon as Qin Ling's words came out, the second brother led his brothers to maintain order, and soon the people crowded behind the door retreated collectively. The people who originally squeezed out behind the power grid and didn't come, and those who participated in the battle, all retreated. Everyone who is fighting the aliens should retreat to the base gate. We will deal with them at the gate. There are also many people who are evenly matched with the alien beasts at this time, and are even being pressed and beaten, unable to retreat even if they want to. The strangeness in their bodies prevented them from concentrating on fighting, and they were extremely anxious at this time. After hearing Qin Ling's words, they all fought and retreated towards the gate of the base. When they were about to reach the power grid, Lao San led the brothers to force the beasts back, and then let people come in quickly. It's a waste of time to deal with the alien beasts at the door. They don't have that much time now. Now most of the supernatural beings have returned to the base, and all the alien beasts are crowded together on the power grid. Quick! Come in quickly! The last few people rushed into the power grid with a few strange beasts. The third and fourth children also retreated behind the grid. Just when the last people standing on the battlefield outside retreated behind the grid was opened. Previously, when people in the base wanted to go out, the power grid was turned off. Later, people crowded out, and it was not turned on again. Now that the last few people have retreated, the power grid has been opened again. The group of alien beasts hesitated slightly as they rushed inside, then slowed down their pace to follow. This slowdown gave the last few people a chance to breathe. Lao San and others quickly pushed back the few alien beasts that rushed into the power grid, and then protected the few who were almost exhausted into the base. Door. After everyone entered, the door to the base was quickly closed. At the same time, the second wave of mental attacks came. The farther the distance, the weaker the power of the mental attack. Those who didn't go out only felt their heads hurt like needles at that moment, but they recovered quickly. But those who had just returned from a mental attack at close range who were on the battlefield fell to the ground one by one when the second mental attack came. It hurts. It hurts so much. It hurts so much that you can't even stand. It seems that in a short period of time, the damage caused by this mental attack is superimposed. Fortunately, at the end of Tang Dynasty, these people were pushed back in time. Otherwise, if they are still on the battlefield, I am afraid that all these people who cannot stand up will not be able to come back. Tang Mo could feel that the focus of the Soul Fox's mental power output was no longer controlling at all, but attacking. The Soul Beast has no intention of controlling these humans. It knows that it is too difficult and requires too much mental energy and time. It just wants to make everyone here temporarily incapacitated. In this way, the high-level alien beasts it controls can break through the gate as quickly as possible. Chapter 210 In Trouble. Qin Ling sent people to carry those superpowers who had participated in the battle and were now unable to stand up after being attacked by the second wave of mental power to the back. On the one hand, the Soul Beast must control these more than 70 high-level alien beasts. And on the other hand, it must accumulate strength to carry out mental attacks again and again. Therefore, the intensity and range of this mental attack are not very large. According to Tang Mo's guess, this is probably the limit of the Spirit Beast's mental power. At a position 20 meters away from the base gate, the mental attack can no longer be felt. Therefore, all the superpowers with slightly weaker attributes and those who had been injured retreated to a position 20 meters behind. No one left. Everyone knew what the base was facing now, and what the consequences would be if they lost this battle. Everyone else in the base has received the message to stay at home and not go out without notice. At this time, the base is empty except for the dense crowd of people at the city gate. After the massacre just now, there were still more than 40 high-level alien beasts left outside. At this time, they had broken through the range of the power grid little by little and began to hit the gate of the base. The energy of dozens of high-level alien beasts cannot be underestimated. No matter how strong the base gate is, it will not last long. Everyone behind the door didn't even dare to breathe. They all looked at Qin Ling and waited for Qin Ling to give orders. They seemed to be trapped here now, with nothing to do. Although Li Xian and Wen Jianshu are also superpowers, they usually focus more on the administrative affairs and daily management of the base. They actually don't have much experience when it comes to true and complete combat, and they feel uneasy at this time. Qin Ling stood in the middle and became the backbone of everyone. Lao San, you organize all the spiritual power users with attribute values above 500 and divide them into 2 batches. One group will be led by me, and the other group will be led by you and Lao Si Lao Wu. The mental attacks of the high-level alien beasts are not continuous, with an average wave of 5 minutes. Each of our teams goes out to fight until there is a wave of mental attacks, then retreats, and then switches to the second wave. Qin Ling quickly made arrangements. What a leader is best at is observation. He has been observing just now and found that although the person who attacks the mental power can only withstand 1 wave, he will lose some combat ability, but he can completely retreat. Then after a short rest, the body will recover a little. And among the people who just went out to fight, although everyone withstood 2 waves of mental attacks, they all fell. However, the physical and mental state of people with mental attributes are obviously much better than those with other attributes. He recovered much faster. So he decided to give priority to using spiritual powers to deal with the strange beasts outside the door. Second brother, I am no longer in charge of you, Qin Ling explained, completely ignoring Li Xian and Wen Jianshu standing next to him. But at this time, Li Xian and Wen Jianshu didn't care at all about Qin Ling's ignorance. After all, even if the decision-making power is given to them at this time, they can't do anything. You lead the first team, and I will lead the second team, Tang Mo interjected. The third, fourth, and fifth brothers are not mental attribute users. Going out to resist the mental attack will cause too much harm to the body. It is best to keep them in the base to reserve combat power. Tang Mo understood clearly that Qin Ling was planning to use the 2 teams of psychic powers to fight against each other to deal with the 40-level high-level beasts. But if the mental attack is a wave every 5 minutes, then the 2 teams don't know how many waves it will take to deal with this level 40 strange beast. Even if a person with mental power suffers a mental attack, he will recover very quickly. But the third, fourth, and fifth brothers couldn't withstand so many mental attacks. Tang Mo knew Qin Ling's attribute values well, so she didn't have to worry even if she wasn't a spiritual superpower. Moreover, there was another level of consideration in the late Tang dynasty. If the battle continues for so many rounds, those who go out to fight will definitely be injured to some extent and will be extremely weak. I'm afraid it will be difficult to maintain the base just by relying on the second child and the younger ones. If Qin Ling is also injured, something will really happen, and the second child will not be able to control the situation. Of course, Qin Ling had thought of this at the end of the Tang dynasty, but there was nothing he could do about it. I am a psychic attribute user with an attribute value of over 10,000. I will lead the second team. This was the first time in the late Tang dynasty that he publicly stated his attribute values. Before this, her disclosed attribute values were still those with spatial attribute abilities. But how is it possible that a person with spatial attributes can kill strange beasts alone without fear? It is well known that those with spatial attributes have very weak actual combat capabilities. But with so many people who have seen the fighting in the late Tang dynasty, who dares to say that the actual combat ability in the late Tang dynasty is weak? Nonsense. Everyone knew in their hearts that the space attribute was just a cover for Tang Mo. And Tang Mo had never said this. This is the first time she has made her information public. Qin Ling thought for a moment. Good. Mo is not only his treasure, but also his partner. And from a rational point of view, what Tang Mo said is the most reasonable and best way at the moment. The gate of the base has been bearing the collision of alien beasts at this time. You must not open the door at this time. Once a small gap opens, it will be like a dam bursting, and it will no longer be able to stop it. Qin Ling led a group of people to climb the rope and climb over the wall. The 6 to 7 meter high wall tightly blocks everything outside. After they went down, they only fought for about 5 minutes before the next wave of mental attacks came. This time everyone was obviously experienced. After all, except for Qin Ling, all of them were mental attribute users. The moment the mental attack was launched, they ran towards the rope under the wall, and then quickly turned back. Qin Ling was alone behind this group of people, trying his best to help them break up and block the strange beasts following behind. He was the one who brought them out. At this moment, he is the captain of this team, and he must try his best to bring everyone back. Not everyone can be a good boss. Qin Ling's sense of mission and responsibility as a captain is something that many captains don't have. But no matter how high Qin Ling's attribute value is, it is not a mental attribute after all. In terms of mental attribute, it is almost the same as an ordinary mental attribute superpower. So when Qin Ling grabbed the rope after everyone climbed up the wall, his head started to hurt. He held onto the rope patiently and climbed up. The headache became more and more serious. The soul beast seemed to realize that Qin Ling's identity was unusual. And at this moment, it focused all its mental attacks on Qin Ling alone. At this time, the Qin Ling mountains were climbing up little by little, relying solely on perseverance and endurance. At this moment, an elephant-like beast nearly 3 meters tall swung its nose, wrapped it around the rope where Qin Ling was, and pulled hard. Qin Ling was thrown directly to the ground with the rope attached. Chapter 211 Hero Saves Beauty. Qin Ling fell from a high altitude, and the height and inertia made him fall heavily to the ground. The mental attack became more violent. Qin Ling tried hard to get up, but there was nothing he could do. I had a splitting headache and curled up on the ground holding my head. Several high-grade crystal stones quickly appeared in Qin Ling's hand to quickly replenish his mental power. Obviously, as the leader of the alliance, Qin Ling has special space treasures in his possession. The rare space treasure in the Qin Ling mountains was a ring, which was taken away by savages in the rainforest, and was later replaced with another one. Only with strong mental strength can one be able to withstand more mental attacks. After quickly absorbing the crystal in his hand, Qin Ling endured the mental attack from the soul beast and approached the wall, trying to climb up by pulling on the lowered rope. The gate is tightly closed at this moment, and the outside scene cannot be seen from the base of the city gate. Some bold superpower users with high attributes crowded on the tower and could see the scene outside. On the top of the city wall, the second, third and third sons and Tang Mo stood on the high city wall, watching the battle outside, monitoring and preparing for the next reaction at any time. Seeing the current situation of their boss, everyone was extremely anxious. But there was nothing they could do. Now I don't know why. The spiritual attack of the soul beast is all concentrated on Qin Ling, so they can now stand safely on the wall. Once they go down to help, they will inevitably suffer mental attacks as well. They are not Qin Ling, so they are afraid that they will not be able to help, and they still need the boss to save them. Qin Ling had been ranked first in the Chinese rankings until the rankings came up in the late Tang dynasty. This first place is not earned for nothing. You must know that Qin Ling is a person with agility attributes, not mental attributes. The previous superpowers had almost lost their ability to move when they suffered group mental attacks. But now, Qin Ling alone has endured the mental attack that everyone just endured. The superimposed injuries only limited his movement, but he could still struggle to stand up and walk, which was already a very remarkable thing. As expected of being number 1 in the Chinese rankings, if I had endured the mental attack for so long, I would have been paralyzed. The people on the tower watched the battle and spoke to the people around them with lingering fear. What if it were you? What if you didn't dare to go out at all?
The people next to him laughed mercilessly. The people on the tower were already the best in attribute values. But at this time, they were still stunned by Qinling's amazing resistance ability. You must know that the wave of superpowers, who only suffered a group mental attack for a few seconds, are still lying behind and vomiting blood.
Boss, grab the rope and we'll pull you up.
The people on the wall had no way to get down, so they could only shout for Qinling to grab the rope. Qinling struggled to hold onto the rope and wrapped it around his waist. But as soon as the Lao San and the others on the wall exerted their strength, the strange beasts below would mercilessly tear Qinling off. While Qinling was enduring the mental attack, he used his last strength to resist the attacks of the high-level alien beasts around him. Being attacked by more than 40 beasts is a terrible thing. It is so terrible that ordinary people can't even think about it. It will be torn into pieces in a few minutes. But Qinling resisted for so long alone. While resisting, he still tried hard to hold onto the rope and try to climb back to the base. Slowly, due to lack of physical strength, Qinling began to get injured, with wounds on his body. But there was no expression on his face at all, as if he was not in extreme danger, but just like every normal battle. But everyone watching the battle knows what kind of pain Qinling is suffering now. Physically, but also in the brain. Tang Mo pursed his lips tightly, and stood on the wall watching everything below. When Qinling was thrown to the ground from the rope again, Tang Mo couldn't sit still. I can't bear it anymore. I really can't bear it anymore. Tang Mo jumped directly from the 6 to 7 meter high wall. The jump was so smooth that Su Lao San, who was sitting next to her, was shocked.
Sister-in-law, it's dangerous.
Su Lao San was scared to death when he saw his sister-in-law jumping down. The boss still can't get up. What will they do if the sister-in-law goes down again?
Sister-in-law, stop shouting. Sister-in-law has a spiritual attribute, with an attribute value of more than 10,000 points. You are just a fraction of others. Why are you worrying so much?
The second child listened to the cries and howls of several people around him, and said calmly, now the only one who can save the boss here is the sister-in-law. The moment Tang Mo jumped down, Pafong took it out from the space and held it in his hand. When she landed firmly on the ground, Qinling was already surrounded by a circle of strange beasts. Qinling still held the weapon in his hand and was waving it.
It's really a bullying that goes too far.
Seeing this scene, Tang Mo was so angry that she was about to get angry. She was the most protective person, and could not bear to see any of her own people being bullied. Because there were too many people here, Qinling did not go down immediately in the late Tang dynasty, when it encountered danger that did not involve life. Because she believed Qinling could do it. Qinling was the leader of the alliance, and she didn't want to go out and steal the limelight by herself. But now, she couldn't bear it anymore. It is tolerable but too mature. My uncle can't bear it, but my aunt can't either. At the end of Tang dynasty, he rushed to Qinling's side and took out Pafong, which was filled with spiritual power, and swung it out fiercely to drive away the strange beasts. Then he helped Qinling up, protected him behind him, and slowly retreated towards the wall. The soul beast obviously saw the end of Tang dynasty. That was the human that it had just glanced at. The mental power she wielded with that blow just now was the master of the mental power that she had been spreading out to explore and sweep around its body. The Qinling soul beast knew that he was the master of this base and the leader. But the female humans who came out later made it even more fearful. This one has a similar smell to it. It's the same kind of smell. Just when Tang Mo and Qinling were retreating, the target of the soul beast's spiritual attack suddenly changed. All mental attacks were transferred from Qinling's body to Tang dynasty's body. For a moment, Tang Mo felt an external force attacking her sea of consciousness, which made her temples tighten. This feeling was very familiar to Tang Mo. She had also encountered this situation before when she wanted to contract the little monkey, but accidentally met the monkey and her family. At that time, her mental strength was very weak, and she was almost backlashed. But it's different now. Different from the intruder with silver light. The spiritual power in the sea of consciousness at the end of Tang dynasty was shining with golden light. It's actually golden? A shocked expression appeared on the soul beast's expressionless face. At the end of the Tang dynasty, the golden spiritual power in the sea of consciousness formed a wall and rebounded the silver light hard. She didn't understand the soul beast and was afraid of being deceived, so she didn't consume the mental power of the silver light. Chapter 212 Battle Under the Wall. After a few seconds, the spiritual attack of the soul beast was expelled from the sea of consciousness by Tang Mo.
Hurry up and leave the rest to me.
After retreating to the wall again, Tang Mo pushed Qinling to grab the rope.
I feel better now. I'm with you. I can't leave you down there alone.
Qinling really felt that he was much better, and his head didn't hurt so much anymore. How could he really leave the battlefield to the late Tang dynasty alone?
I can. Really?
Tang Mo turned Qinling's body to face him, and then looked straight at him. Qinling looked into Tang Mo's eyes. Those eyes were like a pool of deep water, making it impossible to see the bottom at a glance. But also very firm. People can't help but believe it subconsciously. Good. There are strange beasts behind them. And the battle is quick. So there is no time to look at each other affectionately. The moment Qinling answered, Tang Mo reached for the rope and tied it around Qinling's waist.
Tighten it. Third brother. Pull the rope.
Tang Mo held a phone in his hand to block the strange beasts surrounding them, while shouting loudly. The people standing on the wall had been watching what was going on below. When Tang Mo shouted out, the third and fourth children jumped off the wall while grabbing the rope. With the two strong men and the force of gravity, Qinling pulled the rope and rose up almost immediately. The elephant-like beast wanted to repeat its old tricks again, flicking its long trunk in an attempt to pull down the rope again. But this time with Tang Mo guarding him, the strange beast would definitely be disappointed. In the late Tang dynasty, the sight of elephant-like beasts had long been distasteful. Isn't it just that he is taller? Isn't it just that the nose is longer? Why do you have a nose? Significant to you? The phone in his hand was filled with a lot of mental power, and he took 2 steps back to start running. Tang Mo jumped up and slashed at the trunk of the giant elephant. The elephant's trunk was already soft, and the late Tang dynasty had been dissatisfied with the elephant for a long time. This blow was done with all his strength, and it cut off the elephant's trunk in one go. The long nose was still twisting when it fell to the ground. The pain instantly made the elephant become furious. He kicked his feet into the sky and his feet on the ground and began to roar. After roaring, he rushed towards Tang Mo. At the end of Tang dynasty, he had tried to deal with several high-level alien beasts at the same time in battle before, and it was not too difficult. But this time it was more than 40, and Tang Mo's mental power had just increased by 10,000 points. She didn't know whether her strength could sustain her position.
Boss, those mental superpowers who went out with you just now are basically back. But they can't go out anymore. They are exhausted. If they go out, they will die.
Qinling had already returned to the siege. The second child helped him to a chair and talked to him. The plan made by the boss before can no longer be realized. Although those mental superpowers were in good condition, fighting against the mental attack also consumed most of their mental energy. Once a person with mental attributes loses their mental power, they are not much different from ordinary people. The second person just asked the batch of mental attribute users with the highest attribute value how long it would take to recover. The superpower said it would take at least 8 hours. After 8 hours, the daylilies were cold. Qinling nodded. He almost didn't come back from being outside just now, let alone those ordinary superpowers.
Boss, my sister-in-law is still outside now. Will the second group of people still go out?
How can the second brother dare to make a decision at this time? The sister-in-law is now carrying it outside alone. The Qinling Mountains are the Qinling Mountains after all. After sitting for a while, I recovered a little, and then I climbed up to the wall with a few of them and watched the battle of Tang Dynasty alone below. The mental attack seemed to be on a collision course with Tang Mo, and the output was increased. But Tang Mo seemed not to feel it, and was completely unaffected. The spiritual attack of the Soul Beast was the same as it was on Qinling, and it was aimed at a person in the late Tang Dynasty. Originally, others should not be able to feel it. But due to the Spirit Beast's continuous increase in spiritual output, even those with non-spiritual powers such as Qinling could feel the fluctuations of spiritual power in the air. There was one question on the minds of everyone watching this fight. How strong is the woman under the wall, who is fighting more than 40 beasts now? Such a huge mental power attack is simply ignored, as if it has no feeling and has no impact at all. How strong is an attribute value of 10,000 points? Qinling looked at Imo below. Although it was a bit difficult, he could still handle it. Just wait. Everyone could see that the mental attack had no effect on Tang Mo at all. If Tang Dynasty was exhausted and wanted to come up, he could come back immediately. The second batch of mental superpowers can only last for 5 minutes. It is too wasteful to use them now. They have to wait until the end of Tang Dynasty to use them when they are needed most.
Don't be afraid. Momo, I'm here to help you.
Jingjing is a spiritual beast, so it ignores these spiritual attacks. These high-level alien beasts were too big for it, and it was of no use if it went down. So it kept watching the battle on the city wall.
Originally, Jingjing was careless and just watched it as a fun. But now that Mo was down there, Jingjing became anxious, walking hurriedly up and down the fence. Mo, my mental power can slow down the movements of the alien beast closest to you for about 3 seconds, which can relieve some of your stress. Jingjing thought of a way and immediately sent a message to Tang Mo. Jingjing is a growth type, and it is difficult to kill a high-level alien beast with its current mental strength. But if it restrains the opponent for a few seconds and interferes, it can still do it. This is what it just learned from the soul beast by analogy. And today is also the first time it tries it. Good. Sure enough, with Jingjing's help, Tang Mo's pressure suddenly eased a lot. Even though it was only a few seconds of delay, these few seconds were enough for Tang Mo to make several moves. And almost every move Tang Mo made was fatal. This is a great opportunity and cannot be wasted. Now that we are stuck in this deadlock, a breakthrough has finally appeared. Tang Mo naturally has to take advantage of it and strive to make a breakthrough. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he only used the technique of pouring mental power into the weapon, and he had not used physical mental power to attack. It's because the mental physical attack is more like a long-range attack. Now she was fighting these high-level alien beasts almost face to face. She had never used mental physical attacks at such a close range. But the use of spiritual power by the soul beast and Jingjing gave great inspiration to the late Tang Dynasty. Perhaps the usefulness of mental power goes far beyond this, and she should use her brain more in battle. Tang Mo took a few steps back, then stood still and began to condense the mental power in his body into knots in a special way and output it outwards. Chapter 213 lives up to the name. Those mental powers slowly flowed out and condensed into bodies around Tang Mo. What is that? At this time, the people watching the battle saw 5 identical little people about 1 meter in size appearing out of thin air around Tang Mo. The 5 villains were made of golden light. Each villain held a long sword exactly like the one held by Tang Mo, and then circled around Tang Mo. That's something condensed from mental power? But isn't mental power silver? Can mental power condense into something like this? Those who were watching the battle all widened their eyes in disbelief. The sight before them was really unbelievable to them. My dear, it's really an eye-opener. The shocked expressions of the people standing on the walls and towers were too obvious, making those locked up in the base feel extremely itchy. Even Li Xian and Wen Jianshu couldn't help but wonder what was happening outside. Don't let anything happen to Momo. Wen Jianshu was running around in circles anxiously. On the one hand, he really regarded Tang Mo as a relative and was worried about her. On the other hand, this maniac who doted on his wife was really afraid that if something happened to Mo, Lin Yi would resent him. So, with various considerations on the part of several parties, and without the permission of Qinling on the wall, the gate of the base was quietly opened a crack, so that the people inside could see the scene outside. As soon as the door was opened, the people inside crowded together and scrambled to look outside. All she saw was that Tang Mo was surrounded by 5 little golden figures holding sharp swords. Those 5 little figures were revolving around her like miniature versions of herself. And Tang Mo stood in the middle, as if he was plated with a layer of golden light. At that moment, the person who opened the door thought he was hallucinating, and subconsciously closed the door again. But when I opened it again, it was still the same scene. At this time, Tang Mo was covered in blood spattered by the alien beasts, standing there holding Pafeng with stern eyes. In fact, she just gave it a try, but she didn't expect it to actually succeed. Before this, Tang Dynasty only used his mental power to look like daggers, wind blades or weapons. But at that time, it was because of the limited mental power reserves. But now it is different. My mental power is richer. In addition, he was inspired by the puppet controlled by the soul beast. Since spiritual power and even weapons can be condensed. Can people be condensed? At the end of Tang Dynasty, he tried it, but he didn't expect it to work. In fact, it is not an easy task for someone to condense their mental power into a human being and be able to hold a weapon and be capable of both offense and defense. Not only does it require huge mental power as a foundation, but it also requires an in-depth understanding of the human body. It just so happened that in the late Tang Dynasty, there was another unique skill, which was mental healing. She has cured too many people through spiritual therapy and has a certain understanding of the structure of the human body. Therefore, the right time, right place, and right people were all indispensable. So we were able to create these 5 miniature people who were exactly like ourselves. It was different when he was rich in mental power, while Tang Mo condensed these 5 villains to protect him. he could still pour a lot of mental power into Famine. There were even many left in the consciousness sea, and Tang Mo was able to make many additional wind blades to attack these high-level alien beasts on the opposite side. Tang Mo started fighting again with a knife, and the 5 villains around him also gathered around Tang Mo with knives and started to assist in the fight. The activities of these 5 villains can only be fixed at equidistant positions around Tang Mo, and the power they can use is 1/5 of Tang Mo's own attribute value. But that's enough. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. And Tang Mo now has 5 more helpers who are always by her side. Able to take care of many places she cannot see and block many quick and fatal injuries for her. Let Tang Mo reserve his remaining energy to concentrate on dealing with the high-level beasts in front of him. Having these 5 villains is equivalent to having an extra 360-degree shield with no blind spots. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he rushed directly into the group of alien beasts and started killing crazily. Jingjing was observing on the wall, helping Tang Mo restrain the opponent in front of him, making Tang Mo feel more at home among the alien beasts. Countless small wind blades shuttled among the alien beasts, causing superimposed damage to the alien beasts. When they saw the wind blades, the people watching the battle were no longer surprised. If you can even release those 5 amulets, what are these wind blades? It should. No surprise. No surprise. Soon, everyone's acceptance of Tang Mo was the same as that of the men in the Mist team. Tang Mo cannot be regarded as an ordinary person, and nothing she does is surprising. Until this moment, everyone had the same understanding in their hearts. She was number 1 in China in the late Tang Dynasty, and she deserved it. However, all the mental superpowers couldn't take their eyes off Tang Mo's fighting style. They all had the same idea in their minds, which was to release their mental power. Can they do it? At this time, Tang Mo, who was in the battle, didn't know that after this battle, almost all spiritual power users began to study the matter of releasing their mental power. Taking Tang Mo as an example, soon, many people with mental powers were able to simply release their mental power, condense it into daggers, wind blades, etc. However, condensing 5 people like Tang Mo is still an impossible task for all spiritual power users. But this is a story for another day. Under Tang Mo's fierce and invincible output, more and more high-level exotic beasts fell at Tang Mo's feet. At this time, the Soul Beast had obviously realized the crisis, and stood up and launched an even more violent mental attack on Tang Mo. This wave of attacks by the Soul Beast was with great force, trying to knock down the human being. This wave of mental attacks was more than 3 times the previous attacks. Even if it was an attack on one person in the late Tang Dynasty, it still affected people who were relatively close. The people behind the gap opened by the base gate had no ability to resist even the aftermath of this wave of mental attacks, and they knelt down on the ground with pain in their brains. The people behind saw the situation and dragged the fallen person back, and then the door was quickly closed again. These days, if you don't have any strength, let alone participate in the battle, you are not even qualified to watch the battle. The top of the wall was also affected, but one was because it was relatively high, and the second was that the people on the wall except Jingjing were all from Qinling. They could still bear the aftermath of this, so they didn't go down. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, more than half of the mental power in the Sea of Consciousness had been released, and the remaining mental power could only barely withstand this wave of powerful attacks. However, Tang Mo did not take back the released mental power. Instead, he launched a more violent attack on the remaining high-level beasts, hoping to resolve the battle more quickly. Chapter 214 God of War in the late Tang Dynasty. Regarding this battle, Tang Mo had his own ideas. If he gave up the fight as soon as the Soul Beast's spiritual attack came to resist the external spiritual power attacking him, then he didn't know how long this battle would last. Her mental power is limited, and there is currently no one in the S-base who can compete with this Soul Beast. It can be said that the lives of everyone in the base now depend on him, and there cannot be any mistakes. So she couldn't delay it any longer. If she delayed it until she was exhausted, she would really lose. Tang Mo made up his mind and rushed towards the spirit beast with the attack of the only 20 or so high-level alien beasts around him. Seeing that the human being not only did not fall down, but kept moving under his own mental attack, the Soul Beast did not expect it and quickly increased the output of its mental power. As a Soul Beast, it has no fighting ability other than the output of mental power, and it must not let this human get close to it. At this time, the Soul Beast relied on its already enlightened mind and determined that the human in front of it had reached its limit, and there is no other opponent in the human tribe who can withstand his mental attack. Therefore, relying only on the remaining 20-odd high-level alien beasts and their own mental attacks, it is more than enough to take down the city and find what they want. Tang Mo rushed forward while carrying the damage, and soon passed through the line of fire and passed through the 1-meter-wide low-temperature flames. Not all of the superpowers watching the battle knew the secret of this line of fire. Seeing Tang Mo walking straight through the 2-meter-high firewall, they all wished they had a video recorder in their hands to record the scene in front of them. After it's done, pass it on to your children and grandchildren. I think back then, during that battle, your father was also someone who had seen big scenes. Qin Ling saw that Tang Mo was not interested in fighting, but rushed towards the super high-level alien beast, and immediately understood what Tang Mo meant. Right now, let the second batch of psychics go out to help stop those high-level beasts, Qin Ling told the second child. The second child made arrangements neatly, jumped off the wall, and arranged for the second batch of mentally powerful people who had been prepared to go out through the open door. But everyone has seen the power of the mental attack. Naturally, some of them are timid and unwilling to go out to die again. They drag their feet backwards and cannot escape from the gate of the base. The base is in trouble now. Your family and friends are all in the base. As a member of this base, you must go out and fight now. The second child has a good temper and convinces others with reason, giving them reasons why they must do this. The mental attack is really powerful. But if everyone hides and doesn't come out, all of them will die. Let us go. Why don't you go? Among them, the person who hid the most strongly looked at the second brother, who didn't look like a powerful master. So he thought it was easy to handle. So he spoke up and contradicted him. Okay, I'll go too. Indeed, now that the boss is injured, the third child has the highest attribute value in the team. So he must be protected by the boss's side to be safe. These mental superpowers should have a leader. For the sake of the collective, the second child decided to go out and lead the team by himself. You can go to death if you want, but I won't go anyway. The man used his last trump card, but it was still useless. So he shrank back again. It is the nature of all human beings to be greedy for life and afraid of death. But a sense of responsibility is also something that people should have. There was a bang. The man who had been shrinking back the most fell to the ground, his eyes wide open, and his face still had the same unwilling expression from the previous second. The second child took back his gun. Can you go out now? He glanced around at the remaining people and then took the lead out of the gate of the base. As Qin Ling's helper, a good manager should be both soft and hard. He should be soft when he should be soft and be hard when he should be hard. Although the gun in this hand cannot penetrate the hard skin of the alien beast, it can still easily kill several people. By the time the second batch of spiritual power users rushed out, Tang Mo had already shortened the distance between him and the soul beast. But at this time, the soul beast controlled these remaining high-level alien beasts and changed its battle plan. The alien beasts switched from offense to defense. They stood firmly between Tang Mo and the spirit beast, preventing Tang Mo from having any chance to squeeze in. If Tang Mo wanted to rush in, she would have to kill all the strange beasts in front of her. But obviously, Tang Mo has already consumed a lot of physical energy, and he has to allocate a lot of mental energy to deal with the spiritual attacks of the soul beast. It is difficult to quickly defeat the high-level aliens blocking him. All the beasts were wiped out. The soul beast's calculations were ringing. And with these high-level alien beasts blocking it, the human's physical strength was rapidly draining away. Coupled with his own mental attack, he can bring down the human being in front of him just by dragging him like this. Jingjing saw that Mo was in trouble now. She really couldn't help this time, and she was so anxious that she didn't know where to put her claws. He really couldn't sit still on the wall, and regardless of whether he could be of any help, he rushed down and flew towards Tang Mo, vowing to live and die with his master. Boss, sister-in-law. Now, the third brother and the others have deep feelings for Tang Mo, and they are very anxious to see their sister-in-law in a dilemma. Just wait. She hasn't used her killer move yet. Qin Ling sat on the wall and watched the battle. His eyes slightly narrowed, but he was not panicked. He could see Qin Momo's current state. She had not yet shown her true strength. Jingjing and those spiritual superpowers arrived almost at the same time. There were quite a lot of people with mental powers, and they were soon fighting in a melee with the 20 remaining beasts. The spirit beast's current mental attack was completely aimed at the end of Tang Dynasty. This was beyond everyone's expectation and made them feel much more relaxed. However, the combat ability of mental superpowers is not that strong, and they rarely fight at close range. Therefore, It is difficult to quickly deal with these high-level alien beasts, and they can only be entangled together. But this gravely liberated the late Tang dynasty. Tang Mo looked at the battle in front of him and felt really annoyed. He simply put Pafong away, and then stepped back nearly 10 meters. After standing still, he had a huge axe in his hand. Is this female war goddess trying to escape? Those who saw Tang Mo retreating to watch the battle couldn't help but say, "What are you talking about? Are you blind? Didn't you see that there was an extra axe in someone's hand? This is obviously going to be a big move." At the end of the Tang dynasty, there was now a new title. That is, the female goddess of war. Unknowingly, she also gained a group of young fans who adored her crazily. But now all Tang Mo's attention is on that axe. She took back all the 5 amulets around her and gathered them back into the Sea of Consciousness. Chapter 215: A Shocking Axe. Tang Mo held the axe in his hand. His mental power condensed into a force in the Sea of Consciousness. And then, he suddenly rushed forward. The remaining high-level alien beasts were now less than 20. And they were currently entangled with a group of spiritual power users. Even if the spirit beasts had ordered them to stop Tang Mo at this time, they were still too weak to escape. It was impossible to pass through the fighting crowds and alien beasts. Tang Mo simply jumped on the back of the high-level alien beast, and then moved forward on the alien beast. This action is too risky. If you are not careful, you will be thrown down by the alien beasts, and fall into the group of alien beasts, and become prey. Fortunately, the beasts at this time were busy fighting with the opponents in front of them. And Tang Mo was fast enough. So the progress was very smooth. Jingjing was helping Tang Mo from behind. When she saw which of the strange beasts under Mo's feet was about to make any move, she hurriedly restrained it for a few seconds, so that Tang Mo could step on it smoothly and pass. Soon Tang Mo successfully jumped onto the tallest beast. It was the elephant whose trunk had been chopped off. The elephant stood at the back of the herd of alien beasts. When he saw that Tang Mo was about to jump on him, he immediately went crazy. My own nose was cut off by this human being. It would be strange if it didn't go crazy. But before the elephant could raise its hoof again, Tang Mo used all his strength to cross over to the position of the spirit beast. He held the giant axe to the sky with both hands. And at the moment he jumped up, he poured almost all the spiritual power in the Sea of Consciousness into it. After all, the giant axe was a treasure that the orangutans had always guarded. After all Tang Mo's huge spiritual power was poured into it, a golden light flashed on his body, as if it had merged with Tang Mo's golden spiritual power. Tang Mo used all his strength to hit this blow. He must hit it in one hit. She herself had to be distracted from carrying the mental attack and fighting against the soul beast. And her physical strength would soon be exhausted. And those with spiritual powers couldn't even withstand a wave of attacks from the soul beasts. So it was impossible to rely on them to destroy the remaining high-level alien beasts. The most urgent thing. The only way to win is to kill the soul beast as quickly as possible. The soul fox originally came from the end of Tang Dynasty, holding a huge axe, and shuttled across the back of the alien beast. He panicked and ordered to stop it. But in the end, when I saw Tang Mo jumping up with his axe directly on top of the elephant, I felt relieved. The elephant is still a long way away from me, and it is not a distance that can be jumped over. Human beings cannot fly without wings. This human being is still too whimsical. With this thought in mind, the spirit beast didn't even step back. It just squatted there and watched how Tang Mo fell down. Under its control, several high-level alien beasts had already left the battle and turned back to attack Tang Mo. After a while, as long as Tang Mo fell to the ground, he would lose the opportunity and become passive. And he would be torn to pieces by those strange beasts. The moment Tang Mo jumped up, Jingjing, who had been watching the battle, also felt excited. With its extremely small body, it shuttled through the strange beast and wanted to wait for a while after Tang Mo landed. Stay by her side and protect her. The distance between the elephant and the soul fox was about 20 meters. To be honest, it was impossible to jump over it in the late Tang Dynasty. But her purpose is not here. At the end of Tang Dynasty, when he took off and reached the highest point in the air, the axe that was already shining with golden light suddenly burst out with an even more intense and dazzling golden light. The golden light was extremely aggressive, and it rushed towards the soul fox like a sharp blade. Tang Mo's human body really couldn't jump that far to kill the spirit beast, but her mental power could. The distance of more than 20 meters is only an instant for the speed of mental power that is close to the speed of light. At the moment when spiritual power burst out from the center of the axe, the soul fox instantly opened its eyes. Being both of the spiritual type, it naturally knew that running at this time was absolutely impossible. It could never outrun this golden edge. The mental power that could only be released was taken back and used as a barrier to block it. But the spiritual power of the soul beast was attacking Tangamo at this time. Not to mention being one step too late with the golden edge. Even if it was retracted at the same time, its speed would still be a step behind others. In the end, without even a chance to move a step, a bloody hole 2 fingers wide appeared on the soul fox's chest. It looked in disbelief at the bloody hole in its chest pierced by the golden blade, and slowly fell down. The mental power that had not yet been recovered suddenly became ownerless, could not find its direction, and slowly dissipated in the air. And after the golden blade passed through the soul fox's chest, it quickly returned to Tang Mo's sea of consciousness. When Tang Mo fell to the ground, he immediately released the 5 villain amulets holding sharp swords that he had transformed from his mental power to protect himself from the attacks of the strange beasts that surrounded him. The giant axe in his hand had been taken back and replaced with Pafong. Even if she tried her best, she could only use the axe twice. With her current strength, it was more suitable for her to use Pafong. That mental power can be poured into the weapon, and naturally it can also be transformed from the weapon. At the end of the Tang dynasty, the current understanding of spiritual power was completely different from that of the predecessors, but incorporated its own understanding and innovation of spiritual power. The more she innovated, the more she discovered that this spiritual power was like a huge world, and all of them understood and utilized less than 1/10,000th of it. The spiritual power of the soul beast dissipated in the air, and Tang Mo, as a spiritual power user, could feel it. The mental power in the sea of consciousness will not dissipate until the person or alien animal is completely dead. But when the host's brain is close to death, the sea of consciousness will automatically close, unable to allow the released mental power to return. Knowing that he had hit the target, Tang Mo, with Jingjing's help, dealt with the high-level beasts around him, while making a gesture to Qin Ling at the base. That gesture meant to let Qin Ling and the others come over. The ultra-high-level alien beasts are dead, and now it is their main battlefield. As for the base, everyone was still immersed in the golden mid-air critical strike at the end of Tang Dynasty. This shocking axe will probably stay in the hearts of all those watching the battle for a long time. Everyone had the same idea in their minds. How many great moves did the woman named Tang Mo have that they didn't know about? After today, a widely known thing spread in the S base. That is, you can't mess with anyone at the end of the Tang Dynasty if you still want to live. Qin Ling quickly understood what Tang Mo meant, and the base door immediately opened, and almost all the superpowers rushed out. They have been suffocating in there for too long. Now that there is no such terrible mental attack, it is time for them to perform. Chapter 216 Finishing Work. The remaining dozen alien beasts were already injured in many places, and were weak. Now the mental control of the soul beasts suddenly disappeared. Each high-level alien beast seemed to be in a daze, standing there blankly. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Every high-level alien beast had such an expression on its face. On the contrary, some monks who were running from the base were confused and did not dare to act rashly. The base's power grid and firewall have been shut down, and almost everyone has run out. Now a large group of people stood in front of these strange beasts. They didn't move, and they didn't move either. Their little eyes stared as if time had stopped. Sister-in-law, what happened to these strange beasts? Su Laosan couldn't figure out what was going on with these strange beasts. The mental control of the ultra-high-level alien beasts directly destroyed their brains. Now these alien beasts are basically equivalent to a retard, Tang Mo explained. Don't look at it. If you look at it again, you will see the emotion. Hurry up and do it. The alien beast that has lost its brain is not even qualified to be sent to the Colosseum, and only the materials on it are still of some use. This time, this group of high-level alien beast S bases carried it over, and the harvest was huge. The treasures on them, if properly maintained, will bring the overall strength of the S base to a new level. Jingjing, is it still alive? Tang Mo looked at Jingjing walking around the fallen beast and asked. Oh, there's one more thing. The soul beast's mouth was still moving, and Jingjing lay next to it and listened to what it was saying. Jingjing is also a strange beast, so she can naturally understand what this soul beast says. Mo. It said that the power of the spiritual power bead was really strong, but it underestimated it. It also said that the next time the bead appears in this world, it will not bring such good luck to humans. Jingjing translated the soul beast's words to Tang Mo. The Soul Beast's words confirmed Tang Mo's previous guess. This wave of alien beasts happened because I fused the pearl of spiritual power yesterday. This is the first time that Earth-level alien beasts have appeared. It seems that there are already many terrifying creatures unknown to humans in this world, just waiting for the attribute beasts to appear one by one. They will reveal their sharp teeth and make people pounce on them unprepared. This wave of alien beasts is very dangerous. If Tang Dynasty hadn't been lucky enough to get that precious axe in the rainforest before, he might not have been able to withstand it. It seems that those attribute beads are not so easy to get. Tang Mo, who had just tasted the benefits of the pearl of spiritual power, had a new understanding. People living in this apocalyptic world must continue to make progress. If they don't give in, they will let the faster progressing beasts fall behind and eventually become the prey of others. A sense of urgency and crisis are the most indispensable things to survive in this apocalypse. Even if it is as huge as base, it will be destroyed in an instant. Mo, what should I do with this soul beast? Why is it still angry? Jingjing's little claws poked at the soul beast's fur. Tang Mo took out the phone and wiped the soul beast's neck with one strike of his sword. Everything has its own nature, and there is no need for her to keep a vicious beast like this soul beast. Even if she can make a contract, she doesn't want it. With the spiritual power of the soul beast, it is completely possible to control those alien beasts without destroying their brains. But it didn't. He can be so cruel to people of his own race, let alone foreigners. A dozen high-level alien beasts were quickly dealt with, and the rest of the finishing work would be done by people from the base. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he was surrounded and returned to the S-base. Everyone looked at her with bright eyes and admiration on their faces. Tang Mo stood in the crowd and looked at everyone's bright eyes. The first thing that flashed through his mind was not pride, but the self in the previous life. At that time, I was as shunned as an ant, as if she were something dirty. Everyone looked at her with contempt and disgust, as if her life was a mistake. In the apocalypse, living as a useless person is a waste of resources. It has never been the world that has changed. The world is still as realistic and cold as before. It is just you who has changed. When Tang Mo returned to the base, Qinling grabbed her and checked her carefully. Just like that night, when he climbed over the wall and entered Tang Mo's room to check if there was anything wrong with her. After confirming that the blood stains on Tang Mo's body were from those strange beasts, he let her go. Mo, just hope you're back safely. Uncle is proud of you. When Jianshu was very proud of the battle in the late Tang Dynasty. At this moment, he simply wished that the late Tang Dynasty was his biological son, compared with the excitement on Jianshu's face. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he looked at Qinling, who had a serious expression on his face. Being serious was because he was afraid of something happening at the end of Tang Dynasty. From the moment he left at the end of Tang Dynasty, Qinling never let go. What's complicated is that I can't protect my beloved girl, and I feel helpless about my own incompetence. Obviously the base was defended. There was no loss, and a lot of money was made. But Qinling didn't feel happy at all. Somewhere in Tang Mo's heart, the ice melted a little, and she quietly took Qinling's hand and shook it gently. Qinling felt the warmth in his hand and quickly held it back. The expression on his face immediately turned from cloudy to clear, like a happy deer about to run. There was no need for so many people to stay here to clean the battlefield. Everyone quickly dispersed and went back to their homes to rest, especially those who had participated in the battle. The mental attack made everyone's head still dizzy. Naturally, Tang Mo was extremely tired. After returning home, he took a shower and then lay on the bed to rest with Jingjing in his arms. When she opened her eyes again, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning the next day. Because the rankings changed so much the day before, Tang Mo subconsciously opened the rankings again. His name still hangs high in the first place, followed by a unique golden icon. After closing the ranking list, Tang Mo opened the column of the illustrated book of alien beasts. The body of the soul beast has been put into her own space. The soul beast is dead, so it should appear in the illustrated book. Sure enough, at the end of Tang Dynasty, he found the soul fox in the illustrated book. The following introduction is basically the same as what Jingjing said. Not only that, there is also an introduction to the levels of alien beasts in the Alien Beast illustrated book. It is mentioned above that alien beasts are divided into 6 categories: God-level alien beasts, Heaven-level alien beasts, Earth-level alien beasts, High-level alien beasts, Intermediate alien beasts, and Elementary alien beasts. Tang Mo confirmed that this introduction was only updated today. This further confirms the out-of-control nature of this ID watch. This is definitely not something that the Alliance can know. But the information on this watch has exceeded the scope of human cognition. What kind of mysterious force is controlling all this? In the late Tang Dynasty, for the first time, doubts arose about the origin of this apocalypse. Chapter 217 Celebration Party. The updated ID watch of the Alien Beasts illustrated book has a prompt. At this moment, whether they were those who participated in today's battle or those who stayed in the city and knew nothing about the fighting outside, everyone looked at the newer and more advanced types of alien beasts and felt a sense of sadness in their hearts. The universe is a sword, and they are fish and meat. Everyone knows that survival, which is already difficult, will become increasingly difficult as the level of the alien beasts increases. Who can tell clearly whether it is the strength of humans that rises faster, or the level of alien beasts? It's like a race. Death is always chasing you behind you. The truly terrifying days have just begun. When Tang Mo returned home, Xiao Tao was circling Lin Yi and Yang Yang in the living room. After seeing Tang Mo and Jingjing walking in, they quickly gathered around and asked what was going on outside. Because she was weak, Tang Mo arranged for her to be guarded at home. But halfway through, Jingjing was called to participate in the battle. But she still couldn't help Momo at all, which made Xiao Tao have huge doubts about herself. When Jianchu and Li Xian went back to follow Qin Ling to deal with the subsequent affairs, and at the end of Tang Dynasty, he took Jingjing back home. She was now covered in the blood of those alien beasts, and was extremely dirty. She had to come back quickly to take a shower and change clothes. Momo! Lin Yi was shocked when she saw her daughter coming home covered in blood. She stood up from the sofa and walked over quickly. Mom! I'm fine. This isn't my blood. Tang Mo took a few steps back and pinched his nose. The blood of alien beasts has a strange taste, which is very unaccustomed to those who are still eating farmed meat and plants. Although the meat of exotic animals can be eaten, most of it tastes and smells very bad, and people with a little power and ability will not eat them. Of course, if the level is high enough and people eat exotic beasts that are better for their physical fitness, then people won't care about the taste. To be more realistic, even if I tell everyone that eating shit can improve their strength, there won't be enough shit in the world. After telling his family that the emergency alarm outside had been lifted, Tang Mo quickly rushed into his room. After taking a careful shower and changing clothes, I finally felt like I was alive again. After Tang Mo came out, Jingjing ran in to take a shower. As a snow-white fox, Jingjing loves to be clean and licks her fur by herself. But this time Jingjing, who was also covered in blood, could only take a bath with water. Tang Mo sat on the bed, wiping his hair with a towel again and again, while thinking about the last blow to his forehead just now. This was the first time she used the amulet skill, and it was unexpectedly successful. She also didn't expect that she could actually condense several villains, who looked exactly like herself and held the same weapons as herself. Although the strength of each villain is not enough, she believes that as long as her mental power continues to increase, and she uses it skillfully, the power of the villain will definitely become greater and greater. This kind of amulet can basically guarantee that you will be greatly protected when attacked by a group. It greatly increased the individual combat strength of the late Tang Dynasty. One person was equivalent to a team. This is probably the best thing to say. And the last axe. It was the first real use of this axe in the late Tang Dynasty. After integrating the spiritual power into the light ball, Tang Mo was much easier to hold the axe than before. She roughly estimated that there would be no problem after using it for 5 rounds. And the axe was more powerful than she thought. When she injected her mental power, she found that even the mental power she had after merging the mental power light ball could completely tolerate the axe. And Tang Mo thought about his previous leap from the alien beast. At that time, almost all of her mental energy was released, and her leap was further than she imagined. At that time, she only felt that her body was light. She could feel that it was due to her mental power. Maybe, if I try it again later, I might be able to actually fly. Tang Mo himself was shocked at the thought of even being able to fly. Perhaps my previous thinking was too rigid. This mental power can innovate far more new moves than I imagined. Just after the review of this battle in the late Tang Dynasty was over, when Jianchu came and knocked on the door, when Jianchu, who had finished handling the remaining matters from the office building, was now glowing. This late-born daughter of mine really made me earn a lot of face on this day. He felt so happy when he saw Li Xian's expression today. He knew from the beginning that this little girl in the late Tang Dynasty was extraordinary. But now that she could grow to this point was something he had never expected. It was like a big pie fell from the sky, which made him feel dizzy. Mo. Please tidy up later. Our family will go back to the old house for dinner in the evening.
The old house is where the old man of the Wen family lives, although Wen Jianshu is now in charge of the Wen family. As the head of the family, the old man's authority is still unshakable. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he probably knew the meaning of going to the old house for dinner today. What happened today, and everything they have done. The Wen family naturally wants to add this honor to themselves. After all, there are many powerful families in this base. And only by constantly consolidating one's own family's reputation and status can one stand strong enough. With Lin Yi's relationship, Tang Mo certainly didn't mind the Wen family's little thoughts. The Wen family has developed steadily, and the lives of my mother and younger brother have become more secure and stable. Besides, she had been to the old house once before, and the old man was very polite to her and even gave her a meeting gift. Her impression of the old house is pretty good. In the evening, Tang Mo refused Lin Yi's suggestion to dress up. So he just wore his usual clothes and put on a pair of clean shoes. What time has it been now? It was meaningless in the late Tang Dynasty to make it so flashy. No matter how beautifully you dress, the exotic beast won't eat you? If there is an emergency, a person wearing a long skirt and high heels can't even run away. Xiao Nao and Jima stayed behind to look after the house. At the end of Tang Dynasty, Lin Yi and Wen Jianshu held hands with Yang Yang and walked into the villa in their hometown. A large table of dishes has been set up in the huge living room of the villa. The table is so big that there are several waiters standing next to it to help everyone pick up food. At the end of Tang Dynasty, they arrived late. The table was almost full of people, and only the 4 seats next to the old man were still empty. Mo, come and sit down. After seeing Tang Mo, the old man showed a kind expression towards his darling grandson, and waved to Tang Mo to let her sit next to him. Chapter 218 Meeting an Acquaintance Again. The seat next to Mr. Wen's hand is the highest seat in the family. In the past, the 2 brothers Wen Jianli and Wen Jianshu usually sat there. But now Wen Jianli gave up the seat and let Tang Mo sit there. For a person with a foreign surname to sit in such a position in the Wen family, it is enough to show that the Wen family attaches great importance to the late Tang Dynasty this time. In other words, it is the emphasis on one's own strength and future development in the late Tang Dynasty. At such a young age, this girl was able to achieve such an achievement by herself without relying on anyone else. She will definitely not be a thing in the pool in the future. This is something that anyone with eyes can see. Tang Mo turned back and glanced at Wen Jianshu. Seeing that he nodded slightly, he sat over. I took a quick glance at the people at today's dinner table and found that everyone was wearing unusually formal clothes, although the formal attire was not outrageous, except for the old man who wore a Tang suit. Everyone else, both men and women, wore formal attire. The sportswear worn in the late Tang Dynasty seemed a bit awkward here, but Tang Mo didn't care about this. What she was taking now was a script for the end of the world, not a script about feuding among wealthy families. After looking around at the people present today, Tang Mo knew most of them, and there were also a few unfamiliar associates. Half of the people in the circle had seen it, and Tang Mo's eyes froze slightly. She saw a familiar figure among this group of people. Wen Qing. Since taking away Wen Qing's bracelet in the woods last time, Tang Mo had never seen her again. I just heard that Wen Qing was expelled from the team by Anyang, and I really don't know what she did next. Tang Mo was quite surprised to see her at the Wen family's gathering today. Wen Qing. Her surname is also Wen. How come she has never thought about this before? Wen Qing saw Tang Mo sitting there casually in sportswear, with his head lowered, and there was a ferocious look on his face that was about to rush out under the submissive expression. Wen Qing is a very powerful woman. Her attributes are not good enough. After she lost her biggest support, space, and was abandoned by Anyang, she did not give up on herself. Instead, she thought hard and came up with another way out for herself. That is to come to Wen's house and try your luck. Although Wen Qing's surname is Wen, she is very clear about her family relationship and has no relationship with the Wen family in this alliance. But now it is true that she has been forced to do nothing. After gathering all the information, Wen Qing went directly to the Wen family's old house and knocked on the door. She said that her parents had died in the apocalypse, and her parents asked her to come to base to join the Wen family. She naturally knew that her argument was not convincing, so she inadvertently revealed that she had space before and used her space to save many people in school. The old man of the Wen family is the most merciful, and he can see the thoughts of the little girl in front of him. However, after sending someone to inquire about what Wen Qing said about the school,
He found that many people who grew up depended on Wenqing. Those who survived the food and the space didn't care about this girl's little thoughts. It seems that they are desperate after losing their space. The Wen family is not short of food. For the girl's previous good deeds, it is not okay to recognize this person with the same surname. Of course, the old man also has other considerations. That is, T University is one of the best universities in the country, with many outstanding talents, some of whom are even still working in the league. They had been favored by Wenqing. And now that they recognized Wenqing, it was equivalent to being favored by the Wen family. This deal was so worth it. Perhaps only Mr. Wen himself knows whether taking in Wenqing is more about compassion or business. Wenqing didn't know that her space bracelet was taken away by Tang Yimou, but she had not forgotten those festivals in school. And now she lowered her head hard to lower her sense of presence. She was able to eat at this table today because she had worked hard for a long time in the Wen family to please the old man and everyone else. But now she could see clearly that Tang Mo's status was incomparable to her, and she couldn't let this happen to her. Once destroyed, Tang Yimou glanced over quickly and didn't say anything. In fact, she didn't take the festivals between her and Wenqing too seriously. She definitely wanted the space bracelet, and it had nothing to do with hating Wenqing. Although she looked down upon Wenqing's behavior and work, she had done some good things after all. She hadn't done too many things that were harmful to the world, and hadn't infringed on her own interests too much. She was too lazy to kill them all. In some ways, Wenqing is still very suitable for this apocalypse. Mo, you are also a big boy. Right. Do you and Qingqing know each other? The old man introduced Wenqing to Tang Yimou. The two were of the same age and had common topics. If they could get close, then the relationship between Tang Yimou and the Wen family would be closer. Not familiar. Tang Yimou didn't give Wenqing any face. Wenqing bit her lips. I've heard of Mo's name. He gets a national scholarship every year, and the teachers are full of praises. Wenqing looked up again and put on a flattering smile. Hearing Wenqing's understanding, the old man nodded with satisfaction. The exquisite dishes were quickly brought out one after another, and the waiters next to them were placing plates. Wenqing stood up and stood behind the old man, and began to serve the old man to eat. Every dish he served was the old man's favorite. Grandpa, your blood pressure is high. Please use more of this vegetarian dish. Wenqing was serving him diligently here, while Wen Jianming's wife Zhou Ying was rolling her eyes to the sky. In the past, she was the one who came to please the old man at home. But now there is someone who is more willing to sacrifice herself than herself, and has almost completely replaced her position beside the old man. Doesn't that make her unhappy? But Wenqing doesn't care about others. She thinks very clearly. She couldn't please everyone. In this family, all she had to do was hold the old man's thigh tightly. From now on, if I let the old man find a good marriage for me, my whole life will be guaranteed. Everyone at the table had their own thoughts, and most of them had a tasteless meal. But some people eat it very deliciously. Tang Yimou was exhausted today. He had overused his mental power, which had taken a huge toll on his body. Now he was almost trying to remain as elegant as possible. The posture of eating is elegant, and the amount of eating is huge. As the old man gets older, he pays more attention to health preservation. The dishes on this table have more refined and lighter ingredients, and are more in line with the taste of the late Tang dynasty. She was so happy eating this meal that she didn't care what the people next to her were thinking. Mo, it's been a long time since you came to stay with Grandpa. You only care about eating and don't care about talking to everyone. Isn't this a little bad? Wenqing looked down at Tang Yimou, who looked like he hadn't eaten in 800 years. Chapter 219, Wake Up. Wenqing had actually done her homework before knocking on the door of the Wen family, so she naturally knew that the late Tang dynasty was now Wen Jianchu's stepdaughter. But she was just a stepdaughter, a dragster, and not her biological child. She almost never considered Tang Yimou as a threat to her. But seeing Wen Jianchu and the old man's attitude towards the end of Tang dynasty today, she immediately changed her tactics and decided to restrain herself. Now that I have finally found a mistake in the late Tang dynasty, I naturally can't miss the opportunity. Mr. Wen has been used to being praised by the juniors below him for so many years, whether sincerely or falsely. Although Tang Mo's current behavior is not out of the ordinary, he is indeed a little too humble. Based on Wenqing's understanding, the old man should be unhappy, adding in some provocative words of his own. He is just a person with a foreign surname and will be disliked soon. Obviously Wenqing hasn't paid attention to the rankings for a while, and she doesn't know Tang Mo's current strength. She has always maintained a pre-apocalyptic mentality. trying to survive in the apocalypse with some cleverness. Tang Mo raised his eyes and glanced at Wen Qing. But there wasn't much emotion in his eyes. But just such a look made Wen Qing flinch, and then hid behind the old man. Ever since Tang Mo merged with the spiritual light ball, and his attributes were greatly enhanced, the color in his eyes became darker and darker. Grandpa, Mo's eyes are so scary. Fortunately, before the end of Tang Dynasty, I thought my acting skills were good, and Wen Qing's acting skills are also excellent now. When it comes to green tea, he plays his true role without any sense of disobedience. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, he felt ashamed. Tang Mo ignored her at all and continued to eat by himself without explaining anything. Wen Qing, get down. The old man's expression was indeed ugly, but it was not directed at the end of Tang Dynasty. Instead, he was annoyed by Wen Qing's lack of expression. Today's meal was originally for Tang Mo, and it wasn't anyone else's turn to talk about it. If this girl Wen Qing ruins her good deeds, she won't be able to spend a day in the Wen family or S base. Grandfather? Wen Qing was stunned for a moment. She didn't know why things were different from what she imagined, but she also understood that she had taken the wrong step, hid the resentment on her face, and then retreated. Everyone here is not a human being, and Wen Qing's emotions that she thought she had hidden well have actually been visible to everyone for a long time. It's just that it's not important, so no one cares. Zhou Ying was in a good mood when she saw that the person who stole her job was retorted, and her relationship with Lin Yi became a little closer. It is better to be her sister-in-law, who is neither fighting nor grabbing, and has no conflict of interest with her. Her daughter is so powerful, so she must make good friends with her in the future. Zhou Ying made up her mind. Tang Mo just thought that Wen Qing was a smart person, and he would have to pay more attention to hidden dangers in the future. Now that she has done this, she feels that she has been a little worried and overestimated Wen Qing. The biggest mistake Wen Qing made was to bring the same routine into the apocalypse. You must know that there is no capital more important than strength now. People with strength are qualified to have temper and character. And people without strength will not get any respect even if they wash people's feet every day or be a perfect dog licker, and will be abandoned anytime and anywhere. Tang Mo can be said to have saved the entire base today. Not to mention that she is currently eating like crazy. Even if she overturned the table today, the old man would not do anything to her on the surface. It was more likely that he would comfort her and put a table full of food. This is the confidence that strength brings to people. Mo, are you ready to go out when you come back this time? The old man was concerned about Tang Mo. Go out. Just for these 2 days. The map she had obtained from Nasha Town at the end of Tang Dynasty was still there, but she had not yet obtained the remaining pictures and texts that could unlock the attribute value pearls. So she had to speed up. After all, the evolution speed of alien beasts is getting faster and faster, and it is not known when the attribute beads will suddenly appear. It's early rather than late. She still has a lot to do. A girl must protect herself when she goes out. The old man gave Tang Mo another chopstick dish and said with concern. The meal ended with Tang Mo eating the fullest meal alone. Before leaving, the old man gave Tang Mo a small space ring and said that the contents inside would be for her to use on the road. Tang Mo knew that the old man was completely aligned with the Wen family in order to win her over. Lin Yi was here, so she naturally had the same thoughts as the old man. Tang Mo accepted the things and expressed her gratitude. Both she and the old man of the Wen family were very satisfied with tonight. Everyone has their own purpose, but fortunately, at least for now, their purposes overlap. Mo, you really have to leave again. You didn't even stay at home for a few days when you came back this time. After hearing that her daughter was leaving at the old house, Lin Yi quickly asked after returning to her home. Elder sister. Yang Yang was young and didn't understand this yet, but she seemed to realize something. She opened her little hand and put it in Tang Mo's arms. Tang Mo reached out and held his younger brother in his arms, pinching his chubby little face. Mom, the situation in the world is getting less and less optimistic now, and there is less and less time left for humans. We can't sit still and wait for death. We must go out and make ourselves stronger quickly. Lin Yi naturally knew about the alien beast siege. This alien beast siege really made her realize that she could not enjoy the peace forever if she stayed in the base. No one knows how long the current peace can last. Maybe what Mo did was really right. Today's events have changed Lin Yi's thinking a lot, and she no longer advises her daughter. Tang Mo had just gone upstairs to his room when Xiao Tao knocked on the door. You don't want to go with me? Tang Mo was a little surprised after learning that Xiao Tao wanted to stay at the base. She thought Xiao Tao would definitely stay with me. Mo, I'm not afraid of death. I just want to stay at the base and use the resources here to become stronger quickly,
Xiao Tao said firmly. This time things made her truly realize her own weakness. She later heard what Su Laosan said about today's battle. No wonder Mo didn't call her today. Her strength is not even qualified to stand on the battlefield. Realizing this fact made Xiao Tao very frustrated.
If I go out with you now, I will only become a drag on you. I don't want to be a burden to you. I want to become stronger, and then stand by your side and be your real helper.
The longing in Xiao Tao's eyes was so bright that it was dazzling.
Okay, 3 months. I'll give you 3 months. I hope I can wait for a different you by then.
Tang Mo patted Xiao Tao on the shoulder. She believes that she has a good eye for people. And Xiao Tao will definitely become her most loyal and powerful teammate in the future. Chapter 220 Departure. On the day we set out in the late Tang Dynasty, the weather was particularly good. The sun is very bright, and it shines warmly on my body. The weather has been very good recently. So good that life doesn't seem so difficult. The destination of the late Tang Dynasty this time was Donglin City, which is close to the sea. The late Tang Dynasty has always liked cities near the sea. On the map given by Shashan, Donglin City is one of the cities with patterns. At the end of Tang Dynasty, she chose Donglin City as the first city this time, not only because she liked the sea, but also for a more important reason, which was that she wanted to confirm a bold guess in her heart. If that guess is true, after that, what humans will face in the future will not only be what they are now, but even more terrifying things will come soon. Before leaving at the end of Tang Dynasty, she did not say goodbye to Qin Ling. She never liked saying goodbye. Those who can meet again do not need to say goodbye. Bon voyage. Qin Ling sent a message to the late Tang Dynasty. Work hard together. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he replied, work hard and see you at the top of the mountain. Perhaps this sentence refers to the best state of Qin Ling and the late Tang Dynasty. They are not only lovers, but also friends and the best comrades in arms. Xiao Tao was handed over to Su Laosan at the end of Tang Dynasty. The training system in Qin Ling was very mature and allowed Xiao Tao to grow up as quickly as possible. Still taking Jingjing with him, one person and one animal set out on the road. Donglin City is not far from S base and can be reached by helicopter in half an hour. It takes about a month to walk. But at the end of Tang Dynasty, he still chose to go on his own. The path that he truly walks out step by step on his own is more valuable. For the fast-moving Tang Mo, a month's journey could be covered in 2 weeks. She had all kinds of food in reserve, a warm sleeping bag and quilt, and Jingjing to accompany her to relieve her boredom. The journey was really not difficult. 10 days later, at the end of Tang Dynasty, he was walking on the abandoned road, chewing bread and trying to use his spiritual power. She still doesn't know how to use her mental power to make herself fly. But after constant attempts, she can already use her mental power to make small objects around her fly. Tang Mo let go of the hand holding the bread. The bread did not fall quickly, but was carried upwards by a spiritual force. Fortunately, there were no other people along the way. Otherwise, I would definitely be shocked if I saw it. Tang Mo was satisfied and took the bread in his hand again. The bread could fly, and he could do it sooner or later. I want it too. I want it too. Jingjing has become more and more talkative since she could speak, noisily asking Tang Mo to let it fly. Tang Mo tried hard. Failed. Jingjing's current weight is really growing at an incredible speed. It didn't grow much in size, but its weight made it difficult for Tang Mo to hold it. Jingjing, it's time for you to lose weight. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he advised. Snort. Jingjing turned her head away unhappily because she was too heavy and couldn't be lifted up, and then tried to lift herself up with her mental power. It is a strange beast with the attribute of mental power. It can do anything it may not be able to do if it works hard. In this way, everyone and the beast are constantly competing with their own mental power. Just when Tang Mo was concentrating on feeling his mental power, he suddenly felt as if he had been hit on the leg. When he lowered his head, he saw that a little girl about 5 years old with blood all over her arms had hit her leg. What's wrong with you, kid? Just before the little girl could speak, several men came out of nowhere and rushed towards Tang Mo with angry faces. Daughter, what's wrong with you? Did this woman hurt you? The men rushed in front of Tang Mo indiscriminately, did not help the little girl up in a hurry, and then said angrily to Tang Mo. Tang Mo immediately understood that he had met Pinsy. I can't help but feel a little funny. It's the end of the world now. So what's the point? Not to mention whether she did it or not.
Even if she really killed a little girl, what could they do in this wilderness? Besides, she didn't know what the purpose of these men was. They most likely wanted to rob them. But if you really want to rob, why sacrifice a child? Wouldn't it be better to get straight to the point? Baby, if you speak, Daddy will make the decision for you. The men continued. Tang Mo held his shoulders and watched everything in front of him, as if he was watching a farce. This journey is boring, so a little change would be nice. The little girl who fell at Tang Mo's feet slowly got up, covered her arms, and walked to the side of several men. Then she pointed at Tang Mo with her uninjured finger. She said nothing, but her meaning was very clear. The little girl's injuries were not fake. Her upper arm was severely scratched by a sharp object, and blood was still pouring out. Since Tang Dynasty began to use mental power treatment, he could see all kinds of injuries on the human body clearly, and he seemed to have become a real doctor. The wound on the little girl's arm was freshly scratched, and that kind of pain was not something a child of a few years old could bear. But the little girl pursed her lips and didn't even hum, as if she couldn't feel the pain at all. Obviously, this is not the first time this girl has endured such pain. Tang Mo quickly came to a conclusion. That little girl is not their biological child. This is not the first time they have done something like this, and it may be a gang crime. So, what do you want to do? Tang Mo really didn't know what they were going to do with so much effort. It's deserted. If you want to rob, you don't have to waste so much energy. Seeing the fearless look on Tang Mo's face, several men looked at each other. One of them said, "Don't you understand the rules of Huaxi City? In Huaxi City, harming children under the age of 7 is a felony. We have filmed all this. As long as we report it to the Alliance Center, you will be finished." Then what? To be honest, Tang Mo still didn't know exactly how he ended up. You are going to Donlin City. The only way to Donlin City is through Huaxi City. Once the West China Alliance knows what you have done, you will never be able to enter Huaxi City again. So it became clear to Tang Mo that if he didn't handle this matter well now, he would have to go back the way he came and would be unable to walk. Right? Not only that, the West China Alliance will also hang your photo in the mission center. You will face endless pursuit in the future. After the man finished speaking, he looked at Tang Mo triumphantly, hoping to see the horrified expression on her face. That's it. What a few people didn't expect was that the woman in front of them not only wasn't afraid, but nodded with satisfaction. Is she crazy? Chapter 221 Money-Making Tool. In fact, Tang Dynasty nodded because he was satisfied with the policy of West China City. Isn't this the equivalent of the minor protection law before the end of the world? It's just a matter of lowering the child's age to less than 7 years old. Although I had never heard of Huaxi City in the late Tang Dynasty, I still felt that such a policy was particularly good. Although China's central base is now at Base S, each local alliance has its own regulations to suit the height and distance of the emperor. After Tang Dynasty decided to talk to Qi Ling, S base should also implement such regulations. Now in the last days, human morality has collapsed across the board, and there are killings of the weak and the strong everywhere. Especially the defenseless human cubs have no protection whatsoever. It's like a tiny ant that can be crushed to death by just stretching out your hand. Nowadays, the end of the world is in turmoil, and everyone's life is precarious. Human beings' desire to have children continues to decrease, and protecting human babies is an urgent task. Otherwise, there will be no next generation of mankind, and there will be no hope of revival. After knowing this policy of Huaxi City, Tang Mo probably understood what the purpose of the group in front of him was. They are just people who are passing by hurting children. She could probably understand what these people meant. Now the gap between rich and poor in the last days is too big. If people with low strength are robbed, then those poor people will not have anything valuable in their hands. But Fu Fu's strength is high and difficult to deal with. Instead of fighting with all his life, there is no such joy as such an effortless encounter. Although they knew it was a scam, no one wanted to get into trouble for no reason. Most people simply lost their money to eliminate the disaster. If Pingxi is a mature industrial chain, then this group of people will definitely have more than one child. Tang Mo looked at the expressionless little girl in front of him and felt inexplicably uncomfortable. The blood left on the arm had accumulated in a small pool on the ground, but no one cared. Does it hurt? Tang Mo asked. The little girl was stunned. Apparently no one had asked her this question for so long. I didn't know how to react for a moment, so I quickly shook my head, thinking that something was wrong. He glanced at the men timidly and began to nod vigorously. What should I do if I don't have anything? Tang Mo looked at these men and said,
You really have to take care of this business. The flowers of the motherland are not something they can harm just as they say. You have to pay some price.
Then don't blame us for being rude.
Seeing that the woman in front of them was very thin and alone, these men became malicious. Nowadays, women are the currency in circulation. No matter how they are sold, they make money. Besides, the woman in front of me has very beautiful facial features, so it is not difficult to sell her at a good price. Several people rolled up their sleeves and prepared to capture Tang Mo.
Don't do anything. Brother, I'll go with you.
Tang Mo suddenly had a smile on his face. Several men looked at each other. What is going on? Could it be that my brothers are too charming? Do you want to fight this calamity for yourself? Are they still a little bit incompetent when they suddenly don't follow the routine? When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Such an abnormal reaction in the late Tang dynasty made these men wonder what to do.
Brother, I'm really hungry and can't stand it anymore. If I can give me a bite to eat by going with you, I'll do anything you want.
Tang Mo's words were ambiguous, and the men immediately understood what they meant. In fact, at the end of the Tang dynasty, he could have had a fight and then used force to force them to take him there. But after all, I am not familiar with this place, and I don't know what the situation is and how much strength there is. Even though he is now number 1 on the Chinese ranking list at the end of Tang dynasty, he still maintains the most cautious heart so that he can live longer. We are outnumbered and cannot underestimate the enemy at any time. Besides, it would be boring to walk this way by himself. Tang Mo regarded this as his own dungeon mission. Go deep into the enemy's nest and rescue the flowers of the motherland. It's interesting. This kind of exciting life is interesting. Tang Mo was getting a little tired of the ordinary life, so Tang Mo was ready to find some excitement for himself.
Since you agree with me, it saves you a lot of trouble. Let's go!
It is nothing new for a woman in the apocalypse to sell herself for food. These men also regarded Tang Mo as a person who understood current affairs, and they were immediately relieved. Tang Mo didn't say anything. He just followed them obediently, got off the highway, and got into an old minibus in the tall grass. It's really a miracle that such a dilapidated car can be driven on the road again. No wonder Tang Mo didn't notice these people just now, or he was careless. Tang Mo silently reminded himself in his heart that he must be more careful in the future. Tang Mo and the little girl sat in the last row, while several men drove in front and smoked cigarettes. Although they didn't bring back any food or crystals on this mission, they did bring back a pretty young woman. After all, they made a profit. Everyone was in a good mood and even hummed a little tune. The little girl covered her injured arm with one hand and couldn't help but glance at Tang Mo. In the end, he couldn't hold it back anymore. He held Tang Mo with his good hand and stroked Tang Mo's palm with his fingertips. Don't go. It's dangerous. This little girl looks like she is only 5 or 6 years old, but she can actually write. This surprised Tang Mo. This was not like a child that these vulgar men could raise. It seemed that he had been kidnapped recently. Tang Mo held the little girl's hand, looked into her eyes, and nodded. Trust me. I will save you. This is the message conveyed in Tang Mo's eyes. The little girl looked at Tang Mo's deep eyes and lost her mind for a moment. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she seemed to feel that the wound she had just made with the dagger was no longer so painful. This is of course not an illusion, but the result of the mental treatment at the end of the Tang dynasty. Otherwise, given the amount of bleeding, the child's arm would soon be unsustainable. How could Tang Mo, who was only a few years old, watch her life go to waste? Those men naturally didn't care about the girl's injuries. As long as she couldn't die, they wished that the injury could be more severe, preferably disabled, so that they could have more troubles next time. After all, the little girl is only a few years old. Since she was abducted and came here, she has not felt care and love for a long time. Tang Mo's concern just now made her want to shed tears, so she couldn't help but want to remind this kind-hearted elder sister. She had seen too many endings for the women in that house, and she didn't want the eldest sister she liked to be like that. However, she seemed a little confused by the look in this eldest sister's eyes. Unlike the dead eyes of those women, there was light in this sister's eyes. Chapter 222 Two Houses. The car stopped about 20 minutes later. It seemed that these people were quite cautious and did not choose to commit crimes near their home base. When Tang Mo got out of the car, the first thing he saw was a tall wooden fence, which was more than a person tall and had barbed wire wrapped around it. At the entrance, there were several equally tall strong men sitting on chairs with their legs crossed and smoking cigarettes. Cigarettes are considered a luxury item in the last days.
It seems that they often get good stuff and become extremely rich. Brother who? Look at the girl I brought back this time. Isn't she pretty? The man in the car came down and said proudly to the man with earrings sitting in the center of the door. The man took the cigarette butt from his mouth, then stood up and looked at Tang Mo from top to bottom. Then he nodded with satisfaction. The woman he brought back this time was different from the dirty, sallow and skinny women before. At first glance, she looked like high-end goods. Go on. No one should touch this woman. I'll keep it for use. Brother who is obviously the leader of this small gang. Naturally, this place has been able to exist for so long because of someone else's cake. And the end of Tang Dynasty is the gift that brother who is going to use to build relationships. Throw her into that house too, and feed her better so that she doesn't starve to death. Hearing that house, the little girl's shoulders obviously shrank, as if she thought of something terrible. You can feel that house is a very scary existence for the little girl. Tang Mo was led into the high fence, feeling as if he had entered a prison before the end of the world. The area inside the fence is not large, and is roughly divided into 3 areas. There were several houses closest to the exit, and people were coming in and out, mostly men. When they saw strange women coming in, their eyes glowed green, like batches of vicious wolves. The houses in the middle are obviously much more advanced, both in size and exterior decoration. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he couldn't guess what kind of house it was. Maybe it was the place where brother who lived at the entrance of the base? After walking for a while, in the far corner of the base, there were 2 dilapidated houses standing next to each other, and standing there alone. Maybe it's not quite accurate to call it a house, but more like 2 huge warehouses. Each warehouse is rectangular, about 1 to 200 square meters. The house itself has windows, but they are sealed tightly with iron plates and nails, preventing any sunlight from entering. Like a huge sealed container, there is only one door in the warehouse, that is the exit. There is a huge lock hanging on the outside, which can only be opened from the outside. The man first unlocked one of the warehouse doors, and then pushed the little girl inside. Sister, my name is Zayamantu. The little girl mustered up the courage to shout out at the last second when she entered. The door was slowly closed. Tang Mo finally looked into the crack of the door, and could only see darkness, as if there was only a weak light, and not a trace of sunlight. A door completely separates the inside and the outside into 2 different worlds. However, there was not much time left for Tang Mo to sigh. Soon Tang Mo was sent to another house next to it. Stay in there, and don't cause trouble for me, the man explained. As long as you stay calm, you will have to eat and drink. Looking at Tang Mo's clean face, the man couldn't help but want to touch it. But I thought about brother who's explanation at the end, and finally gave up my mind. Here, anyone who goes against brother Tiger's wishes will not end well. The most important thing here is women. There is no need to offend brother Tiger for this. After the door was closed, Tang Mo squinted his eyes, and took a long time to adapt to the dark environment here. Open your eyes again, and look here carefully. The entire warehouse is rectangular, and divided into 2 areas. One area is the dormitory, all with bunk beds, with only simple straw and a sheet, as well as a quilt and pillow. Perhaps due to insufficient water resources, in order to resist stains, both the sheets and pillow quilts are pure black, making it even more depressing. After a quick glance, there were about 100 or so beds, and now almost half of them were occupied. On the other side is a row of tables next to the wall, probably for people inside to eat or wash up. There are many basins under this row of tables, but no chairs. The arrival of the newcomer did not cause any unnecessary reactions or expressions from the people inside. Everyone is still doing their own thing as usual. In fact, there is nothing wrong with being locked up here. That is, just lying on your own bed. There are no entertainment facilities, and life is so boring that there is nothing else to do except sleep. Logically speaking, the new woman should give this group of women some new fun and gossip. But the current silence is a bit abnormal. Tang Mo could only feel many eyes constantly looking at him, but no one actually came up to talk to him. There were about 40 people in the warehouse, all of whom were women in their teens to 30s. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, you knew where this place was without even thinking about it. It seems that the industrial chain of this gang is quite rich. There are a warehouse of children, a warehouse of women, and they have not failed to do anything unscrupulous. Tang Mo himself found a bunk in the corner and settled down. The corner was damp and dark, and no one wanted to stay while there were still plenty of beds. So the beds next to Tang Mo were empty. Tang Mo's backpack had been emptied a long time ago, and was also taken away at this time. She climbed up quietly, and then replaced the bed sheets, pillows, and quilt covers of the same color in her own space. Fortunately, it was pure black, and she could find the same substitute. Otherwise, if it had a special pattern, she would really have to make do with it. A layer of soft mats was also placed under the sheets, and Tang Mo felt much more comfortable. He raised his hand and looked at his ID watch. It was still working normally. I looked at the other women again, and saw that there was nothing on their wrists. The little man too didn't have an ID watch on his hand just now. It seems that this gang has a special way to remove the ID watches in their hands. No wonder they dare to be so arrogant and murder women and children near Huaxi City. In the eyes of those men, Tang Mo came here voluntarily, not forced. This was the first time they had seen such a situation. There was no resistance or struggle at all, which made them forget to take off her ID watch. Tang Mo moved his ID watch upwards and covered it with his sleeves. Little sister, look at you. Have you been exposed to this before? Just when Tang Mo was about to lie down, a woman in her 30s came under her bed and greeted her. Chapter 223 Sister Ling. All the girls who had just arrived here were crying and fussing, and most of them still had injuries on their bodies, which were traces of resistance. This is the first time I have met a girl like Tang Mo who came here so neatly and arranged herself so clearly and so calmly. Sister Ling. Sister Ling's eyes never left her when Tang Mo first came in. Naturally, the ID watch that had not been taken off on her wrist could not escape her eyes. She probably didn't know the details of this girl, and she was a little cautious in what she said. Sister Ling actually does not have the same status as the girls here, but the manager here. After all, there are 3 women in one drama. So many women. Brother who is not at ease. So he puts his lover here to act as a supervisor. Tang Mo understood what Sister Ling said. He just smiled and responded vaguely without saying much. There are many people in this warehouse, but it is much quieter than expected. Everyone seemed to be mute, silent, and didn't know what to do in bed. But soon, Tang Mo found out that there was a reason for all this. At about 7 o'clock in the evening, the door of the warehouse was opened again, and 4 men came in pairs carrying 2 huge wooden barrels. One bucket contained cooked exotic animal meat, and the other bucket contained water. The meat of exotic animals obviously has not been specially processed or cooked. It is simply cooked and gives off a strong smell. Tang Mo finally knew where the strong smell in the warehouse came from. It seemed that every meal here was filled with the meat of this low-level alien beast. The women spontaneously got out of bed and picked up their basins from under the table. The barrel is very big, but there are also many people. Each person can only get about 1/3 of the water in the basin. Then go to the wooden barrel next to them to get a piece of meat. This will be their day's supply. Naturally, when I first arrived in the late Tang Dynasty, I didn't have a basin, and I didn't go to get those things. What about the new guy? One of the men shouted, obviously calling him Tang Mo. Tang Mo got out of bed and walked over. This is your basin. Take it. When the man saw Tang Mo coming, he directly threw a basin similar to those of the women into her arms. There was only the last bit of water left at the bottom of the barrel. It was not only turbid, but also mixed with unknown foreign matter. However, at the end of Tang Dynasty, he still used a basin to get out the last bit of water, and took his own piece of meat. Just when she was about to go back, the man threw her another bag of open cookies. Tang Mo took a quick look and found that the biscuits were already a little moldy. This is probably what Brother Tiger said when he entered the house. Tang Mo found it a bit funny. He didn't expect that he, a new arrival, would actually be the one receiving special care. After all the things were handed out, a few women who were wearing very revealing clothes and with their thighs exposed quickly gathered around and clung to the men who were delivering the food. The men were accustomed to it, so they hugged the waist of the woman who was leaning against her, opened the door, and walked out. The door opened and Sister Ling followed her out. Tang Mo could see clearly that Sister Ling did not receive food or water. The men were respectful to her, presumably because they were going out to eat. When the door closed again, the world in the warehouse seemed to have changed. The originally quiet environment suddenly became noisy. Everyone was crowded together with meat and chattering. Several people also gathered around Tang Mo, asking her where she was from. Almost all the people who came around focused their eyes on the things in Tang Mo's hands. Meat, water, and a bag of biscuits that they never got. The greed in those eyes was naked and unabashed. Tang Mo put those things on the lower bunk of his bed, and sat on it with his legs crossed. She wouldn't eat these things, but the contents in these women's eyes were too obvious, and she didn't want to give them to them.
Have you ever heard of feeding an unfamiliar wolf? Some people will never thank you no matter how much you give them. But she couldn't stay here for more than a few days. So in order to stay more comfortable, there was no need to have any more conflicts with them. Just pretend that you can't hear what they say. She suddenly missed the silence of the place when Sister Ling was there. When will Sister Ling come back? Tang Mo felt like he missed her a little.
Isn't he a mute?
Soon the group of women felt that Tang Mo's silent and expressionless look was boring. And they all went back to their seats and started eating. I originally thought she was some unfathomable character when she came in calmly. But she turned out to be a fool who couldn't figure out the situation. No wonder. After all the crowd surrounding Tang Mo dispersed, a timid little head squeezed over.
Eat quickly and don't give it to them. This is the only meal for one day. If you don't eat it all,
you won't have the strength tomorrow. The girl who squeezed over was a girl about the same age as the late Tang dynasty. She looked very delicate. She didn't look like a girl who had struggled in the apocalypse. Instead, she looked like a delicate flower, which was out of place here. The girl's eyes are very clear, and they are no different from others.
Where's your food?
Tang Mo asked, seeing the girl's empty hands.
It's all gone into your stomach. If you don't finish it immediately, it will be snatched away.
The girl patted her flat belly and smiled with squinted eyes, as if she didn't realize how difficult her current situation was. Seeing the girl's careless and naive look, Tang Mo couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, no matter what kind of environment, optimistic people will always live a good life. And they will also infect the people around them to be happy together. Compared to those girls who were scheming or bitter and resentful, Tang Mo preferred this fool. He patted the seat next to him and motioned for the girl to sit next to him. The girl also sat quietly next to Tang Mo. People here didn't know why they didn't like her. Now that someone was willing to talk to her, she was extremely happy.
How long have you been here?
Tang Mo took the initiative to chat with her.
More than 3 months. The woman just now is called Sister Ling, and she's in charge of us people. We didn't dare to speak when she was around, for fear that we wouldn't know which words or actions would make her unhappy, and the consequences would be miserable.
Before Tang Mo could ask, the girl started to tell her.
Sister Ling goes out for a while every night. The time when she goes out is the most relaxed and happy time here.
Speaking of relaxation and happiness, a satisfied expression appeared on the girl's face. Tang Mo looked at this inexperienced girl. She was so well protected before, but now she could be so heartless. Chapter 224 Optimist.
Can I have one of your cookies?
The little girl looked at the moldy biscuits that Tang Mo had just received with greedy eyes and asked bluntly.
I don't want it in vain. I can give you some water to change. By the way, my name is Gu Yiru. What's your name?
She wanted to eat other people's biscuits before she even introduced her name to them. Gu Yiru's face burned with embarrassment. It was also her first time to ask for something to eat. But she had been here for several months and had been eating this smelly meat. She really missed the taste of biscuits.
My name is Tang Mo. Exchange it with water?
Tang Mo asked with interest.
I'm not taking advantage of you. Water is very precious here, even though there is a small basin. This is the water you need tonight and tomorrow, whether it is for drinking or use. It is all here.
Worried that Tang Mo thought he was trying to take advantage of her, Gu Yiru hurriedly explained.
Then you gave me the water. What did you use?
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he did not expect that this water was not only for drinking, but also for domestic use, not to mention washing clothes. Everyone was reluctant to even wash their faces.
I'll be fine if I drink less. Besides, there's no point in being so clean here.
Gu Yiru looked around, then whispered into Tang Mo's ear.
The cleaner it is, the more dangerous it is at night.
Fear rose on Gu Yiru's face, as if something terrible would happen at night. Tang Mo looked at the girl's face, which looked a little dirty. But this bit of dirt can't hide her pure and delicate facial features. It seems that Gu Yiru, like her, was temporarily saved from harm, because brother who regarded her as a gift with other uses. Gu Yiru's appearance and temperament are obviously different from the others here. She stands out from the crowd, and because she has never been dragged out, the women here have a natural hostility towards her, suffering at the same time. But women just love to embarrass women. Gu Yiru was so happy when Tang Mo arrived that she moved her bedding to the bed next to Tang Mo regardless of whether Tang Mo wanted it or not. The two of them lived in a corner together, which seemed to draw a natural dividing line from the women outside. After moving near the end of Tang Dynasty, Gu Yiru chatted with Tang Mo about many things here. It seemed like I had said all the things I had not said in the past few months. From Gu Yiru's words, Tang Mo also had a clearer understanding of this place.
Sister Na Ling is one of the sweethearts of Brother Hu, the leader of the gang, and she spends most of her time in the warehouse watching these women. I only go out a small amount of time, like now, because he is very old and often stays in the warehouse. He has less opportunities to meet Brother Hu, so he is not so favored now. The woman next to Brother Hu now came out of the warehouse. I heard that she was a small star before the end of the world. Therefore, Sister Ling vents all her anger on the women here. As long as there is a little dissatisfaction, she will beat and scold her. Or at night, she will select the women she dislikes the most to go out to receive guests. And they are except guests who are old, ugly and dirty. So when Sister Ling is here, everyone here is very careful, afraid of doing the wrong thing or saying the wrong thing. Only one meal a day is placed here. But there are other ways to get more food and water. For example, they were selected to make money for the organization at night. Another example is if you seduce the man who delivers the meal while the meal is being served. As long as you are taken out, you will always have something more in your hand when you come back. Gu Yiru has been here for several months. Although she has never been dragged out, she basically understands everything here. Only then did Tang Mo know what the higher-end houses between the warehouse and the houses where the men lived were used for. It is a place for the men outside to have fun. This Brother Hu is really not a simple person. On the one hand, he uses his children to make money, and on the other hand, he uses women to make money. Of these two warehouses, one warehouse held children, and the other held women. They were both tools for him to make money. What made Tang Mo even more horrified was that Brother Hu was very knowledgeable about the human heart. Since Sister Ling left, the women have all gathered together to chat. The life here is boring, and the only time they can talk is when they go out for a short time. Tang Mo observed their chat carefully and found that although the women here were all forced to come in at first, they were now divided into two types. One type is girls, like Gu Yiru, who are very afraid of being called out at night. They generally talk very little, huddle in their own beds, and do not participate in everyone's chats. Everyone had a frightened look on their face. Except of course Gu Yiru, who was heartless and had never been tortured before. The other type is a woman who has become accustomed to this kind of life, and even hopes that she can go out more so that she can have enough to eat. This is the great thing about Brother Tiger. Every time a woman is called out at night, she is given special permission to give a full basin of water to clean her body and face. They will also be rewarded with a full meal after finishing the work. There are even some who behave well and dress up to please others. Brother Tiger will pamper them and give them more food, as if he regarded himself as an emperor. Because of these small favors, those women who accepted their fate were like Stockholm patients. They began to lose their etiquette, integrity, and their original persistence and think of ways to make themselves more visible. Maybe if I perform well enough and work hard enough, I can walk out of this warehouse if a man likes me. There is no such precedent. Both Brother Hu and the guests have a precedent of taking the girl they like out to live together. It is also this kind of precedent that gives those women endless hope and makes them completely fall into the abyss. In the late Tang dynasty, there was no way to condemn such a woman. Everyone just wanted to live and live better. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, no one can stand on the moral high ground and condemn others. Tang Mo finally gave the box of biscuits to Gu Yiru, along with the water and the piece of meat. She would not eat such a thing herself, and it would be a pity to throw it away, so she could just exchange it for the information she told herself. Seeing how generous Tang Mo was, Gu Yiru felt even more embarrassed, insisting on taking only 2 biscuits. I ate one carefully, and put the other away carefully. Food here is hard to come by, and water is also very precious. Even if you are not hungry now, you will still need to eat tomorrow. Gu Yiru insisted not to ask for anything else, but asked Tang Mo again. Tang Mo saw her like this, and didn't say anything. He was just curious as to why she put away the other biscuit. I'm leaving it to my sister. Mentioning her sister, this optimistic girl's face showed a sad expression for the first time. Chapter 225 Horrible Night. Sister? Is your sister here too? She was captured together with me and locked up in the nearby warehouse. She is only 5 years old. If I hadn't insisted on taking her out of the city to play that day. When it came to her sister, Gu Yiru's emotions obviously collapsed, and she fell into endless self-blame. My sister is still so young, and I don't know how she is doing now. What's your sister's name? The stubborn eyes of the little girl who touched her today suddenly appeared in Tang Mo's mind. It was impossible. How could a family like Gu Yiru raise such a stubborn child? He must have thought too much. Gu Yining. I had never heard of this name in the late Tang dynasty, so I stopped mentioning this topic. It was already after 9 o'clock when Sister Ling came back. She didn't go out for long before she came back. It seemed that she had been idle for too long, and there was no room for her beside Brother Hu. When he came back, he was obviously angry, and he got into his bed, beating himself up. When the women saw Sister Ling coming back like this, they didn't even dare to breathe. But at 10 o'clock, what was supposed to come came anyway, and no one could escape it. In the darkness, the warehouse door creaked open. At this time, the lights in the warehouse had long been extinguished, and only a man could be heard calling a few names at the door. The woman whose name was called quickly put on her clothes and went out. Whether you like it or not, you can't resist. The body of the last person who resisted was buried under the big tree behind the warehouse. The blood stains left behind are still on the floor of the warehouse, and have not been wiped clean until now. From the moment the door opened, Tang Mo could clearly feel that Gu Yir's body next to him began to shrink. Her body trembled every time she read a name, and it wasn't until she finished the last one that she seemed to relax completely. Gu Yir is so out of place here. No one has touched her for so long, so she won't be moved easily. Brother Tiger must have other plans. It was pitch dark in the warehouse, and the door was open at this time. No one was sleeping at this time. Everyone was waiting with their eyes open in the darkness to pronounce their fate. Just as the women whose names were called got out of bed, Tang Mo also got up and secretly got out of bed. Her position was concealed and her movements were light, so naturally no one noticed her in this pitch-black environment. However, Gu Yir, who was closest to her and was very nervous, still noticed it. Tang Mo turned around and gave her a shushing gesture. Gu Yir immediately understood and made a gesture to zip up her mouth. Very good. Tang Mo quietly followed the women out of the door and walked out. At 10 o'clock, it was dark outside. There were 2 men who came to pick them up, and only one of them was holding a very weak flashlight. At this moment, the person holding the flashlight was squatting under the big tree outside. There was a stench in this warehouse, and he didn't want to enter it unless he had to. There was only one other man at the door of the warehouse, waiting for the woman whose name was called to come out. There are only about 30 women in the base, and in order to achieve sustainable development, they all line up in turns. There is only one exit to this fence, and the exit is guarded 24 hours a day, so they are not afraid of anyone escaping. Even if you leave this warehouse, you can't escape. If he really had the ability to run away, he wouldn't have been caught so easily. If they were caught, they would be beaten to death. So they were reassured that no one would do such stupid things. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he took advantage of the usual thinking of the people here and secretly followed the women out of the warehouse door. Then when he was counting the number of people, he quickly ducked behind another big tree. The man holding the flashlight was still complaining about the trouble of this life, so naturally he didn't pay attention to what was going on here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, everyone is here. Let's go. Clean up first, and then start working. The man counted the number of people, and if there was no problem, he took a few women to the higher-end house in the middle. Tang Mo followed them quietly. The smell in that warehouse was really too strong, and it was too difficult to live with those women. She didn't want to wrong herself, so she decided to take the initiative, resolve the matter here as soon as possible, and then leave as soon as possible. When they arrived at the door of the house over there, the 2 men handed the 5 women they had brought to another man guarding the door of the house, and then went back to sleep. The man at the door of the house was obviously used to this, and he skillfully led the women into the house. Tang Mo couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw that the door of the house was empty at this time. The door of this gang must have been too loose. In fact, if you think about it, you can understand it. After all, the transaction this night is not a glorious thing. Even in the last days, under such an environment, there are still many people who are somewhat resistant to putting this matter out in the open. So come quietly and leave quietly. This is the best service provided by Brother Hu. I have to say that Brother Tiger is still very business savvy. Tang Mo felt more and more that he could not underestimate the leader of this gang. A few minutes after those people entered, Tang Mo quietly slipped into the house. The house has 2 floors in total, and the rooms are arranged very simply. There are 7 or 8 rooms lined up in a long corridor. The entire corridor was quiet, except for the sound in the first room closest to the door. Tang Mo found a corner to hide himself quietly, and then used his mental power to explore it. In the first room, 5 women each had a basin placed in front of them, and everyone was washing their faces and bodies. After cleaning, Each person picked a white yukata from the row of clothes hangers in the room and put it on, wearing nothing underneath. The man who led them in just now gave each of them a number plate. The number on each number plate is the corresponding room number. On the first floor there are 6 work rooms, while on the second floor there is only 1. Tang Mo used his mental energy to look at the number plates in the hands of the 5 girls. There was indeed a girl holding the number plate number 1. It is true that the girl's skin is very fair and thin. Her facial features look very delicate, and her figure and face are indeed much taller than those of other women. After the women freshened up and changed their clothes, they went to their respective rooms. Tang Mo did not follow them in, but continued to use his mental power to explore the situation in each room. I saw that after these girls entered the room, several men came in one after another from outside the house and went to different rooms. At this moment, Tang Mo's mental power was always focused on the only room on the second floor. Chapter 226 Hell on Earth. There was always only that girl in the room upstairs. No one else. The girl wrapped herself in a bathrobe and sat awkwardly on the bed, waiting for her destiny to decide. Tang Mo waited for a long time. So long that he almost fell asleep in the corner, before he saw a man walking in from the front door of the house. The man was probably in his 40s, and was wearing a suit. He did not come alone, and was accompanied by 2 entourages. 2 attendants stood guard at the door of the house, and the man went up to the second floor alone. Judging from his appearance, he was probably the leader of some base, or someone with some status. But in these last days, if a person with status can't get any kind of woman, why would he come here to have fun? There is only one reason, and that is, this man is a well-dressed hypocrite outside. It is very likely that he has created a positive image of a happy family, so he only dares to do these shameful things behind his back. The end of the world is a carnival of moral decay for ordinary people, and many of those in high positions have to maintain a decent image. Only in this way can we have credibility and be convincing. No wonder Brother Tiger dared to do these disgusting things in such a big way. It seemed that the grasshoppers had already taken care of the people above, and twisted them into a rope before seeking shelter. Of course, women are only one aspect, and the large sums of money and resources gained should also be distributed a lot. Tang Mo remembered the face of the middle-aged man who went up to the second floor. I knew everything I needed to know, and there was no point in staying here any longer. So I climbed out of the window at the end of the first floor. There are people brought by the middle-aged man at the door now, so it is naturally inconvenient for him to swagger out through the door. Tang Mo jumped out of the house and came to the warehouse where the children were kept. It was already dark now, but the door of the warehouse was unexpectedly open, and there was a lot of noise inside. Tang Mo hid behind a tree and watched the situation inside the warehouse with his mental power. The sight that caught his eye seemed to make Tang Mo feel that the place he was in was not the human world. Under the same dim light in the warehouse, there were frightened faces of children. Most of those children were between 3 and 8 years old, and each one was skinny and looked malnourished. A child of this age has never experienced anything, and he is most obedient and easy to scare. At this time, the children were all huddled at the base of the wall, their bodies shaking like sieves, looking at the center of the warehouse. In the center of the warehouse, there was a small bed, and tied to the small bed was a little boy who looked about 7 or 8 years old. There were 2 men surrounding the little boy, one of whom was cutting his leg with a saw. Blood splattered. Even Tang Mo, who was used to seeing blood, couldn't bear to see the scene. But the children all opened their eyes wide. Open your eyes and watch carefully. This is the consequences of disobedience. If anyone dares to close their eyes for me today, I will lead him to feed the wolves tomorrow. The West China base only protects children under the age of 7. Children over the age of 7 cannot be protected. Children who are over the age are not only useless, they also need to eat more, and they are more likely to cause trouble if they are active. So as long as the children here are over 7 years old, they will not be kept. They are all going to die anyway. So why not give these children in the warehouse a warning and let them calm down their lively minds? They are still a few years old. Once scared, they will never dare to be disobedient again. Cruel. Really cruel. The boy with earrings on the wooden bed soon died from excessive blood loss and lay there motionless, like a dead fish. Hell on Earth probably refers to the current scene. The human cubs who should be protected the most are now forced to accept the most bloody and cruel side of the world. It is difficult to raise children, especially children in the apocalypse. What's more, the children here have to be artificially injured every day so that they can go out to have sex. There are more than a dozen of them, and everyone has more or less injuries on their body. Yu's child even lost part of his body, and was already very weak. At the end of Tang Dynasty, among the dozen or so children, he saw the little girl, Little Mantu, who was touching herself during the day. Little Mantu did not cuddle up with most of the children, but huddled in the corner and watched everything in front of him. There didn't seem to be any fear on her face, but the clenched fists under her sleeves gave her away. This child is also afraid of everything he is seeing and what he will face in the future. Tang Mo likes such stubborn children, compared with those cubs who can only cry, escape and be afraid. Only in this way can they survive in the apocalypse better. No matter what kind of environment you are in, you must be brave, strong and positive to find a way out for yourself. This is the correct attitude towards the end of the world. Compared with the woman in the other warehouse, the dozen children in this warehouse obviously lived a more terrifying life. And compared to those women, Tang Mo obviously had a different mood towards these children. After all, one side is an adult with the ability to think and behave independently, while the other side is a flower bone that has just entered the world and encountered the end of the world and fell directly into H.L. They should have been at the age when they were carefree in their mother's arms. But they were still ignorant and did not even have the ability to protect themselves. This world is really too cruel. She wanted to take these children out. This was what Tang Mo thought after seeing the wet eyes of these children. She is not trying to be brave. If she has the ability, she will do what she thinks she should do. The two men dragged the wooden bed and the dead boy out and disposed of it. The door of the warehouse was left open without anyone guarding it. A child had just died in front of them. The man was very confident. At this time, the children in the warehouse were frightened, and no one dared to act rashly. What's more, no one doesn't know that they can't escape from this fence. And there is no point even if they leave the warehouse. Little Mantu watched the two men drag the dead boy away, his eyes always staying at the exit. In the sky outside the door, the moon hung brightly, south close, yet so far. Suddenly, a figure appeared in Xiao Mantu's eyes. It was the very special sister he had met in the morning. Wasn't that sister imprisoned in the warehouse next door? She seems to be waving to herself? Tang Mo knew that Xiao Mantu had seen him, so he waved to her to come out. Having just experienced such a terrifying thing, not everyone still has the courage to take this step. Tang Mo also wanted to test it out to see if everything he would do next was worth it. Chapter 227 Gift. Little Mantu saw Tang Mo waving, but the death of her brother just now was too tragic. So she hesitated. That open door is not just inside and outside for the children in the warehouse, but two different worlds. If you step out, you don't know what kind of danger you will face. But it's not necessarily better if you stay in it all the time. Boiling the frog in boiling water. Every child here, no matter how old they are, knows in their heart that sooner or later, they will die here. But the steamed buns are different. She looked past the end of Tang Dynasty and looked at another warehouse further away. She has someone more important there. Her sister is so stupid, and she can't live without her. In these few seconds, Little Mantu thought about many issues that a 5-year-old child could not consider. Finally, she got up, walked past the children who were sitting on the ground and had not yet recovered, and walked towards the end of Tang Dynasty. Seeing the little steamed bun walking towards him, Tang Mo's thoughts became even more determined. Pulling the little steamed bun over, the two of them hid under the big tree at the entrance of the warehouse. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he spread out his mental power to ensure that the man could be noticed the first moment he came back. Drink water. Without saying anything, Tang Mo directly handed over a bottle of water. Now that I have taken this step, there is naturally no turning back. I must trust this sister unconditionally. Little Mantu didn't ask anything, just grabbed the mineral water and drank it. At the end of Tang Dynasty, Yu stuffed a handful of chocolates into the pocket of Xiamantu's clothes. For you to eat, and for the children inside who are starving to death. Take this, too. For those children who are dying, feed one piece to each of them. Even if it's raw, let them swallow it. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he handed Little Mantu anti-inflammatory medicine. There are several children in the warehouse who are already very weak due to frequent bleeding injuries and lack of nutrition. The people in this group do not regard children as human beings at all, but only as consumables. Naturally, they will not give them more precious medicines. Thank you, sister. Little Mantu held the medicine in her hand tightly. Although she was only 5 years old, she also knew how precious the things her sister gave her were. They were life-saving things. Let's go back. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he noticed someone approaching not far away. With a push of his hands, he pushed the little steamed bun back into the warehouse. and he hid himself behind the tree again. The person who came had just gone to clean up the little boy's body. After everything was done, he came back and locked the warehouse door again. I looked around the warehouse and found that the children inside were still scared and stunned. And I felt extremely satisfied. Is this the effect they want? They have to be obedient and use it as a tool for them to make money. The man locked the warehouse again and left. Tang Mo hid for a while. After more than an hour, the 5 women who were led out before were brought back. Everyone's walking posture is very unnatural. Their faces are even more decadent. And they are holding something more or less in their hands. Especially the girl on the second floor, who had the most food and a bottle of mineral water in her hand. The combination of carrot and stick is used vividly here. When the warehouse door opened and the women entered, Tang Mo followed everyone in secretly. After seeing the man on the second floor today, she became even more curious as to what kind of person brother who planned to give herself and Gu Yiru to. Tang Mo really wanted to see how big a tiger it was that could make Brother Tiger so rampant here. Gu Yiru had already fallen asleep when she returned at the end of Tang Dynasty. I have to say that this girl is also very generous. Perhaps it is because of such a big heart that we can live here with peace of mind. Tang Mo suddenly felt a little envious of her for being so heartless. I really don't know whether to call him naive or stupid. The structure and operation methods here have become very clear after just one day in the late Tang Dynasty. However, Tang Mo didn't know much about the strength of the people here. And I am also very curious about the unknown guest. So she planned to stay here for a few more days. The next day, Tang Mo slept until noon before getting up. It's not easy to be able to be comfortable without having to do anything much. And I have to take a good rest. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he seemed to regard his stay here as his vacation. I said before that Gu Yiru was heartless. But in fact, she herself was no less generous. However, she was not completely idle during the days she stayed in the warehouse. Her mental energy was explored everywhere, allowing her to find out a lot of information. For example, there are about 20 men in this gang. About 10 people go out every day to engage in business such as touching porcelain and raping children and women. The remaining 10 people also stayed here in their hometown. In good order, 20 men were not many, but they were all strong and powerful men. At the end of Tang Dynasty, no spiritual power was detected in any of them. According to her estimation, most of the people here should be power attribute users, which can be seen just by looking at their tendons. She had never fought with so many people. To be honest, humans and beasts were different after all, and Tang Mo was a little unsure. However, if she wants to save the people here, she doesn't have to defeat them all. As long as there is a slight possibility, Tang Dynasty prefers to outwit. Now she just needs to wait and see what happens and wait for a suitable opportunity. Fortunately, Tang Mo didn't wait too long for this opportunity, and it came quickly. At 10 o'clock in the evening on the 3rd day after Tang Dynasty arrived here, the door of the warehouse was opened as usual. But this time the man who came to open the door only called 2 people's names. That was Tang Mo and Gu Yiru. For the first time in 3 months, Gu Yiru heard her name called out by a devilish voice. Although I had been prepared in my heart, tears fell down instantly. Gu Yiru told Tang Mo before that if she was called out one day, she would never come back alive. Tang Mo sneered at this attitude, because in her opinion, nothing was more important than living. However, everyone has different ideas and different perceptions and pursuits of the meaning of life. So it cannot be forced. Tang Mo had always known that there was a razor blade hidden under Gu Yiru's quilt, which was the last thing she used to express her ambition. At this time, the blade was hidden in Gu Yiru's sleeve. In the past few days, Tang Mo had a thorough understanding of this simple little white flower. Gu Yiru is like a little princess who grew up in love and has never experienced any setbacks. So he has a very lively temperament, but he cannot withstand any pain and torture. Although I don't like to talk to her these days, this little girl still regards me as her only friend. In the late Tang Dynasty, the basic necessities of life, food, clothing, housing and transportation were always mentioned over and over again, which was very nagging. But even in this nagging, Tang Mo had some real feelings. Chapter 228 Acquaintance. But no matter how unwilling it is, the courage to resist cannot be mustered up immediately. Gu Yiru got out of bed and hesitated, holding the blade in her hand again and again. Tang Mo walked up to her, reached out, and held the little girl's hand holding the blade, and then walked towards the door together. Gu Yiru was stunned for a moment, but still followed Tang Mo forward subconsciously. When Tang Mo led Gu Yiru from the corner to the door, he held his other hand with one hand. She looked over
and saw that it was the girl who was sent to the second floor yesterday. In my few impressions of the late Tang dynasty, this girl has always been taciturn. But now, the girl was sitting by the bed, holding Tang Mo's hand and looking straight at her. That was a signal for help. Tang Mo didn't know why the girl would send a signal for help to her. Could it be that the girl saw what he followed yesterday? In fact, Tang Mo's guess was indeed correct. Yesterday, when Tang Mo went out with the girls, he was really seen by this girl. For some unknown reason, the girl didn't tell anyone that she saw Tang Mo going out. I don't know why. But the girl has a feeling in her heart that the girl in front of her can take her out. And that is her only chance. She had to catch it even if she risked her life. After Tang Mo figured this out, he nodded lightly to the girl. Then the girl let go of her hand. And there was a small note in Tang Mo's hand. This time, although there were only 2 girls, 2 men came to take them there. The 2 men's attitudes were much more serious than last time, and their eyes never left Tang Mo and Gu Yiru. It was obvious that we were hosting a big shot this time. This should be the biggest protective umbrella of this gang. Being able to keep a girl as beautiful and temperamental as Gu Yiru for 3 months. Not only these men, but even brother who didn't get involved. Today's person must have a lot of background. Someone would give him a pillow when he was really dozing off. Tang Mo just couldn't stay here anymore. Now the key person has come out. How can he make her unhappy? However, compared with the happiness at the end of Tang Dynasty, Gu Yiru was obviously much more sad.
It was really interesting that the uncle came to brother who today. He gave us 2 top-notch products at once, which I have never touched.
A man complained to another man, with envious expressions on his face.
Nonsense. You don't know how we got here today? If it weren't for that man, do you think you could still be as popular as you are now? You would have been drinking the Northwest Wind a long time ago. That's true.
He, thinking of his current quality of life. The first man to speak was extremely satisfied and stopped complaining. Tang Mo and Gu Yiru were taken to the door of the middle house, and the 2 men handed them over to another man who looked like a butler at the door. The man brought Tang Mo and Gu Yiru in, and then sent them to the first room. That was the room where girls were used to wash and change clothes before the end of Tang Dynasty.
Wash yourself clean. Then go to the room on the second floor and wait.
There was only 1 room on the second floor, so the man didn't give them the room number like before. After he finished speaking, he left. The big shot was coming, and it was obviously not appropriate for a layman like him to wait here.
Momo!
We! Gu Yiru stood awkwardly in the room, neither sitting nor standing. Tang Mo looked at everything in the room comfortably. This time, what was prepared for the 2 of them was not a basin of water for each of them, but a wooden bucket of water for each of them. The clothes are not the white bathrobe, but some clothes similar to kimonos. They are obviously improved and short enough, but they don't look like clothes worn by serious people.
Don't stand. Sit down for a while.
Tang Mo sat down and greeted Gu Yiru.
If you want to take a shower, wash your face or something, there's water. You can use it.
Because there was not enough water, it was okay for Gu Yiru to be dirty.
Why?
Classmate Xiao Gu sighed and sat next to Tang Mo. If you are still in the mood to take a shower in this situation, then how careful should you be? She rubbed the knife in her hand over and over again, thinking about when would be the right time for her to choose to understand her own life. After Tang Mo sat down, he unfolded the note in his hand. There were only 2 words on it. She. About half an hour passed, while Gu Yiru was still thinking about the length of life. Tang Mo's mental power had already felt that someone was coming. Tang Mo stood up and waited through the window outside the door for someone to come. Because it is the first room on the first floor, part of the scene at the stairs can still be seen through the window. Soon a man's figure appeared at the corner of the stairs.
Uncle Chi?
Gu Yiru didn't know when she leaned against Tang Mo's head and looked out. It didn't matter at this glance. I recognized an acquaintance.
Why is Uncle Chi here?
Gu Yiru's first reaction when she saw the person coming was surprise. And then her face soon turned ugly. She is just innocent. Not stupid. No good people will appear here. And the purpose is self-evident.
You know?
This man was obviously the big boss behind the gang. And Tang Mo didn't expect that this little white flower would know such a person.
The second in command of Washi City, Shihung. He is also my father's good brother.
Gu Yiru thought of what the 2 people who had just brought her here said, and her expression became increasingly ugly.
Who is your father? The current lord of the Washi City base is Gu Feng.
Isn't this a coincidence? At the end of Tang Dynasty, he didn't expect that this group of people would really dare to arrest them. They captured all the little princesses in Huashi City,
Uncle Chi. No. Chi Hung. He is not like this at the base. He is almost 40 years old, has never married, and has never been close to women. He told his father that all his thoughts are on work, and there is no time is wasted on women.
Sure enough, Tang Mo was right. This place is the cozy home of those well-dressed beasts.
If Dad knew that he did such a thing, he would definitely kill him.
Gu Yiru said this with gritted teeth.
It's a pity that I can't get out, so Dad can only be kept in the dark.
Gu Yiru has grown up in a honeypot for so many years, and this is the first time she feels that life is so hopeless, so desperate that I even lost the courage to live.
Don't worry. Your dad will know.
Tang Mo watched the man go upstairs. God has eyes, and will not let such people go unpunished.
Let's go. It's time for us to do something.
Tang Mo bent down and whispered to Gu Yiru's ear about his next plan. Chapter 229 Mind Control. After Chi Hung went up and opened the door, he didn't see the two beauties waiting for him as promised, but an empty room. A burst of anger suddenly rose in my heart, and I turned on my ID watch and wanted to call Huzi. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, there was a knock on the door.
Come in.
Finally come. Chi Hang's tone was not very good. He actually dared to make himself wait. He would torture them for a while to relieve his anger. He was so sick of being a good gentleman at the base. Only coming here every once in a while allowed him to completely liberate his nature and be himself and enjoy happiness. Basically, no woman who entered his room could walk out. The more people pretend and suppress themselves, the more perverted they become. Recently, Gu Feng's two daughters have gone missing. To express his sincerity, he has been helping him find his daughters, and has no time to come out. Who told Gu Feng to have such high attributes? Now that his most precious daughter is gone, let's see what he can do in a day. In today's world, everyone knows what will happen if two little girls with no ability to defend themselves disappear for several months. It's just that Gu Feng still doesn't give up and insists on using all the efforts of Huaxi City to find him. He might only be satisfied if he really found the bodies of his girls. Chi Hung felt happy just thinking about this and could laugh out loud in his dreams. The door creaked open and two girls walked in.
Uncle Chi, why is it you?
Gu Yiru screamed in surprise.
Gu Yiru?
Chi Hingming and Gu Feng were apparently the best brothers. How could he not know his most precious daughter? Chi Hung was stunned for a moment when he saw the person coming. And for a moment, he forgot whether he should face her with his previous attitude or his true self. But soon, Gu Feng saw the short-haired girl approaching him timidly. He quickly realized that he was in his own territory now. And Gu Yiru could not escape now. So he didn't have to pretend at all. It's true that the sky has eyes. Chi Hang's eyes changed more and more when he looked at Gu Yiru. He hadn't noticed it before, but unknowingly, his little niece's whereabouts were becoming more and more obvious.
Ruru, come to Uncle.
Before Chi Hung could say disgusting words, a rope strangled his neck and tied him tightly to the wrought iron headboard of the bed behind him.
What are you doing? Let me go!
Chi Hung grabbed the rope around his neck with both hands and struggled constantly. He didn't expect that just when he relaxed his guard, the girl with short hair would quietly come to his side.
Shut up and don't spray your disgusting spit on me.
Tang Mo threw a rope on the bed.
Tie him up.
Tang Mo said to Gu Yiru, who was standing aside. She had already heard from Gu Yiru that Chi Hung was a person with agility, so she subdued him when he was not prepared. Otherwise, if he runs away, they will be in the wolf's den now, with no good results. Chi Hang's head was only stuck, but his limbs were still able to move. Seeing that he couldn't break free of the rope, he raised his wrist and wanted to turn on his ID watch to call the attendant downstairs. But just as he was about to raise his wrist, the stick fell down. The stick was given to Gu Yiru by Tang Mo when he was down there, and he secretly brought it in behind his back when he just opened the door. Before Chi Hung could react, countless sticks fell down. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he didn't even expect that Gu Yiru, a young girl who looked soft and weak, would not be merciless at all when she hit someone with a stick. Gu Yiru's strength was not great, but she couldn't hold back the anger she had suppressed in the past 3 months. Now I finally found an outlet. I really didn't stop for 10 minutes, just letting out my anger. When she was almost exhausted, Gu Yiru finally stopped, picked up the rope on the bed, and tied Chi Hung up firmly.
What do we do next?
Just downstairs. Tang Mazi and herself had reached this point, but she had no idea what was going to happen next.
Sit down and rest for now.
Tang Mo asked Gu Yiru to sit aside, while he sat on the edge of the bed. In fact,
She had already had an idea in mind since the last time she saw the soul beast. That's mind control. Naturally, the soul beast can control beasts, so he should also be able to control people. Besides, this Ji Hung is not a spiritual superpower. He is an excellent specimen for himself. Even if he fails and becomes a fool, it doesn't matter. Anyway, this person was so vicious that he deserved his death. If the control is really successful, then what you have to do next will be much easier. Tang Mo sat very close to Ji Hung and slowly released his mental power to get close to Ji Hung's sea of consciousness. Ji Hung had been beaten for a while now and was a little weak. His mental attributes were already very low, and now that he was restrained, he was basically like a fish on the chopping board. At the end of Tang Dynasty, it only took about 1/5 of the mental power to completely wrap up the few pitiful mental light balls in Ji Hung's sea of consciousness. Ji Hung's eyes gradually lost their luster, and he was completely controlled by Tang Mo. This mental control went smoothly, but Tang Mo was not satisfied. You must know that the soul beast can control more than 40 high-level alien beasts. He only used 1/5 of his mental power to control one person. In such a comparison, my mental strength is far inferior to that of the soul beast. But actually, that's not how it works out. You must know that the soul beast uses mental control to directly destroy the alien beast's sea of consciousness, and then uses very little mental power to achieve control. With this kind of control, after the mental power is extracted, the person being controlled will become a fool. But at the end of Tang Dynasty, he used his own mental power to wrap up the sea of consciousness. In this way, after his own mental power was recovered, the controlled person would return to normal, which would naturally consume more mental power. The first time he used mind control in the late Tang Dynasty, he was able to do it so smoothly. It can be said that he was already a genius. In an hour, call Brother Hu and tell him that you want to take all the children here back to the base. Just say that you have a use. By the way, let him find a girl named Xioi. Just say that you heard that she is very beautiful and you want to take her back. Tang Mo thought for a while and said to Ji Hung, "Okay." Ji Hung nodded. After his eyes dimmed briefly, he quickly returned to normal. His expression no different from that of a normal person. This is why the mind control in the late Tang Dynasty used packages instead of destroying them. The destruction is too obvious, and it is easy for others to see that the person being controlled is a puppet. But Bao Bao is different. The controlled person only accepts the will of the controller and retains his usual way of thinking and behavior. It looks much more natural. Chapter 230 Suspected. Is this really possible? Gu Yiru had been sitting next to him, not even daring to breathe. She was just a power attribute user with very low attribute values, and had no actual combat experience at all. She had no idea what Tang Mo's series of operations meant. But in the end, when I saw Ji Hung's distracted and obedient look, I could guess that Ji Hung was controlled by Tang Mo. But she still couldn't let go. Is this really possible? Over the past few months, she has become very aware of how brutal Brother Hu's gang is. She didn't even dare to think about the consequences she would face if she failed. Just stay next to me. Tang Mo still had a lot of things to do next, and he didn't have time to teach Gu Yiru. After hearing what Tang Mo said, Gu Yiru immediately turned off her microphone. If you can't do anything yourself, it's better not to cause trouble to Mo. Time passed minute by minute, and the three people in the room became eerily quiet. Go to the first floor, wash your face, and then bring up those 2 clothes. Good. Gu Yiru now completely obeyed Tang Mo's words, and did it without even asking why. Tang Mo also took out a soaked towel in the room, and wiped his hands and face well. When acting, you have to do the whole thing. Since Tang Mo wanted to complete this mission without blood this time, he naturally had to be more careful in other aspects. Brother Hu's thoughts cannot be underestimated. He is a thoughtful person. After Gu Yiru washed her face and came up with clothes, Tang Mo ordered her to tear up the clothes and throw them casually on the ground next to the bed. Since Ji Hung was struggling and beaten on the bed just now, there was no need to deliberately mess up the bed. It's messy enough. Now call Brother Hu and ask for those people I just mentioned. Time had almost passed. Tang Mo loosened the rope for Ji Hung, put the rope back into the space, and even straightened his clothes. Fortunately, Gu Yiru's stick didn't fall on Ji Hung's face. Otherwise it would be really hard to explain later. Ji Hung's consciousness at this moment was completely based on Tang Mo's will. As long as Tang Mo's thoughts moved, he would obediently obey. However, the call went as Tang Mo expected and did not go smoothly. Brother Hung, I wonder if it would be convenient for you to let me come up for an interview now. Sure enough, Chi Heng's special request this time made Brother Hu suspicious. He knew the image Chi Heng had disguised in Huaxi City, and he had never let anyone out from here before. This time, I had to take away all the children and 3 women, which made Brother Hu think a little more. Come up here! All Chi Heng's words were said according to Tang Mo's meaning. After hanging up the phone, Tang Mo walked up to Gu Yiru and pinched her smooth face hard. The pain made Gu Yiru burst into tears, but she didn't dare to hide. Afterwards, Tang Mo reached out and rubbed Gu Yiru's hair, then grabbed 2 handfuls of his short hair, and then nodded with satisfaction. Perfect. Brother Hu came up quickly. After knocking on the door twice and getting Chi Heng's consent, he opened the door and went in. What caught the eye was the mess in the room, and 2 girls with messy hair. Pear blossoms huddled in the corner of the room. Brother Hu couldn't help but nodded when he saw the clean and tearful faces of Tang Mo and Gu Yiru. It was really the best. No wonder even Chi Heng had the idea of taking it back. Brother Heng, take so many people back to the base this time. You don't need to worry about the affairs of the base. Recently, most of Gu Feng's thoughts have been looking for his daughter. The base is distracted. It's a good time for me to do something. Chi Heng retained his own consciousness. So even if it was based on the consciousness of the late Tang dynasty, the content of his words was said in the way he was accustomed to. Brother Hu nodded. He also heard that Gu Feng had lost his 2 daughters recently, and was not as focused on base affairs as before. At first, he had doubted whether Gu Feng's daughter had been captured by himself. But after asking a few times, no one admitted it. So he never thought about it again. Although Gu Yiru and Gu Yining are 2 little girls, they also know that even if they reveal their identities at this time, there will be no good results. Instead, they will put themselves in a more dangerous situation. Each one is more strict than the other. What about those kids? Compared to the 3 girls Chi Heng wanted, Brother Hu felt even more strange about taking away all the children. There is no shortage of women in the upper-class circles. But as for people, the higher the position, the more special hobbies and interests they have. Whether it's a boy or a girl. Of course, I have my own uses. Chi Heng's words were vague and ambiguous, and coupled with his disgusting and lewd smile. What else did Brother Hu not understand? Okay, I'll arrange it right away. After seeing Chi Heng with his own eyes, and hearing his arrangements with his own ears, Brother Hu's heart fell back into his stomach. Go out and arrange these things immediately. Half an hour later, Chi Heng, Tang Mo, and Gu Yiru came out of the house. This time Chi Heng came out with only 2 people. But it was enough. A man drove Chi Heng in front of him in the car he drove in. Gu Yiru and Tang Mo got on a minibus at the back. This bus was driven by another of Chi Heng's followers, and was the car prepared by Brother Hu. After Tang Mo got on the bus, he saw a dozen children crowded together with fearful eyes. There was also a girl named Shui, who was sitting uneasily in the last row of the bus, holding a child of about 2 years old in her arms. Seeing Tang Mo get into the car, Shui's eyes immediately calmed down. I really want to know that what awaits me is no longer H.L., but another bright destiny. The other pair of eyes that settled down was that of Little Mantu. Little Mantu was sitting among the children. The moment he saw Tang Mo getting into the car, he knew that they were saved. Shoo! Tang Mo got into the car and turned his back to the driver, giving them a shushing gesture. We haven't left Brother Hu's sphere of influence yet, so we still have to be careful and don't fall short. Gu Yiru was the second one to get on the bus. As soon as she got on the bus, she looked for her sister among a bunch of children. Xiao Ning! Gu Yiru quickly found the target and walked quickly towards her sister. Elder sister! The little bun among the children had a look of surprise on her face. She didn't expect that her sister was still alive. Very nice. The 2 hugged each other tightly. And Xiamantu, no, should be called Gu Yining now, was stroking her sister's hair. Tang Mo looked at the scene in front of him with a black line on his face. It turns out that these are really 2 sisters. Are the 2 sisters' personalities reversed?